Prologue. Looking back, I can see why we lost. When you're lying in a medical pod with more painkillers pumping through your veins than blood, you end up with a pretty clear retroactive perspective. It wasn't a tactical defeat, but rather a political one. Maybe every veteran of war says that, though. In the end, the politicians blame the commanders, the grunts on the ground blame the politicians, and more likely than not, the commanders blame themselves for not standing up to their superiors, even if they knew the plan was faulty right from the start. I'm not complaining. I'm alive, after all. Still, even now, the fight comes back to me in flashes. I don't remember much. It's like my mind doesn't want to admit that such horror was real. Or maybe it's the meds. I can't say for sure. Just like I can't say for sure what happened on our mission. What I do remember is the flight to Xueting C in the Gliese system and the fear that seemed to gnaw at me beneath my armor. Don't get me wrong. I wanted to fight. I was a terrestrial advanced combat grunt, or what the old Earth-based military called Force Recon. Xueting C wasn't my first combat drop either, but the Orcs had never attacked anything so close to our homeworld before. Even after a century of exploration and colonization, the Sol system was still our most inhabited sector of space. If the Orcs had managed to establish a base on Xueting C, they would have been able to launch attacks deep in our solar system. The consequences were dire, and we all knew the stakes. It was kill or be killed. I managed a little of both. At this point, the only thing I know for sure is that I'm still alive, and that I somehow made it back to the Naval Hospital on Titan. I deduced where I am when I realized I could see Saturn's rings through the window when my vision finally cleared. I knew I was alive because of the pain. So much pain that I wished for death. Although the med droids won't let me die. My injuries are severe enough that I've been trapped in a medical pod with nothing to do but think. If I ever get out of here, which is a really big if, I'll be permanently maimed. That means I won't be on a TAC team ever again. My team should have left me on Xueting C. The old samurais had it right. It's better for a warrior to die in battle than to live with the knowledge of all they've lost. And it seems to me that I've lost it all. Chapter 1. Next. I stepped up to the counter at the logistics station. My orders had come through after what had seemed like a lifetime of rehabilitation. They should just call it torture since, in my opinion, that's what it is. Torture and disappointment. I handed my slate to the sergeant behind the counter. He took the shock-proof computer tablet that every Marine carried and scanned it. "Staff Sergeant Van Horn," the board clerk said without looking up at me. "Let's see. I've got you going out on the Ryla. Gate D, Docking Bay 8. "Thank you," I said, taking back my slate and stepping aside to let the next Marine have access to the clerk. I slipped my hand-sized slate into the cargo pocket on my thigh, then hefted my loadout bag, thankful for its tiny wheels. I wasn't sure that I would need all the gear inside the bag, as I wouldn't be going into a combat zone again. The scar tissue on my left side had ended that possibility. I could finally bend my rebuilt left knee without screaming in pain, but running was impossible. The surgery on my back that had fused most of my spine into a solid chunk of bone, scar tissue, and rigid med-grade plastic left me stiff. The pain was constant, as was the feeling of something foreign in my left eye. Laughably impossible, since my left eye had been too damaged to save. The surgical droid had removed it, yet I felt the constant need to rub it and remove the imaginary speck of grit that seemed to be agitating it. I shuffled off toward the power mover, a moving walkway that would take me through the installation until I found the right gate. It seemed strange to be back on active duty after nearly a year of surgeries, rehab, and recovery time. Worse still, I couldn't even talk about what had happened, since the operation on Xueting C was classified. The brass didn't want the public to know how close the Orcasi had gotten to infiltrating the Sol system. While I'd been just as ignorant as anyone else during my slow recovery, I knew more about that fight now. I'd even received access to the after-action report filed by my squad. They claimed I had saved their lives, although I didn't remember it. Their truth was undeniable. Buried somewhere in my kit was a little box with a purple heart and silver star. Medals earned in combat against a vicious, enigmatic enemy. Still, all the decoration in the world couldn't compensate for the hurt I'd endured. I still couldn't be sure if I was grateful that my team had carried me out of that hellhole or not. I had lived in a state of almost constant suffering every day since. Upon finally reaching Gate D, I started the long walk down the docking arm toward the ship that would be my home for the foreseeable future. I knew nothing about the SF Ryla, only that the word meant journey in Arabic. I was familiar with the type of exploratory vessel, as TAC teams were commonly stationed on them. I was unofficially TAC Team 13, the slang term for non-combat personnel. They hadn't booted me out of TAC, but I was relegated to a support staff position. I wouldn't find out what desk they would tie me to yet. That would be explained once I was on board the Ryla. Even without that knowledge, I couldn't imagine a worse way to finish my enlistment term. I had 2 years remaining in my standard 10-year TAC term, and it was clear that for the whole time, I would be stuck doing whatever scut work no one else wanted. From the docking arm, I walked along a long, enclosed boarding ramp, experiencing the short transition to artificial gravity. At the ship, I passed through a wide airlock and entered the main concourse, making my way straight to the deck officer. "Staff Sergeant Van Horn," I said, saluting the deck officer, "reporting for duty."
"At ease, Staff Sergeant," said the second-grade lieutenant, a woman clad in naval uniform identical to the space fatigues I wore, save for their dark blue color. The name stenciled on her chest read Holly, J., and her smile was genuine. I couldn't help but notice she was very pretty. "You'll be working with Lieutenant Brass down in the Marine section of the ship. That's Level B, Section 8.
"Thank you, sir," I replied.
"Welcome aboard, Staff Sergeant."
I moved past her, mentally taking note of her name. The flight deck where I had boarded was busy with technicians and machinists servicing the drones and passenger aircraft stored on the ship. I crossed the wide space, inhaling the smells of metal, chemical lubricants, and ozone generated by the plasma wielders. This 3-story deck was on the lowest level of the ship. Above it were 6 other decks built on an oval structure with an open center. It reminded me of an upscale shopping center. Only instead of stores, the levels were filled with berths, offices, chow halls, and unit-specific areas. In the very center was the command and control area, an enclosed pod large enough for the senior officers to observe the ship's systems and pilot the vessel. I had spent the majority of my adult life on ships, just like this one, but I was fuzzy on how they actually operated. I knew that the entire vessel was powered by a fusion reactor and used an anti-gravity propulsion system. Beyond that, it was a mystery. I climbed a flight of stairs from Alpha Deck to Bravo, then made my way across to Section 8. The offices of the Marines were a suite of rooms that could have been in a business center on any number of worlds. The Navy liked to keep their ships sparkling, and I'd heard that a full quarter of the ship's crew spent their days polishing and cleaning the ship so that it looked brand new. In this area, the walls were made with a transparent polymer that looked like tinted glass and were framed in chrome, matching the metallic shine of the handrails and other fixtures. Glossy white panels comprised the deck, and the ceilings glowed in a spectrum of light. It was beautiful, but it couldn't distract me from what was to come. Stepping into the staff office area, my heart sank, and I felt a twinge in the pit of my stomach.
The thought of polishing a seat with my ass for the next 2 years made me feel ill. A man with grey stubble for hair greeted me as I entered. His face was a mass of wrinkles, and he wore what I suspected was a perpetual frown. The rank on his shoulder showed him to be a master sergeant. I pulled out my slate once again and handed it over. The master sergeant took it and scanned it with a device that was connected to his computer, then huffed before handing it back. "Lieutenant Bass has requested you see him before reporting to your duty station," the master sergeant said. He spoke slowly in a deep voice. "You'll be berthed in with the rest of the staff NCOs in Section 2. Ship schematics are being downloaded to your slate, along with a duty rotation. Chow Hall is on Delta. You can wait on the lieutenant over there." He pointed to a row of chairs that folded down from the wall. With a nod, I moved over, propping my loadout bag against the chair on the end before I eased my way down. My leg hurt, my back was stiff, and the scar tissue up the left side of my body was tight and made movement awkward. I settled onto the chair and stretched out my leg, although I refused the temptation to rub my knee. It was impossible to hide the damage, but I didn't want to draw unnecessary attention to either. On the wall behind the master sergeant was a display that slowly rotated through the names of the Marines on board the Ryla. Following the standard rule of 3, there were 2 rifle platoons and 1 TAC platoon. I knew that the TAC platoon would consist of 2 combat squads and 1 staff squad, the latter of which would oversee the logistics of the combat teams. I assumed I would be part of this squad in some capacity. I didn't have to wait long for Lieutenant Bass, who soon stepped out of his office and greeted me. "Staff Sergeant Van Horn." I rose to my feet as quickly as my mutinous body would allow and come to attention. "At ease, Staff Sergeant. Why don't we step into my office?" Bass said. He was a short man, muscular and obviously fit. I couldn't deny the pang of envy at how deftly he moved. After I followed him into the little office, he shut the door with a push of a button and waved me toward the single guest chair in the small space. "It's not too often that we have heroes on board," Bass said. The nameplate on the desk showed his first name to be Oliver. He didn't sit down, instead choosing to lean against the side of his desk. It was too small and cluttered to sit on, but he clearly didn't want to sit behind it. "I'm no hero, sir," I replied. "Nonsense. You saved your squad on Xueting C. The entire Corps was talking about it last year." "I thought the op was classified." "The mission details were. Your actions on the battlefield weren't." I knew the Corps had no qualms about making examples of people, even embellishing stories to help meet their recruiting quotas. Still, it didn't set me at ease to think that people were speculating about what had happened on Xueting C. I had been too dazed to even realize that any of the details had been released. "We lost an entire fire team," I said. "Was that in the report? Corporal Dallas, Lance Corporal Green, Private First Class Choi, and Private First Class Honray, killed by the Orcs. I don't even know if we were able to recover their bodies." "Every battle has casualties," Bass said. "You led that squad through scores of Orcassi. We don't have a solid number, but I've heard rumors that there were over 100. "That's an exaggeration," I said, with some uncertainty. I knew I had never seen so many of the enemy Orcassi, or Orcs, than I had on Xueting C. Most people called them Orcs because they so resembled the fantasy creatures from books and movies, both in their looks and in their animalistic ferocity. I hadn't expected any of the Marines in my squad of 13 TAC operators to survive that day, including myself. I still wasn't sure I was thankful that I had. "You're being humble," Bass said. "You and your team showed everyone what TAC is all about. Your actions turned the tide on that battle. and you've got the stripes to prove it." Without him coming out and saying it, I knew he meant my scars. My missing eye burned, but I refused to touch the black patch that covered the pit where my eye had once been. There was nothing there but puckered flesh, and even after a year, it still made my skin crawl to think about it. "Well," Bass broke the momentary silence, standing straight before moving around to his side of the desk and picking up his slate. He made it look easy. For him it was. In a way, it would never be again for me. I did my best not to let my envy turn to bitterness. "I'm glad we have a man with your background on board. Our TAC platoon is untested in combat. They're well trained and ready, but we haven't seen the enemy yet. I'm hoping that changes on this cruise." In that moment, I realized Bass was a climber. The quickest way to advance in the Corps was through combat, and the quickest route to combat was the command of a TAC platoon. Little did he seem to know that facing the Orcs in battle was nothing to wish for. They were savage fighters, ruthless, hard to stop, and even harder to understand. I had seen them resist oncoming fire, and I had seen them use stealth and cunning to ambush humans. It wasn't something I hoped to ever see again, and in my state, I doubted I would, unless, by some horrible turn of events, they managed to turn the tide of the war. "Yes, sir," was all I could think to say. I knew better than to try to correct a commissioned officer. "We'll need you if it does, Staff Sergeant. You're to be our master-at-arms on this cruise," Bass explained with more gusto than I thought possible. "We have a full armory. You'll have 3 Marines under you. Everything is shipshape in there. And we have a simulator and live-fire ranges. Those are overseen by Gunny Patel. Your job is to keep everything ready for combat operations, if we get the chance. We'll have a full platoon meeting at 0700 hours tomorrow. In the meantime, get the lay of the land and make sure you can find your way around. It'll get hectic once the ship is underway, and I believe we're scheduled to leave port at 1400 hours tomorrow." "Yes, sir," I repeated, thankful for the armrests on the seat. I used them to push myself up, ignoring the spasm of pain in my back as I stood. "Is there anything else?" No. I just wanted to meet you," Lieutenant Bass said, extending a hand. I shook it, noting the clamminess of my commanding officer's palm. "Thank you, sir," I replied. "If you need anything at all, Staff Sergeant, you know where to find me." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir," I repeated. Bass sat down and pressed an icon on the top of his desk. The door whooshed open, and I made my way out. My loadout bag was waiting for me to grab as I left the suite of offices. From the walkway around Bravo deck, I could look up and down the entire core of the ship. 2 decks above, the command and control center was outlined with lights that made it gleam like a gemstone. Beyond it, I could see the decks Echo, Foxtrot, and Golf high above. It was a beautiful ship, but I hadn't expected anything less. I made my way around to Section 2 and found my berth. It was a standard NCO cabin, which meant I shared the space with someone else. In this case, it was Gunnery Sergeant Patel, who was in the little room when I entered. "Welcome, Staff Sergeant," my new roommate said from his seat in a comfortable chair, where he was watching a replay of a sports broadcast from Earth. The cabin must have been a little larger than what he had shared on other cruises, I realized. I knew that he had been promoted to Staff Sergeant after the battle on Xueting C. Before that, he would have shared a barrack-style berth with 12 other Marines on board, the naval vessels he'd been assigned to. A semi-private cabin must have been a welcome change. It wasn't a bad situation for me either. The room was large enough to have a lounge space, with 2 of the plushy chairs positioned directly across from the wall display, on which the gunnery sergeant was watching the game. There were also 2 small desks on either side of the room, and sleeping nooks built into the wall, outfitted with privacy curtains. In the kitchenette was a refrigeration unit, a tiny reheating oven, built-in cabinets, and a sink. I could see that there were already a few heavy metal tumblers on a rack by the sink. "Thanks, Gunny," I replied. "Call me Pat, at least in here. No need for formalities in our own space, yeah?" I nodded in agreement and propped my loadout bag against the locker on what I guessed was my side of the room. "You've got a space for personal items," Pat said, pointing to the cabinet that was built around the refrigeration unit. "The fridge only has 2 shelves, but one is empty if you need it." I didn't think to stock up before leaving port, I admitted. In truth, I'd never had the luxury of keeping my own victuals in my cabin before. "You can place an order from the commissary," Pat supplied helpfully. "They'll deliver it to the ship." "Good, thank you," I said. "Of course. We have to look out for one another." Pat paused the game and turned in his chair to give me his full attention. "I'm in charge of the simulator and live fire range. What have they got you chained to?" "Armory," I said. "Sorry in advance. I may end up smelling like gun oil and soldering smoke." "I've smelled worse," Pat replied. "You need help with that kit?" He pointed at my heavy loadout bag. I shook my head. The truth was the bag was heavy, and with my injuries, lifting the entire thing was difficult. Right now, though, I didn't need to lift it with all my gear still inside. I set it down and slowly settled onto the bed in my nook. My cautious movements didn't escape Pat's notice. "Looks like you've seen some action." "Yeah," I replied vaguely, trying to evade the question. "I've been in convalescence and rehab for the last year." Unfortunately, he'd already espied my full name printed on my loadout bag. "Van Horn, I know that name," Pat said. "Were you with the TAC team on Xueting C?" I nodded reluctantly. "Holy shit, you're that Van Horn, the sergeant who saved his entire platoon." "No." I shook my head. The names of the Marines I had lost passed through my mind. I knew I would never forget them, nor did I want to, even though remembering them was more painful than all my injuries combined. I didn't save everyone. "Ah," Pat said, a little awkwardly. "I didn't mean to pry." "Forget it," I said, hoping to have a good relationship with my roommate. "It's in the past. I don't really remember much about it. I was on a lot of meds for a bit after that op. Everything around then is more than a little fuzzy now." "Oh, I understand that," Pat said. "I like a drink or two, so I've lost a few wild nights myself." Very different. But I was willing to let it go with a smile. I began to unpack my bag. The clothes were all neatly rolled and arranged already. Beneath them were more personal weapons I had taken to carrying into combat. Some old-fashioned projectiles and boxes of ammunition. It didn't take long to get my personal effects stored in the wide locker, including a close-quarters tactical shotgun, which I fastened to the inside of the door with maglocks. "You came prepared," Pat noted wryly. "Does that thing work?" "Absolutely," I said. "Once a TAC Marine, always a TAC Marine, I suppose." "You ever tangle with an Orc?" I asked. "No," Patel said, glancing down. "I was in logistics right out of basic." "You've seen the vids, though." "Of course. I've run the simulator on the Ryla for over a year. I can hold my own." I didn't point out that facing a living, breathing Orcasi warrior was nothing like drilling tactics in a simulator. The Orcs were taller than humans and almost twice as broad. They had huge heads with wide lower jaws and pointed teeth that stuck out at odd angles. They were built like gorillas, short legs, thick chests, huge shoulders. They weren't all that fast, but they were hard to stop. The standard flechette-firing sidearms issued to Marines were worthless against an Orc. Most TAC team members I knew had ditched these unreliable, weak pistols for old-fashioned revolving slug throwers, now called hand cannons or penetrators. Then you know that if they get close, the bastards are hard to stop, I said. I've seen them leap on a person and use their teeth, too. When it comes to that, I prefer something with more stopping power.
Makes sense, Pat said.
I pulled out my revolver. It was a long-barreled pistol, stainless steel with a black rubber grip. It was chambered for .357 Magnum rounds, and I had 3 boxes of soft lead ammunition and 4 speed reload cylinders. I took out the empty cylinder that was in the gun and loaded in 6 fresh slugs, but I didn't return the cylinder to the weapon. Instead, I put it all on the shelf of my locker. I could get to the gun and click off one of the fast-load cylinders in place in just 2 seconds. At that point, the weapon would be ready to fire and hard to control. But at close range, it could stop an orc with just 2 shots. After loading everything into the locker, I set the biometric lock and shut it. The only item that remained was the bag of pills I kept with me. They were powerful painkillers, but I only used them when absolutely necessary. I hadn't needed them in nearly 2 months. Will having these in my cabinet be a temptation to you? I asked Pat.
What are they? Narcotics?
He shook his head with a chuckle.
No, I prefer liquid painkillers.
He returned his focus to the game. I settled into the seat beside him and pulled out my slate. It only took a few seconds to sync with the ship's network, and I found the page for the commissary easily enough.
You from Earth? Patel asked.
A long time ago, yes, I said, thinking of my home in Alaska. I hadn't been back since completing basic training over a decade before. You?
Mars, Pat said. My folks were water farmers, but I love American-style football.
Can't fault you there. I don't mind it myself, I replied.
You have a favorite team?
No, I said. It's too hard to keep up on deployment.
Tell me about it, Pat commented. This game was played last year. I've got dozens more on file to watch. I hope you don't mind.
Not at all, I replied honestly. This is a nice setup. I spent the next half hour ordering snacks from the commissary. The space station where the Ryler was docked was essentially a huge refueling port, and the commissary had everything from civilian clothing to alcohol, gaming systems, and entertainment credits. I bought some sheets for my bunk, knowing that the standard-issue bedding on board a ship was nothing desirable. I also managed to get enough junk food to fill my side of the pantry cabinets. Mixing liquor with narcotics I was sometimes forced to take was dangerous, so I opted for soft drinks instead. Once I had placed my order, I slipped my slate back into my pocket and got to my feet.
Going to check out the Armory? Pat asked.
I nodded. I want to find my way around early.
Roger that. You want a guide?
No, that's not necessary. Enjoy your game.
Always,
Pat said with a grin. I left the cabin and made my way around to the training section of the ship. The TAC team occupied Bravo deck, while the 2 Marine fire teams were on Charlie. Since the TAC team took up less space, the physical training facility, simulator, and live fire range were also on Bravo deck. The simulator was standard, just a simple room with 40 omnidirectional virtual training stations, enough for an entire platoon to train together. The live fire range was smaller, with just 4 firing lanes and programmable targets. After exploring Bravo, I went up to Delta to find the Chow Hall and the Armory. The Armory was a simple place, a long room filled with racks of weapons and drawers filled with ammunition and batteries. In the center was a long, narrow workbench with various weapon mounts. The back wall held a full rack of tools. As I walked through the space, I felt a sense of both comfort and immense relief. I had been afraid that I would be assigned to an administrative post. And typing reports or making schedules wasn't my idea of fulfillment. Working with tools, on the other hand, was something I could see myself doing. While tiring and painful at times, being on my feet would also help my recovery. Sitting down only made my bad leg more stiff. I needed motion to keep the blood flowing to my joints and the scarred muscles. While the ship was in port, the armory was locked down, but my biometrics had already been put into the system. This gave me access not only to the room, but also the guns themselves. I pulled down one of the standard-issue laser assault rifles, called Lars. It was a simple weapon, with pistol-style grips at the stock and along the barrel sheath. On top was a rack for mounting different tools like a scope or flashlight, depending on what was needed for a given operation. The batteries loaded easily into the stock's pistol grip, and a quick inspection showed almost no barrel degradation. Still, the weapon was only marginally serviced. It needed a full breakdown, cleaning, and rebuild.
At work already?
I turned to find Lieutenant Holly, the deck officer who'd welcomed me aboard, at the open entrance to the armory, leaning casually against the doorframe. "Just getting my bearings," I replied.
What do you think of your predecessor's work?
She asked. It was a loaded question. I had no idea who the previous Master-at-Arms had been. For all I knew, it could have been Lieutenant Holly's best friend, and something about her made me want to avoid any offense to her, if I could help it. "Well, there's some work to be done," I admitted, "but I'm glad. I need to keep busy. I'm no good at sitting around all day."
I think the former MA was just waiting out the last few months of his enlistment. A lot of Marines see this type of post as a dead-end job.
"I nearly ended up dead, period," I said. "I'm grateful for anything I'm able to do at this point."
Well, don't work too hard, she said, or you'll run out of things to do.
She flashed a smile that was hard for me to interpret. The problem I realized with a jolt was that I found her pretty, and that messed with my head. I didn't know if I was reading too much into the gesture. She probably smiled at everyone, I thought. Yet something inside me wanted desperately to believe that she could see past the scars, the missing hair, the eye patch, and the limp, all superficial, and understand that there was much more to me than met the eye. Physically, I wouldn't have said I was a catch even before Xueting C, and I was still trying to accept that my body would carry the burden of the experience for the rest of my life. I didn't want to think that I would be forced to live out these days in solitude as well. Lieutenant Holly walked away, and I replaced the LAR in its rack. Continuing my inspection, I saw cases of weapons, ammunition, and even explosives. There was also an emergency lever on the wall. The armory was a vital station in the ship, but it was also dangerous. The lever could seal and eject the armory so that the munitions didn't damage the rest of the ship in an emergency situation. I'd used the armories on other ships, but that had only involved going to the window and checking out gear. In all honesty, I had always taken the armories and the Marines who worked in them for granted. Now I felt I could contribute to this space. As Master-at-Arms, not only were there things I could do, but with a little effort, there was much that I could do well. It gave me a sense of comfort to know that I was in a secure role where I could make a difference. While I continued to work on my body and its recovery, I would have a sense of purpose, and that was a feeling I'd feared I might never have again. I was just about to lock the armory back up when my slate vibrated in my pocket. I pulled the device out and saw that I was wanted on Alpha. My treats had arrived. With those in my possession, I could truly make myself at home on the SF Ryla. Chapter 2. The chow hall was the same on every ship. There were large food prep machines, each with a variety of dining options. I picked mushroom and cheese ravioli and Parmesan cream sauce, with reconstituted broccoli and chicken-flavored protein loaf. On my first night on the Ryla, I ate dinner alone. Then returned to my cabin to change my clothes before walking down to the physical therapy center. There was a large cardio section, which hurt my heart a bit. I had always prided myself on staying fit, but my injuries made running nearly impossible. I couldn't use the cardio machines or most of the resistance equipment. Instead, I used bands and focused on increasing my range of motion. My left arm would only rise as high as my shoulder and ached when I tried to go any higher. I worked carefully, but with a quiet intensity, focused on regaining a semblance of my old self. The PT center was mostly empty, save for a few Marines putting in the work to keep their bodies ready for whatever the Corps might throw at them. I did the same exercises my former physical therapists had put me through, pushing my artificial joints until exhaustion took hold. After an hour, I was sweating more from pain than exertion. With that pain came the sense of pride that a good workout always gave me. I enjoyed the fact that I strove to demand so much from my body, even when no one would judge me for taking an easier route or throwing in the towel completely. After my workout, I showered, then made my bed with the new sheets from the commissary and climbed into my bunk. Pat was still watching football. I slit the light-blocking, noise-dampening curtain closed and quickly fell asleep, worn out from both the physical and emotional strain of the day. The next morning and first platoon meeting felt like they arrived only seconds after I'd shut my eyes. At 06:45, I was dressed and waiting in the designated briefing room on Echo. There were a few other Marines waiting with me. They all looked hungover and exhausted, which wasn't surprising. Most of the platoon had leave, and the Pathfinder had an entire wing filled with bars, clubs, restaurants, and other forms of entertainment. Within 10 minutes of my arrival, the entire platoon was present and waiting for Lieutenant Bass. The tac squads were exactly as advertised, 2 groups of cocky, hard-charging Marines. I had once been part of them, but I could see the disdain in their eyes whenever they glanced my way. In the culture of the Space Fleet Marine Corps, the tac teams were the elite fighters, the superstars. Everyone else was beneath them and, to most members, not worthy to share the same space. I sat in the back with Pat, along with the rest of the support staff that made up the 3rd Squad of Lieutenant Bass's 1st Platoon. I had 3 Marines working under me, Sergeant Nathan Bridger, Corporal Kelly Farris, and Lance Corporal Beatrix Finnegan. They had all said hello and not much else, likely out of some sense of internal embarrassment, I knew. By this time, I was used to the looks of fear and uncertainty my appearance often evoked, and the fact that they would all be answering to me once the platoon meeting was over only made them more apprehensive. I was their new boss, and they had no idea if I would make their lives miserable or not. The 1st Sergeant barked an order, and we all stood to attention as Lieutenant Bass entered. He looked fresh and excited as he stepped to the podium. Whatever the plans were for the Ryla's cruise, he evidently approved. "Welcome aboard the Ryla, and to the 1st Platoon," he said. "Most of you know me, and you know what I expect. Do your job, always be prepared, and we'll get along just fine. All right, at ease. Let's get down to business. I've just received word from the captain that we'll be making a cruise to the Leona system." For nearly half an hour, the lieutenant gave a formal lecture about the system. Leonis B was a planet in the habitable zone of its system. Our ship would make orbit, launch mapping satellites, and essentially lay claim to any resources in the system. It used to be a mundane task to explore new star systems before the Orcasi had crossed our path. They were eager to extend their own reach, and we had been engaged in almost constant warfare ever since. There was no reason to believe that the Orcasi had invaded the Leona system, but there was always a chance, and Lieutenant Bass was hopeful that the TAC teams he commanded would see action. I couldn't help but wonder how he would feel if he had the first clue just how horrible the Orcs were. For a moment, it took an effort to push back the terror of my own memories. It hurt just as much that my experience was so tainted by those nightmarish recollections. I loved being on a TAC team, standing shoulder to shoulder with men and women I respected. The bonds formed during countless hours of training and experiencing the horrors of combat together made them like family. It hit me that I was no longer part of that world. My job was simpler, and for the first time in my adult life, that was a blessing to me. When the platoon meeting ended, I got to my feet slowly and shuffled down the aisle. The members of the TAC teams were crowded around the door, blocking the way. I stood back, in no real hurry to leave. My little group of gunsmiths was waiting for me, but we weren't required to staff the armory until noon. Before that, we would just be going over a shift schedule and assigning roles. The responsibility of being the senior NCO of a ship's armory was in many ways simpler than managing fire teams and making sure a squad was ready for combat. I was almost to the door when a big man bumped into me. The blow knocked me off balance, and I ended up leaning against the wall to keep from falling. The last thing I wanted was to look weak in front of the Marines of the TAC teams. The man who bumped into me was a sergeant, whose name badge identified him as Theo Barker. He glanced over at me and flashed a wicked grin before turning back to his companions, without commenting on his rudeness. I knew the type. He wore the TAC team designation of a Screaming Eagle on his uniform, but there were no ribbons for combat drops. Some Marines thrive in training, but can't handle the rigors of actual combat. Despite this, I could tell that Barker thought himself superior to me. I doubt he even knew that I formally outranked him. Still, I let it go, reminding myself that there was no need to start a feud. Barker's rudeness wouldn't affect how I did my job. Pat, who was standing nearby, didn't see it that way. Given what I knew of his background and the pecking order pervasive in the military, perhaps it was because he had endured years of disrespect from combat operators who looked down on him as a logistics officer. "Sergeant Barker," Pat snapped. "Don't turn your back on Staff Sergeant Van Horn. You owe him an apology." I raised my hands, hoping to wave off the need for an apology. Barker turned, glanced at me, and grinned again. "Sorry, I didn't see you there, Staff Sergeant," he said, his voice dripping with condescension. "I'll have to be more careful. I didn't realize I was in a handicapped zone." He chuckled as he turned away. Pat took a deep breath, clearly offended by the flagrant insult. I knew he was about to explain to the room exactly who I was and why, at least in his eyes, I deserved their respect. It was commendable, but I didn't want people to think I considered myself a hero. The truth was, I felt exactly the opposite. My job on Xueting C had been to accomplish the mission objectives and get my Marines back safely. I'd only accomplished half of that. I would pay for my failures with pain, probably for the rest of my life. Almost getting myself killed didn't merit any special treatment. "Don't," I said quietly to Pat. "It's not worth it." "He can't treat you like that," my cabin mate fumed. "It's fine, really. I hate to admit it, but I used to be the same way. Guys like Barker have to believe they're invincible. They can't second-guess their actions. Not on the battlefield." "But we aren't on the battlefield," Pat argued as we left the briefing room. "And nothing gives someone the right to disrespect a superior. It's bad for morale." "Well, let it slide. Just this once," I told him. I took my time descending the stairs to Delta. The jocularity of the TAC teams had made my own self-consciousness much worse. They were strong, and I felt weak. They moved quickly where I was still slow. More than anything else, they were full of hope, while my future was tainted with despair. The Corps had given me the tools to rebuild my body, but my mind was still struggling to accept this new normal. On Delta, I shuffled around to the Armory, where my new team was waiting. The door was standing open, a clear violation of protocol. The Armory was a secure facility on the ship, and that security was not to be compromised. Since the ship was in port, however, I had no obligation to chastise my team.
and it was soon apparent that they had left the door open for me.
"Ten hut," Sergeant Bridger announced as I entered. My 3 fellow Marines all came to stiff attention and saluted, even though that wasn't customary, as salutes were usually reserved for officers, and as a show of respect. I returned their salute with a smile. "All right, cut that out," I said.
"Just wanted you to know that we're excited to have you, Staff Sergeant," he said.
"Well, I'm glad to be here," I said.
"Did you all work with my predecessor?"
"Corporal Ferris and I did, Staff Sergeant,"
the young sergeant explained. He was a short man with a clean-cut face and the beginnings of a pot-belly.
"Corporal Finnegan came on a few days before you."
"Well, the first thing you need to know is that I prefer to be called Van," I said. "We work together, and I prefer proficiency over protocol."
"Understood," he said. "I go by Nate." "Kelly," introduced one of the other 2 women.
She had a round face and dull brown hair twisted into a complex braid that was wound into a bun at the back of her neck. She looked to be about my age, but it was difficult to know for certain.
"Trix, short for Beatrix,"
the Lance Corporal added. Trix was the youngest member of our little team. She was thin, with blonde hair cut short and bright green eyes. "Very good," I said. "I'm guessing you already had a schedule in place, Nate."
"We did,"
Nate confirmed.
6-hour shifts.
"Was it acceptable?" I asked.
"Yes."
"Good. Then we'll keep it. What are your specialities?"
"I've got experience in power supply management,"
Kelly offered.
"I would be glad to keep up with the batteries and charging rotation."
"Very good," I said.
"Nate?" "I'm a bit of an inventory nerd. I love lists."
"Great, you can keep track of ammunition. Tricks?"
"I don't really have a speciality yet," she said. "But I'm good with my hands. I build models, or at least I used to." "Where did you serve before this?" Nate asked. "I was an administrative assistant at the lunar base," she said.
"I can teach you everything you need to know to service these weapons," I told her. "You and I will do a complete check of every weapon in here. I'll take charge of the explosive ordnance personally. If you have an issue with anything or anyone, you come to me. I don't care what the issue is, I'm available day or night." As if to emphasize my point, the slate in my pocket buzzed. I pulled it out and glanced at the screen. The message turned out to be a summons to meet with the ship's captain.
"Looks like you're a popular person,"
Nate said with a grin.
"Do you have any other requirements for us?"
Kelly asked.
"PT? Training?"
"No," I told her. "Just keep in mind that we'll be on this ship for a long time. Do what you need to do to stay sane. Other than that, no one is allowed in the Armory other than senior officers and the 4 of us. If someone wants a weapon with live ammo and the ship isn't on alert status, they need authorization from their CO. Let's keep it simple. I'll be back and take the first shift here while the rest of you get squared away." I left them to work out the rotation schedule. It didn't matter to me when I worked. Life on board a ship was all about routine. There was nothing to differentiate night and day. It was all the same. The easiest way to deal with the stress of a military vessel was to create a routine and stick to it. I cared much more about the happiness of my team, so once they had their preferred slots in the rotation, I would build my daily routine around it. I also planned to spend more time with each member of my team during their time in the Armory. The best work environments, in my experience, were both professional and friendly. Checking my slate, I saw that the captain of the ship, Liza Dunning, had requested that I meet her in her office, which was directly across from the command and control center. When I made my way there, that part of the ship opened up, displaying a small waiting area just inside. To my surprise, I found Lieutenant Holly stationed at the tiny desk outside the captain's office.
"Staff Sergeant Van Horn,"
she said with a brief grin. Whether she meant it to be or not, I was enchanted.
Right on time.
I was, just in the armory, I said, cursing my inability to think of anything else to say.
I'll let the captain know you're here,
she said, tapping some of the icons on a large tablet-sized slate.
You can sit down. She's on a video conference at the moment. There's no telling how long that might last.
Do senior officers always serve out here? I asked, waving at the captain's office.
You may not have noticed, but I'm actually a junior officer,
she said, tapping the gold bar on the collar of her uniform. I've seen you all over the ship, I said. I just assumed you were second in command. She laughed.
I'm Captain Dunning's gopher, but I don't mind. I plan to be in her chair one day, and when that day comes, I'll want to know everything about the ship, even the armory.
I can tell you everything about it, I said, glad for the opening. Flirting wasn't the best idea. After all, she was an officer, and not even one in the Corps. But there was something about her that I couldn't resist.
Is that so?
She asked. I cherished the hope that she was flirting back, while telling myself that it didn't really matter if she was or not. In that moment, it just felt validating to believe she was. It had been a long time since anyone had looked at me with anything but pity or revulsion. Absolutely, I replied. I was about to say more when her slate beeped.
That's Captain Dunning, she said. She's ready to see you now.
Thanks, I said, glad that I hadn't sat down. I didn't want Lieutenant Holly to see me struggle with something as simple as standing. The captain's office had double doors that slid apart as I approached. Where Lieutenant Bass's office had been small and utilitarian, the captain's large office held more creature comforts than any other place on the ship that I had seen so far. That might have been customary, never having been summoned to a captain's office before. I had no way of knowing for sure. Until my promotion to staff sergeant while still recovering on Titan, I was an average grunt who never went near senior officers if I could help it. I still felt an undeniable sense of apprehension as I walked into Dunning's workspace. She was seated behind a wide desk, the surface of which showed 3 hollow projectors. I could see that she had 2 pages of information projected, and the 3rd projector showed the command interface of her computer. As I walked forward, trying not to limp, she passed her hand over a switch to deactivate the holograms. She waved at one of the chairs across from her desk.
Have a seat, Staff Sergeant, she said. I take it you've gotten settled and met your team.
Yes, Captain, I replied. Everything is in order.
And the armory?
It's in passable shape, I said honestly.
I expect things to be tip-top, not merely passable, she said.
I agree, and we'll see to it personally, I assured her.
That's what I want to hear. We've got a full load, and we haven't had to use anything in my last 2 cruises, other than the ammunition fired at the range.
I nodded. The common weapon was a laser blaster, which didn't fire ammo, but there were other weapons that fired flechettes, tranquilizers, non-lethal rubber bullets, and even some depleted uranium rounds. And there were probably more that I'd find once I'd done a more exhaustive inventory of the armory.
As you know, we also have explosives on board, the captain continued. And any personal weapons must be checked into the armory once we're on our way.
I knew that some captains let the Marines keep their personal weapons in their lockers, but it seemed that this one wouldn't. That's where I had stowed my revolver and tactical shotgun. Obviously, I would have to move them to the armory. If they were fired anywhere but the range, it could cause major problems for the ship and my career. Yes, Captain, I replied.
I don't micromanage, Staff Sergeant. I simply expect excellence and efficiency from all my department heads. What I don't want is drama. I know that your people will work with the platoons to ensure that they have everything they need in a timely fashion and without any issues.
Yes, Captain,
and I expect that the weapons under your care will remain in proper working order. If, heaven forbid, we run into the Orcasi, lives will depend on the reliability of the weapons in your charge.
They'll be ready for any event we encounter, I promised.
Excellent,
she said, standing up. I followed her example, trying not to show the pain that the movement from seated to standing caused. The spasms passed, and I began to move away from my chair.
I'm happy to have you on board, Staff Sergeant. Your reputation precedes you.
I'm just a Marine, nothing more. She gave me a hard look, then nodded.
Very well, Staff Sergeant. Unless there's a problem, we may not see a lot of each other on this cruise. But my door is always open. Don't sweep any matters under the rug and let them fester.
Yes, Captain, I said, coming to attention and saluting.
Dismissed.
I brought my hand back down but couldn't turn on my heel the way I'd been taught in basic training. Fortunately, Dunning had already returned her attention to something on her desk. I didn't stumble, even if I couldn't perform the crisp movements I wanted. The realization made me feel broken as I carefully exited her office.
How'd it go?
Lieutenant Holly asked. Fine, I answered, trying to return her smile. I don't think I succeeded. In response, a look I hadn't seen before passed across her face.
Staff Sergeant, have you been up to the wreck deck?
No, I said. I haven't been above Echo.
Well, I don't know what your schedule is, but I'll be on watch in the CIC at 0400.
She said.
The best coffee on the ship is served up on the wreck deck, and I like to get a cup about an hour before just to get my motor running. If you're around, I wouldn't mind a little company.
0300 then, I said. I think I can make that. She gave me a smile, and I felt my spirits lift. It wasn't a date, it wasn't even a flirtation, but I wouldn't pass it up either way. As I headed down to the Armory, I thought that my luck might just be turning. Chapter 3. The ship filled up by noon, and at 1400 hours Zulu time, we had separated from the Pathfinder and embarked on our cruise. The artificial gravity inside the ship made it impossible to sense the motion of the huge vessel. I spent the afternoon with Nate and Trix in the Armory. My shift was from 0600 to noon. But I wanted an accurate inventory of the Armory's weapons and munitions. While Nate went over to the weapons checkout system with Trix, I made a mental list of the weapons we carried. There were 120 LARs and 150 gas-powered flechette sidearms, a standard-issue military weapon made by the Wesson Corporation. The pistols were reliable and could be deadly, but they had a short effectivity range and were useless against armor. The Armory also had 30 heavy plasma cannons, with body harnesses that allowed the user to focus on utilizing the weapon. Without the harness, the rapid-fire plasma cannon was difficult to hold. Unlike most guns, the pistol grip and trigger were on the top of the cannon, which had a thick, rotating barrel that fired gel-filled, impact-activated rounds. These latex bullets split open on impact, mixing two chemical compounds that then expanded and produced a superheated plasma. It was very effective against armor, since it would stick to whatever it hit and burned at temperatures over 800 degrees. In addition, there were 24 sniper rifles, crowd-control repeaters, and high-caliber autonomous security guns that were mounted on tripods and could be fired remotely. I also found heavy-duty combat armor, emergency survival supplies, and putty and liquid explosives for tactical deployment. There were detonators, blasting caps, and chemicals for making a wide range of explosive devices, along with containers and thousands of ball bearings to load in the bombs. Overall, the Armory was well stocked and arranged. I thought that I might get bored over time, but there was plenty to keep me busy for the foreseeable future. After a year of just trying to get healthy again, The prospect of taking care of this armory seemed like a perfect fit. Losing track of my shift, I stuck around until late in the afternoon. Then I spent an hour working out and went to bed early. At 02:45, my slate buzzed to wake me up, which I did with a groan. The hardest part of my injuries was getting started in the mornings. I managed to get out of bed and dressed, but it took half an hour before I finally made it up to the wreck deck. 5 flights of stairs left my legs feeling shaky. My PT regimen wasn't designed for stamina, and I had lost so much muscle after getting wounded. When I saw Lieutenant Holly seated in a breathtaking new setting, all of those thoughts melted away. The wreck deck, an enormous space, lived up to its name. There were game stations, a movie theater, snack machines, and even an observation bubble. Lieutenant Holly was lingering near a kiosk with a large coffee dispenser. She saw me coming, and that equally breathtaking smile lit up her face.
"You made it," she said.
There were a few other people milling about, but the deck was mostly empty. So powerful was her influence that it felt as if my muscles grew stronger under her gaze. I joined her near the coffee kiosk. "Sorry I'm late."
"You aren't late," she said. "To be honest, I didn't think you'd come. Most people don't care to be up this early if they don't have to be."
"It's all a mental game," I said. "Especially on a ship. There's no real difference between day and night, just numbers on a clock."
"Have you been on lots of ships like this?"
"Sure, I guess. I did 2 years on a regular enlistment before adding a 10-year stint to join the TAC teams." She pointed at my Screaming Eagle pin, which was the only decoration I really cared about, although I dutifully wore the other required ribbons and emblems, such as the orange rocker that signified my 8 combat operations.
"Is it hard to step away?"
she asked. "From TAC?" I shrugged my shoulders. "Maybe a little. Realistically, I know I couldn't do what I used to do. I would never want to go in like this anyway."
"You might get killed,"
she said seriously. "No, sure, I might get killed, but that's not why I wouldn't want to go," I stammered. "It's more that I would probably get someone else killed. That is much, much worse than dying."
"How do you know? You've never been dead,"
she said playfully. I couldn't answer. I felt a lump in my throat as tears threatened to fill my eyes. Instead of answering, I stepped past her and plucked a cup from the dispenser, filling it with coffee from the machine. It chugged softly as the hot liquid filled my cup.
"Did I say something wrong?"
the lieutenant asked. "No," I replied, not altogether truthfully. "It's just a difficult subject."
Orange means 8, right? I mean, you've been in battle 8 times.
"Yeah, but they all kind of mix together after a while. What about you? Is this your first cruise?" I asked as I tore open small packages of sugar and poured the tiny crystals into my drink.
"You noticed that, huh?"
she said, the playful tone suffusing her voice once again.
"I just finished 3 years at Fleet Academy. I'll shadow the senior officers throughout this cruise, then pick my specialty."
"Like what?" I asked.
"Navigation, comms, fire control. You know, all the command areas. I have to pick one before it's back to school for another year. When I get out, I'll be your first lieutenant assigned to a ship. From there, it's merit-based progression. If I do well, I make commander and serve as someone's first officer for a while. Then I'll get my own ship."
She looked around wistfully. "Sounds like you've got it all planned out," I said, adding cream to my coffee. I took a sip and nodded to myself. It was good coffee. I would have to keep that in mind. Every ship had its secrets, and clearly the coffee on the wreck deck was one of Ryla's.
"Sure. It's sort of planned out for me,"
she said, leading the way toward the observation bubble.
"There's no fast track to becoming a captain, though. You have to put in the time and wait your turn."
"What happens after you captain a ship?"
"You mean, What do I see for my future after that?
I nodded as we walked into the observation bubble. Everywhere else on the ship, the views were recreated on large wall displays from external cameras attached to the ship's hull. But the observation bubble was made from the same transparent polymer that constituted the walls along the ship's walkways. It was astounding to see expanses of space as we traveled faster than the speed of light. Surrounded by an anti-gravity envelope, the light streaked past in different colors. I had seen FTL travel on movies and television shows, but never with my own eyes. Yes, after you've been a spectacular ship's captain, what's next? I asked, trying not to stare into her eyes as we talked.
If I'm lucky, I'll make Admiral and command an entire armada of ships.
You want to fight? I asked.
I won't run away from it, she said. That's what we train for.
The Orcasi don't fight fair, I reminded her.
I've seen the reports and videos of the battles, and we ran simulators at the academy. I didn't join the Navy to fight, but I will if I have to.
She seemed determined, and suddenly so very young. At that moment, I felt like we were worlds apart. I wanted to get closer to her, not just physically, but also emotionally, even as I realized we were moving in different directions. She was ambitious and full of hope, where I was cynical and just trying to hold on to the little I had.
Does it hurt?
She asked after a moment of silence. We had moved to reclining seats that angled back and gave us a view through the observation bubble. Until that moment, I had forgotten all about the pain. Few things could heal the ache in my leg, the spasms in my back, or the sensation of burning in the scar tissue along my shoulder and up the left side of my face. Being with her, sipping good coffee and watching the galaxy slip by as we raced toward the Leona system, I had experienced a moment of respite, one of very few afforded to me. Sometimes, I lied, but you get used to it. The hardest part is looking in the mirror.
What? That's crazy,
she said.
Why?
It's a very tangible and unavoidable reminder of how ugly I am.
Don't say that,
she said softly.
You have scars, but they don't make you ugly, Staff Sergeant.
Call me Van. Everyone does, I told her. And you don't have to say that. I wasn't much to look at before.
Before Xueting C?
She leaned toward me.
Was it terrible?
I honestly don't remember the details, I said. Just the fear.
You almost died.
Good people did die. When things fall apart in theater, it's... I couldn't speak past the lump that was back in my throat. She didn't say anything, just sat beside me. I could feel her eyes on me, her deep gaze penetrating into my very soul. I had made sure to stay to her left so that she saw my right side, not the scarred parts of me. Yet I felt like maybe she was seeing something even more scarred than my skin. It made me uncomfortable.
You don't have to talk about it,
she said, breaking the silence. I felt a wave of relief. I hated to even think about the battle on Xueting C, and I certainly didn't want to talk about it. Despite this, I knew that if Lieutenant Holly asked me, I would tell her everything. Not because I wanted to, but because I didn't want the illusion to end. Being around her made me feel as close to normal as I had in over a year.
My father was a Marine. He never talked about combat, she continued. I didn't even know he had fought until I learned what his ribbons meant when I started looking into the service as a teenager.
He didn't want you in the Corps?
Oh, hell no. He forbade me to join the Marines. The fleet or civilian life were my only two options. Honestly, I doubt he would have stuck to that if I'd really wanted to go into the Marines. But the Navy seemed like a better fit. When I was accepted into Fleet Academy, it made for an easy decision.
Were you from Earth? I asked.
Yes. You?
Alaska, I said with a touch of pride.
Do you miss it?
Sometimes. My family has a homestead there, and we did a lot of hard work, even through the dark winters.
I thought it was always winter in Alaska, she teased.
You're not wrong. Even worse, for a month or so each year the sun didn't come up. It could be depressing, but it was good preparation for the Corps. Her slate alarm sounded before she could ask another question.
I knew this would happen, just when the conversation got interesting, too.
Glad to know I'm interesting.
Of course you are. Although, I can't tell if you're as self-deprecating as you seem.
What you see is what you get, I told her as she stood up.
I have to go, Van,
she said. I admit, it made my heart flutter when she said my name.
But I've enjoyed our conversation.
So have I replied. See you around, Lieutenant.
You can call me Jordan,
she said.
Are you walking?
I think I'll finish my coffee. You were right, it's good.
Best on the ship.
I pretended to watch the vast reaches of space shooting past the windows. In fact, I didn't want her to see me trying to crane my stiff neck. I was glad I had an excuse to stay in the reclining seat, too. It was comfortable, but I knew that getting out of it would be difficult and painful. I waited until I was sure she was gone before trying to wrestle my rebellious body out of the seat. The coffee cups had lids, and I managed not to spill what was left of mine. Finally back on my feet, I refilled from the coffee dispenser, then slowly made my way down to Bravo and retrieved my personal weapons to carry to the Armory. There, I let Trix log them and stow them in a secure locker. You drew the short straw, huh? I asked, alluding to the early morning hour.
The dock watch isn't so bad, Trix replied wryly. I read the entire manual on the Lars. I haven't broken one down since basic. Still haven't quite got it, to be honest.
Well, we've got a couple of hours. I'll show you how. We only have 120 to go.
Yay!
She quipped, the faux sarcasm in her voice belying some honest enthusiasm. She was in many ways the opposite of Jordan. I mentally savored her name. Clearly content where she was, Trix had no grand plans, as I learned during our idle conversation while we worked. I broke down the rifles while she cleaned and oiled them. Then we collaborated to put them back together again. There was something therapeutic about working with my hands, which had been spared among the damage incurred on Xueting C, and the familiar work on the Lars took no conscious thought. When her shift ended, Trix was happy to go. Almost immediately after her departure, the Armory computer dinged with an incoming message. I walked over and took a glance. Lieutenant Bass was spending the morning with Alpha Squad in the simulator, while Bravo Squad used the live ammunition range. They would swap places for the afternoon. That meant 28 Lars and flechette sidearms needed to be ready to use. Trix and I had already prepped 30, stowing them in the rack closest to the Armory window. I retrieved batteries for the rifles and more of their reloads. Each Marine would get 1 LAR, 6 batteries, 1 Wesson pistol, and 3 clips filled with metal-tipped flechettes. Everything was ready when the first Marines appeared, swaggering over to my window with an attitude. I remembered the feeling, being the best of the best, the most feared operators in the Corps, gave a person a sense of ownership of their surroundings. I started scanning slates and issuing weapons to the Marines sporting their TAC battle armor, a lightweight shell with adaptive camouflage. Each took a rifle and clipped it to the harness that hung from their neck and around one shoulder. They slipped the batteries into the pouches on their belts after checking the power display to ensure the LAR wasn't already loaded. The pistols went into thigh holsters, and the clips of ammunition slid into loops on the opposite hip. Most of the Marines nodded politely, but few spoke to me. I didn't expect them to. I knew who they were and what they were there for. Besides, I had enough to focus on. Passing out the weapons and making sure each one was scanned so that we had a record of exactly what I'd issued took time, and I didn't rush. The last thing I wanted was to make a mistake during my first day in the Armory. I was almost finished when Sergeant Barker stepped up to the window. The same evil grin split the lower half of his square head. A dark swathe of unshaved stubble covered his cheeks and chin, which surprised me. A Marine under my command who forgot to shave would have made up for it in training. But Barker didn't seem to care, and it certainly wasn't my place to point it out.
Staff Sergeant Van Horn, it looks like you found a hole to hide in, Barker said.
A hole full of guns, I replied without looking at him as I scanned his slate. Just the way I like it.
I bet you do, he sneered. You could probably use some of those sniper rifles as crutches.
Maybe, I said, ignoring the verbal jab. He leaned in the window and lowered his voice as I handed him a law.
Tell the truth. How much of you did the Orcs chew off? Just your... Sergeant, shut your yap and get your gear, a stern voice shouted. You're holding up the line. Yes, First Sergeant, Barker said, his eyes sparkling with glee.
Marines like him, I mused, enjoyed drawing the ire out of their superiors almost as much as they derived sadistic pleasure from torturing those below them in rank. I was officially Barker's superior, but it was clear he thought of me as someone unfit even to shine his boots. I could ignore most things, but I didn't want to encourage Barker to keep coming after me. Next, I said, as I pushed the rest of Barker's allotted gear across the window toward him. What happened next almost made me laugh. He jerked toward me as if he were going to jump through the window and attack me. At the same time, he barked like a dog. It was a test, a gag intended to make me flinch so that he could laugh about it with his cronies. I didn't move. My eyes never left his. If he thought he could intimidate me by threatening me with bodily harm, he was sadly mistaken. "Barker!" the First Sergeant called out. "I'm moving, First Sergeant," he replied with a forced chuckle. I watched him go, realizing that at some point I would have to show Barker that I wasn't as infirm as he seemed to think. After handing out weapons to 2 more Marines, I was met at the window by a vaguely familiar face. At first I couldn't place it, then it dawned on me. "Orange Rocker, I guess you've seen a few things," Phil Carney said. The familiar man was older than me by nearly 10 years, with deep lines that appeared around his eyes as he smiled. He had a thick beard and a bald head that distinguished him, but it was the tattoo on his bare forearm that brought the memory back. "A few," I replied. "You don't remember me," he said. "Corporal Carney, how could I forget?" "That was a long time ago. First Sergeant now," he said. His own rocker was green, denoting 6 combat engagements. In my mind, Phil Carney was the perfect TAC operator. Solid muscle, a fearless attitude, and a knack for killing things. We'd been in the same platoon, although in different squads, right after I'd completed my TAC qualifications. The 2 units had friendly competitions that deepened our acquaintance, but Carney had been transferred, and over the years we'd lost touch. "My first platoon out of Q school," I said. "I never heard where you went." "They needed TAC operators for a recruiting tour," Carney explained. "Someone thought I looked the part." "They were right, you still do." The rest of the platoon was headed back down the stairs, but Carney lingered. "I heard about Xueting C. That must have been tough. I'm glad to see you made it back." "Most of me," I replied, then waved at the racks of weapons around me. "And now I have a lovely new home." Carney shook his head. "These green kids coming up today don't get it. They don't have the mental toughness that it takes to hit the wall and keep going. There's too much political influence in the Corps.
They've even watered down Q School enough that anyone can make it. Hey, listen, speaking of which, I'm sorry about Dog.
Dog? I asked, but in the back of my mind, I had the feeling I knew who he was talking about.
That's Sergeant Barker's call sign. Clever, huh?
It fits him.
Sure does. All bark and no bite. He should know better. The kid doesn't even have a combat engagement under his belt, and he thinks he can run through a brick wall.
I've known the type. Don't worry, I'm not taking it personally.
I just wanted to let you know that he doesn't speak for the rest of us.
Sure, I agreed, but privately I thought that Barker probably represented more of his platoon than Carney wanted to admit.
We should get a drink and catch up, Carney said.
Sure, I'd like that, I agreed politely, but I could tell that Carney didn't really mean it. The first sergeant nodded, then hurried after his platoon. It took me a minute to shake off the unsettled feeling that had come over me. Although I barely knew him, I could tell that Phil Carney was a good guy and a good operator. After all, he had risen to first sergeant, which was no easy feat. He had been friendly with me, yet I got the distinct impression that he didn't like seeing me any more than Barker did. Probably because I represented the worst possible outcome for someone like Carney. He could face any danger and do any job, no matter how terrible or what the odds. But he would rather die in the field than live through what I had endured. No one whose entire adult life had been built on overcoming physical challenges wanted to face the reality that they could lose that in battle and end up relegated to sidelines. No, Carney wouldn't seek me out, and I wouldn't go looking for him. We had been brothers once, but that was a different life, and I didn't need to relive the past. Better that I put it behind me and move forward. I reminded myself that's what we had been taught on the TAC teams. Always keep moving forward. Chapter 4. It didn't take long to establish my routine. I walked the same paths to the same places and did the same things day after day. I rose early, spent the mornings on the rec deck, took my shift in the Armory, did my PT in the afternoon, and turned in early. For much of this, I was alone, even in my living space. Pat and I were on different shifts, and I was usually in my bunk by the time he returned from his duties at the simulator or firing range. Every day at the Armory, I passed out weapons and checked them back in. We took inventory every fifth, usually in the morning before my shift formally began, but while Trix was still in the Armory. She was good at her job. She didn't complain or cause problems. In fact, she didn't really talk much at all. It was clear to me that she was more interested in actions than words, and with her quiet determination, she was quickly becoming an expert on the weapons we oversaw. She could break them all down, identify the parts, service the weapons, and put them back together. It made my job easy. Occasionally, I stayed around after my shift to oversee Nate. He was good at his job too, but he had a knack for picking the best options for himself, like scooping up the afternoon shift. It was busy enough that the time passed quickly, and he could also forego the maintenance of the weapons without raising any red flags. Less frequently, I returned to the Armory to check on Kelly as well, but she was efficient and focused. All told, they were a good team. So good that my life on the Ryla was almost boring. I tried to stave that off as best as I could, the relative ease of the routine keeping me on my guard. At TAC Q school, or qualifying school, I had been taught to be wary of things going well. When everything was working as it should, a person could easily find themselves lulled into complacency. My workout routine wasn't where I was going to shake up my days. They were always the same since I wasn't lifting heavy weights. There was no need for rest. My body needed the daily therapy to keep my joints flexible and the muscles around them strong. I was getting stronger, regaining some of the muscles that I had lost, It was a slow process that would take years to complete, but I was making progress. My routine did make me predictable, and Theo Barker took full advantage of that. When he showed up in the training center one day near the end of my daily workout, I didn't even register that he was there. In fact, I didn't see him coming until it was almost too late. I was finishing my workout by massaging my aching muscles with a foam roller, propped on my arms with the roller under my left hip. I was so focused on stretching my muscles that I didn't notice Barker, who kicked one of my arms out from under me. I crashed hard on the mat, less hurt than I was angry and embarrassed.
"Oh, excuse me," Barker said. "I didn't see you there."
He had two of his buddies with him, and they were all three laughing. I thought they would pass by soon enough when Barker didn't get a rise out of me. The man took every opportunity to try and get under my skin, but I had no problem ignoring him. Most of the time, I was inside the armory with no way for him to get near me, so he bored of taunting me quickly enough. The training room, however, was different, and instead he stood nearby, waiting to see what I would do. "Move on, Sergeant," I told him. "You've had your fun."
"What?"
Barker said with his tone growing cold.
"Are you trying to tell me what to do, old man?"
I was almost 10 years older than Barker. Although I did appear older, I kept the hair that covered most of my head buzzed short, and the scars around my left eye socket and ear looked a lot like age wrinkles. I started to get to my feet. For most of my career, I'd been able to move from prone to standing in less than a second. Since Xueting C, getting up was a laborious process. I had to roll onto my hands and knees, slowly maneuver my good leg under me, push myself upright on that knee, and finally hold the wall to get back on both feet. Barker didn't let me get that far. As soon as I started up, he moved toward me. All it took was a nudge, and I toppled over. His friends laughed cruelly.
"You don't deserve to wear that eagle," Barker sneered down at me. "You're just an old cripple. I can't even see why the Corps even lets you stick around."
"I used to be as ignorant as you," I said, no longer trying to get up. "I thought I could conquer the galaxy single-handedly. But I was wrong, and so were you. I saw the kick coming and instantly knew it wouldn't do me any good to try and avoid it. Instead, I tightened my core and absorbed the blow. At the same time, I wrapped my good arm around Barker's ankle and rolled toward him. His knee bent at an awkward angle and he fell. I kept moving, using his shock to my advantage. While I was far slower than the tough Marine, I knew exactly what I was doing. He rolled away from me, trying to get up, but I lunged forward and drove my fist into his back, just above the waist, with all my strength in my good arm. It was enough to make him arch his back in pain for a moment, then drop to his hands and knees. His friends were calling for him to retaliate. I knew if that happened, I would be finished. Once upon a time, I probably could have wiped the floor with a cocky operator like Barker. He talked the talk, but he hadn't ever walked the walk. Some people got lucky and never saw combat their entire careers, but others also went out of their way to avoid the dangerous assignments. I had the feeling that, behind this tough attitude, Barker was a coward.
"Come on, stomp his ass, Doc,"
one of his friends said. They weren't shouting. They couldn't risk drawing too much attention to anything untoward taking place. On its own, 2 operators rolling on the mats in the training center wouldn't raise any eyebrows. The ship had a full company of Marines, and their job was to train in all kinds of combat. As long as the onlookers didn't act like we were really fighting, there was little chance that we would get caught. I didn't mind. I was never the type to walk away from a fight. I threw myself forward. Barker outweighed me by close to 100 pounds, muscular where I was atrophied. But I had enough momentum to take him down onto his stomach. Firmly planted on top of him, I jammed a thumb into the soft flesh below his ear and behind the joint where his jaw hinged. There was no way I could relent, so I pressed hard into his neck. When he reached for my hand, I jerked it away and drove my forearm into the back of his neck, my legs shuffling to move my body around. Barker squirmed, his face mashed into the yoga mat, his arms trying to press his body upward and off the mat. Thinking he might have learned his lesson, I let him rise. No such luck. Barker turned toward me, his face red with rage. "I'm going to kill you." I didn't even let him finish. My good right hand still had strength enough. I drove it forward, palm first, and hit him just under his chin. His teeth snapped together hard as he fell over, his whole body going stiff and his eyes rolling back in his head. My heart was pounding harder than I could remember it doing in a long time. But there was thrill in my soul at the same time. I turned toward Barker's friends, who hadn't moved. They were staring at their friend in disbelief as I struggled to my feet. "When he comes to, thank him for a fun grappling match," I said. I didn't wait around. Barker would be groggy for a few minutes, but he would still be dangerous. For the foreseeable future, I would have to be careful around him and stay alert. My broken body wouldn't hold up in another fight. I had gotten the upper hand on him this time because he didn't think I was a threat. The next time, he would be more prepared, and it would take more than luck for me to come out on top. Even directly after the fight, my ribs ached, and I knew they would be bruised and sore for days. I decided to skip dinner for an early night. After my shower, I popped a couple of painkillers and crawled into my bunk, hoping the anti-inflammatories would keep the damage to a minimum. The next morning, I was a wreck. Breathing hurt, and moving was agony. I had the clearance to work while taking the narcotics, but I knew that any more of them would make my head feel stuffy and my spirits plummet. Instead, I took some over-the-counter pain relievers and went for my morning coffee. The stairs were torture, but eventually I made it up to the rec deck, where I found myself alone. Lieutenant Holly, Jordan, I reminded myself, again enjoying the privilege of her first name, had been there every morning for a week before her schedule changed. These days, I was lucky just to catch a glimpse of her hurrying through the corridors. Our friendship had grown, but that was all it was. There was no time for romance or a simpler shipboard affair. Even if there was interest, we both knew that we were unlikely to see each other again after the cruise was over. Some military couples made it work, but I felt it would be too much effort. Not for me, but undoubtedly for Jordan. She had ambitions, and I would have only slowed her down. Loving me would take time and patience that I wasn't sure she had. I couldn't saddle her with an emotional investment that might distract her from her promising young career, and while she seemed interested, she herself didn't push too hard. Probably because she knew it would have been a mistake. While I agreed with that assessment, it was a painful reality to face. Every morning following her schedule change, I went up to the rec deck with the hope that she might be back, and every morning I was disappointed. But the coffee was good, and the routine kept me grounded. I had even started bringing Trix a cup of decaf. It wasn't as good as the real thing, but it still wasn't bad for decaffeinated military Java. When I saw Barker later that day, he had a nasty blue-black bruise on the bottom of his chin. He looked sullen and didn't speak when he checked out his weapon. The cocksure attitude was gone, replaced by a boiling resentment held in check by what I could only assume was fear. The young operator had likely never been bested before, probably because he looked for the weak opponents. Suddenly, he had to stare into the eyes of defeat for the first time, and it frightened him. Perhaps it was a good lesson for him to learn. Better to face defeat on the mats than in a firefight.
"I don't suppose you know what happened to Sergeant Barker?"
Carney asked when he came to the armory window. "No idea," I lied as I gathered the first sergeant's weapons for the training Lieutenant Bass had assigned to the TAC teams.
"He's got a nasty bruise and won't talk," Carney said. It's like he tangled with someone who got the jump on him.
Big guy like that? I don't know who that could have been, I said.
He likes to go after low-hanging fruit, if you know what I mean, Connie said. I'm kind of surprised it wasn't you.
I frowned and shook my head. Not my job.
If you say so. Well, catch you on the flip side, Connie said casually.
See you around,
I countered, just as casually.
Perhaps we wouldn't have been quite so casual if we'd known what was to come. I had no idea that I would never see any of them again. Chapter 5.
"1 Mike Charlie, this is the captain."
Dunning's voice boomed over the ship's outspeakers.
"We have transitioned out of hyperspace into the Leona system. Successfully. Prepare to drop the deep space communications satellite and begin exploratory operations. That is all."
I listened to the announcement with interest. Reaching a new system wasn't exactly groundbreaking at this point in space exploration. But it still meant that somewhere in the annals of history, my name would be a footnote. A person could, in theory, look up the crew of the SF Ryler and find me. Not that anyone would want to. I didn't have people who cared to keep tabs on me. My father had died when I was a teenager, and my mother, needing help on our isolated homestead deep within the interior of Alaska, had remarried. She and my stepfather didn't have the time or the energy to keep up with my escapades in outer space. Still, the captain's announcement gave me, and probably every other member of the crew, a slight feeling of accomplishment. We were doing something valuable and worthwhile. I was a little surprised when the armory door buzzed. I looked up and saw Trix coming in, excitement written across her face.
"We just made history,"
she enthused. "Indeed," I replied. "We're famous." It was a joke, of course. We were the anonymous crew members, but we would know. Since there weren't a lot of other perks to being in the fleet, we took whatever benefits we could get.
"Do you think we're close enough to see the planet?"
"Absolutely. Why are you here, though, Trix? Don't you have some friends you should be sharing this moment with?" Trix shrugged her shoulders.
"I work the dog watch. There aren't too many people with my schedule. Everyone I know is at their duty station."
"So you came to yours," I said.
"I just thought—"
She left the sentence hanging in a way that made me feel for her. I considered Trix a friend, one of the few I had on the ship. But I was also her NCO. Our working relationship had framed the way I thought about her, and the slight distance I'd put between us. "You're welcome in here with me any time," I said as I gave my aching back a stretch. "Why don't you see if you can pull up the externals on our monitor?" She smiled and hurried over to the Armory computer. Unlike most of the ship, which was fully outfitted with the latest tech, the Armory only had a single computer station with an old-fashioned display. We were still connected to the ship's network and had access to the external cameras. She shuffled through a few that showed black, empty space. Then Leonard B appeared, much closer than I'd expected. In fact, we were practically in orbit. "We must have dropped out of hyperspace right on the spot," I said, moving over beside Trix to view the new world.
"It's amazing,"
she breathed, a note of awe in her voice. The planet was a swirl of color, lit by the star Leonis like a jewel on display. The light illuminated swathes of white clouds and patches of dark blue water surrounded by brown land masses. I was more than a little surprised. Of all the worlds humanity had discovered and explored since leaving the Sol system, none even came close to Earth. Most were barren like Mars or filled with an atmosphere hostile to life. By comparison, Leonis B looked pristine and almost verdant. It didn't have the lush greens of Earth, but it certainly looked promising.
"You think it's as perfect as it looks?"
Trix asked. "Doubtful," I replied. "But who knows? It might be." I didn't get to finish my sentence. A flash of light washed out the picture, and, at the same moment, a violent shake rippled across the Ryler. I was nearly knocked off my feet, but I managed to grab hold of the counter that was attached to our window pass-through, where the computer monitor was mounted.
"Van!"
Trix yelped. The light shifted to red as an alarm blared. My blood ran cold, and the hair on the back of my neck bristled stiffly. I looked over at Trix and grabbed her hand. With my right hand, I took a firm grip on the counter in front of me, knowing what was about to happen. Suddenly, the entire armory went dark, as did the rest of the ship that we could see out of the pass-through. My stomach flipped as the artificial gravity suddenly gave out. Trix screamed. I felt her floating up and pulled her down. "Grab onto something, Trix," I snapped. "We don't have much time."
"What's happening?"
she cried out. "We're under attack," I said, my mind shuffling through the next steps I needed to take. The emergency lights came back on, along with sirens. Outside the armory's window, I saw debris floating. There was no time to hesitate. I reached up for the emergency lever, which had a protective cover on it marked in large letters, "Use only in case of emergency." A groaning, wrenching sound ripped through the ship, the awful noise of a vessel breaking apart under the tremendous forces of hard vacuum. The Ryler had been compromised. The bright flashes we'd seen had to be some type of weapon. I realized, although whether one of ours or one belonging to the Orcasi, I couldn't be sure. I just knew that the Ryler was going to pieces, and I certainly didn't want to follow. Steeling myself, I flipped back the protective cover of the emergency lever and yanked the ejection handle. The response of the armory was immediate. A thick metal slab instantly dropped over the pass-through window, and the red emergency lights dimmed. What neither of us expected was a sudden feeling of movement. Trix cried out again, and I might have joined in. My mind felt detached from my body in what felt more like a bad dream than reality. "Get to the emergency station," I shouted. The armory had space for 3 people to strap themselves in under the workbench. It was equipped with harnesses and oxygen masks. I didn't know if we'd need them. I didn't know what the armory was about to do. We were detached from the ship, but were we going toward the planet or out into empty space? If the Ryler were destroyed, what chance did we have to survive? There would be no one to rescue us, certainly not from the broken ship, and not from the rest of the fleet for a very long time. Even if we made it down to the planet, the atmosphere could be toxic. Since I had no way of knowing, all I could do was follow the safety protocols. My training kicked in, and I pushed off the counter to float toward the workbench. I suddenly thought of my pills in my berth, locked in the cabinet where Pat kept his booze. What would I do without them? I tried to use them only sparingly, but the memory of the debilitating pain from my wounds came back to me. The thought of trying to survive without them terrified me. I felt fear trying to paralyze me, not merely trepidation, but the gut-wrenching fear that came from combat, from knowing that I was balanced on a tiny wire and death was all around me. If not for the sight of Trix, I might have given in to the fear. The young Marine looked distraught, her small elfin face pinched with fear. My protective instincts kicked in. Thinking of my own safety couldn't break through the barrage of fear assaulting my mind, but taking care of my team members could. Trix was there, right in front of me, her hands on the workbench, her feet floating out from under her. I reached under the bench and grabbed a safety harness. With my other hand, I reached out and grabbed Trix by the arm. "I've got you," I said in a firm voice. "We're going to be okay." She nodded, but the look in her eyes made it clear that she wasn't convinced. I pulled her down under the workbench. My left arm anchored me to the surface above, trembling uncontrollably. At least, without gravity, Trix wasn't hard to move, and it wasn't strenuous to hold myself in place. "Strap in," I ordered.
"Yes, sir,"
she replied in a shaky voice, her own training kicking in. Basic had been a long time ago, even for Trix. and she had spent many years since as an administrative assistant on Earth's moon. But no Marine ever lost the ability to react to a sergeant's commands. It was second nature, with no conscious thought required. I shouted, and she reacted. Trix reached out, grabbed the harness, and pulled herself under the workbench. I did the same. It wasn't easy getting strapped in. My mind expected gravity, but there was none. The harnesses were floating eerily, and the light was dim, a nightmarish red haze. I had lived through worse, however, and eventually we both managed to secure ourselves. Our upper bodies were held tight against the metal supports under the workbench, our feet sticking out toward the cabinets full of ammunition and supplies.
"We're going to die,"
Trix said in a tiny voice that sounded almost childlike. I shook my head as my mind began to think through the possible ensuing scenarios. We were alive, and that meant we had hope. "No," I said. This part of the ship was made to be jettisoned. It's like a big escape pod.
"What if there's no one left to rescue us?"
"Then we'll have to rescue ourselves," I told her. My calm assurances belied my own feelings. It was horrifying to think of floating away, adrift in space. How long would the emergency power supply last? We had enough air for several hours, I guessed. That hardly mattered. We would surely freeze to death before that. Space was cold, and it would take copious amounts of power to keep the armory warm. Then I remembered the heavy battle armor stored in the armory. It was insulated and rated for hard vacuum operations. Specialized as I was in TAC operations, I wasn't over-familiar with it, but I had made it my job to know a little something about everything in the armory, including the battlesuits. I hit the quick release on my harness and pushed up, banging my head into the edge of the workbench as I did so. It was a glancing blow, painful but not serious, and I had so much adrenaline pumping through my veins that I hardly even noticed it.
"What are you doing?"
Trix cried out. "Making sure we survive," I said. The drawers were held shut with little magnets. I gave the wide drawer where the heavy armor was kept a tug, and it popped open. "Here," I said. "We need to get into these." I pulled one of the suits out. The material was thick like the old quilts I remembered from childhood. The manual said the heavy armor was made of ludar, a highly tensile synthetic material that was incredibly hard to penetrate. Inside was a self-sealing, airtight bodysuit. Once activated, it would shrink down and create a barrier between the user and hard vacuum. There were armor plates over the vital organs, and the helmets were equipped with connectors for air and power. Getting into the heavy suits in zero gravity was difficult, but we managed it. Having a task helped push back the fear, and with the returned capacity for rational thought, I began to think about what had happened. "We'll get down to the planet," I said firmly, although it was more of a hope than a fact.
"What if the air's toxic?"
Trix countered. "It won't be," I said. "Remember those lights that flashed on the monitor?"
"How could I forget?"
"Those were laser blasts."
"Someone shot us?"
"Not just someone. It was the Orcs.
"They're here? That wasn't expected."
"It's the only possible explanation," I mused as I checked her suit. "It had to be the Orcs that shot us down. Leonis B might have indigenous life, but we didn't see any satellites or other signs of technology. If this was the first encounter with a new species, I don't think they would just blast us right off the bat."
"That's a lot of assumptions,"
Trix said. "True, but it's all we've got to go on. If the Orcs want Leonis B, or maybe they're already on it, then we can assume the planet is habitable, since they have roughly the same atmospheric needs that we do. If not, they wouldn't bother to fight us for it."
"That's still so many ifs, Van,"
Trix insisted. "Fair," I admitted, letting her check my suit. "It's still the most probable scenario. We've never encountered any other spacefaring species. There's no reason we should start inventing things when there is a reasonable explanation. It's the Orcasi, and their protectiveness over this little planet means we've got a chance.
You're serious?
The look on her face reflected pure desperation. She so clearly wanted to believe me, while I knew I was simply guessing. With no real facts to base my hypothesis on, I wanted to believe me too. Yes, I said with all the conviction I could muster. A second later, the armory seemed to shift, and I felt a pull toward the floor. Trix looked frightened, but I reached out and grabbed her shoulder, giving it a good squeeze. "Gravity," I said. "We're about to start a descent to the planet. Get your helmet on." The helmets had large round face shields and sealed to the top of the armored suit. We snapped the seals shut, then made our way back to the harnesses under the workbench. With every passing second, the gravitational force seemed to increase.
What's happening?
Trix asked as its directionality shifted. We weren't being pulled toward the floor any longer. Instead, I could feel the gravity pulling me towards the row of Lars on the wall. "We're turning," I said. "Hurry!" We strapped in just as the gravity began to pull us toward the ceiling. It was a frightening experience, even protected by the heavy suits and strapped into the safety harnesses. I found oxygen lines and connected them to the backs of our helmets. Another cable connected our suits to the armory's computer, which was in standby mode. With relief, I noticed a readout that popped up on the inside of the helmet and showed the condition of the ejected armory. Emergency power was at 92%, and oxygen levels were optimal. "We're in good shape," I said, my voice sounding strange inside the helmet.
For now,
Trix replied, her voice coming through the helmet's comlink.
But what if there are no parachutes? What if we just crash to the surface?
"Well, the good news is we'll never know it," I replied, trying to sound as if that fate wouldn't be so bad.
I don't want to die,
Trix said. "We're not going to," I told her as my stomach lurched. The armory was in free fall, and the gravity seemed to be increasing exponentially. I knew that the Orcs were big creatures that could possibly endure a higher gravitational pull than humans were accustomed to, but I guessed the feeling of increased gravity was actually from the centrifugal force of the tumbling armory.
If the Orcasi shot us down,
Trix pointed out, speaking through audibly chattering teeth,
won't they come after us?
It was the obvious next step. Shoot down the Ryla, then hunt down any survivors. That thought both frightened and angered me. "Probably, we'll have to give them a surprise," I said. "We've got all the weapons we need." Trix took hold of my hand and squeezed it through the thin glove. I was surprised at the tactile feel of the heavy armor. It was almost like there was nothing between the skin of our hands. "You're going to be all right," I told Trix. I knew I was making a promise I potentially couldn't keep, but I meant it, and she needed to hear it. She was an adept Marine, trained for combat, but she had never experienced it. I was a TAC team veteran, trained to fight the Orcs on the ground, with 8 successful engagements at least, successful according to my record. I felt as if I was surrounded by ghosts in that armory, the memory of friends I had lost in conflict with the savage Orcasi. The best outcome I could hope for, if we didn't die on impact, was the opportunity to die fighting those that had taken so much from me. Chapter 6. It felt like we fell through Leonis B's atmosphere for an eternity. A roar rose through the armory's walls, building alongside our fear. Trix and I held tightly to each other and waited for something new to happen. Eventually, a beep in my helmet alerted me to the deployment of the parachutes that would slow our descent, and yet...
Why aren't we slowing down?
Trix asked desperately. Before I could even attempt to answer, the armory lurched. Pressure pushed at me so hard that my vision dimmed. In the next moment, like an answer to prayer, everything seemed to revert to normal. I could still feel the movement of the armory as it descended, but it was obvious that the safety chutes had opened. We were going to survive the landing, unless we touched down in water. The fear of that rattled inside my brain like a prisoner trying to escape his cell. A readout on the helmet's head-up display showed our altitude as 2,000 meters and falling. "We're going to make it," I reassured Trix. "Just hold on."
Will it hurt?
"I don't know," I said. "I've never gone down in an escape pod before." We waited, watching the numbers tick down. My whole body was shaking from the terror we had endured. Fear was like an old friend, only he wasn't welcome. I couldn't push it away entirely, though. We weren't going to die immediately, but that didn't mean we were safe. There were too many unknowns. In fact, I didn't even know how we would get out of the armory once we landed. Would the door just open? "Almost there," I said, as the altimeter passed 200 meters.
I'm scared,
Trix said. "That's okay. We've trained for this. We'll be fine." The altimeter passed 100 meters. "Brace yourself," I told her. The combination of fear and tension brought my old wound pain screaming back to existence. My back felt like it was on fire, and red-hot daggers of agony stabbed my left hip and knee. The phantom pain in my missing eye returned, and I fought the urge to rub it. I couldn't get to it with the helmet on, anyway. All I could do was close my eyes tightly and wait for touchdown. With a sudden, painful lurch, we hit the ground. For a moment, it felt as if my eardrums were exploding. Then, just as suddenly, it was quiet and still. "We made it," I said, reaching up with a trembling hand to pop open the safety harness.
I can't believe it.
Trix's voice was breathless and ragged. "Let's see what's what," I suggested. Getting up was hard. My helmet showed a specific gravity at 1.182, only slightly more than we were used to, but it felt like it was 100 times that as I lurched to an upright position. I knew that even a short amount of time in zero gravity made any gravity at all feel oppressive.
What now?
Trix asked. "We need to find out where we are and make sure we're safe," I said. "I'll see what I can find out in here. You get the survival gear. Let's set it out on the workbench so we know what we've got."
All right.
I went to the door to examine it. I didn't want to open it without knowing if the atmosphere was toxic, but I did want the option to be able to leave the armory. Already, I was beginning to feel claustrophobic. To my surprise, the computer monitor flicked on as I approached, displaying several icons on the screen. At the top was one labeled Atmospheric Conditions. I tapped the icon and heard something on the ceiling start to whir. The screen changed, from the list of icons to a readout that showed a variety of environmental factors. Nitrogen, oxygen, argon, carbon dioxide, and several other gases were included, with percentages given for each. Nitrogen was the most prominent, at 76%. Oxygen was at 22%, and the others were all less than 1%. A green box at the bottom read, "Conditions safe." The temperature was 88 degrees Fahrenheit with 32% humidity, and there was a light wind, 2 kilometers per hour, out of the south-southwest. I felt a wave of relief. My guess had been right. The world was safe. It was also a miraculous discovery to find a world not just in a habitable zone, but with conditions that truly qualified as a Goldilocks planet just right for life. There was a hospitable atmosphere, liquid water, and a reasonable ambient temperature. I hit a small icon in the monitor's corner with an arrow on it, and was returned to the initial screen. One of the many icons indicated a radar program, another for security measures. I pressed the latter and saw that the armory was on emergency lockdown, sealed for hard vacuum. There was a simple toggle to unlock it, which I flipped before navigating back to the home screen. I could control the power output, including the lights inside the armory. This was a boon, since the auxiliary batteries were down to 83%. I turned off the air pumps and kept only the red emergency lights on. I didn't want to waste what little power we had. "I'm going to check the door," I said, pulling one of the LARs from the rack.
Are you sure that's safe?
Trix asked. I turned to her. It was time for her to make a decision. She was doing what I had told her, laying out the survival equipment from one of the kits. But if she was going to make it, she couldn't harbor a false sense of security. Trix, you're a Marine, I said in a calm but firm tone. You didn't join the Corps to be safe, and we aren't looking for that, so put it out of your mind. We won't be safe as long as we're on this planet. Do you understand what I'm telling you? She was leaning against the workbench.
Van, I'm a clerk,
she said in a pitiful tone. I felt sorry for her, but going easy on Trix wouldn't keep her safe. She needed to be as strong and resourceful as I knew she could be. Most of all, she had to think clearly and act decisively if she was going to survive. No, I said. You're a Lance Corporal in the Marines. You were trained to fight, to overcome any obstacle, and to survive. That is exactly what we're going to do. She was quiet. I moved a step closer to her, trying to meet her eyes through our helmets. They were puffy and red, filled with tears, but I could see the bright green irises. You made it through basic training, I reminded her. If you can do that, you can do this. It's no different. Trust me, we'll work together, and you'll be fine. We're going to make it. Shakily, she nodded. Good, I said, popping a battery into the pistol grip of my rifle. I'm going to check on our surroundings. Stay here and keep working.
Take these,
she said and held out 2 round objects. They were the size of baseballs and featureless. What are they?
Scanner drones, she said. They'll sync up with your armor.
I took one and looked at it. At closer inspection, there was a small white line on the surface, and my intuition guided me to run my thumb across it. The little orb chirped and rose up out of my hand. An icon appeared on my HUD that said, Scout 1, active. The little orb floated over my shoulder and hovered there. That's new, I remarked.
It's an exploratory device,
Trix said. We could have used them on TAC missions, I said as I took the second drone. Using my thumb, I powered it on. The icon appeared on my HUD as it floated up over my other shoulder. All right, let's see what's out there, I said. The door to the armory was a sliding panel. I touched the release button to open it. Bright light flooded into the armory, revealing ground just outside the door comprised of sand and tiny rocks. There were bigger boulders nearby, as well as shrubbery. Not far away was a cluster of short trees that looked similar to palm trees from Earth. In the distance, mountains loomed, tall, stark, and angular. I stepped out of the armory and looked around. We were in what appeared to be a desert climate. The sky overhead was pale blue, with slight traces of clouds. When I turned and looked at the armory, I was surprised to see that it had been blackened in places. There were large parachutes lying half on the armory and half on the ground, unmoved by the weak wind that was blowing. I could tell at a glance they could double as camouflage. I made a quick circuit around the armory. There was no one in sight, so we weren't in immediate danger, but I could feel a sense of fear expanding in my chest. Whoever had shot us down, and I still suspected it was the Orcasi, would be looking for us. The armory was a target, and we needed to get away from it as soon as we could. Before going back inside, I walked out to the cluster of trees. To my relief, there was a pool of water beyond the trees, an oasis. Scout, I said, activating the small orb over my right shoulder. Test the water. To be honest, I wasn't sure what would happen, so I was satisfied to see the little device move out, hovering just above the water. A readout connected to Scout 1's icon appeared on my HUD. It showed that the device was scanning. Scout 2, do you have video? The device didn't answer, but a small window appeared on my HUD, and I could see myself standing by a tree, The armory not far behind me. Excellent. Gain altitude and do a 360-degree scan, I ordered. The first drone chimed as the second rose silently into the air. The water scan showed trace amounts of minerals, but no parasites. The drone designated the water to be safe for filtered consumption. That's one resource found, I commented.
What is it?
Trick's voice sounded in my helmet. I realized the comlink was on. I needed to learn how to use it, along with all the other features of the heavy armor and survival gear, to take full advantage of our resources if we were going to survive. Water, I said. There's potable water out here.
That's good,
Trix replied.
We've only got 6 gallons in the emergency supplies.
I looked at the video feed from Scout 2. The little orb was nearly 200 meters in the air, turning slowly. I could see for miles on the video feed, which showed nothing but raw wilderness. There were canyons, slick rock formations, and flora that seemed more brown than green. Scrubby as it was, there was thick and abundant growth. There was life on Leona's B. If it could survive, so could we. I started back toward the armory, making a mental list of things that needed to be done. One of the first was to cover the armory with the camouflage parachutes. If the Orcasi had assets in orbit, they already would have tracked our descent and locked in on our position. If not, they would probably perform aerial reconnaissance. There was a chance they might not see the armory if we could get it concealed. The second priority would be to find shelter outside the armory. The enemy would come. I had no doubt about that, and we would want to be plenty far away when they did. While I wanted to stay close to the armory's resources, I didn't want to get caught there. We needed to find a place to camp that was within visual distance, but would also offer protection when the enemy arrived. Finally, we needed to see if there were other survivors from the Ryla. We had escaped, and others might have too. I had a feeling that the armory's systems had ways of transmitting our location to rescuers, just like a normal escape pod. And there was a chance it also had the capacity to pick up other signals. The more survivors we could gather together and equip with weapons from the armory, the better our chances of survival would be. I couldn't help but think about Jordan as I headed back toward the armory. Had she made it, there was no way to know. Nor could I be sure of what had really happened to the ship or how much damage it had taken. In my mind, I imagined the outcome to be catastrophic. Fleet ships were designed to take punishment, but the sounds of the hull being torn apart still echoed in my mind. I wasn't looking forward to sleeping and reliving the terror of the sudden, unexpected attack, even though I knew it was inevitable. Jordan could have been anywhere. I could spend my entire life searching Leona's B and never find her, even if the Orcs didn't track me down and end me first. She might not have been on the planet. She could be lost in space, slowly dying as the power on her escape pod drained away. I shook my head briskly. I couldn't let myself think about it. Survival was imperative, and I had to worry about Trix. We would depend on each other now. When I got back inside, I saw that she had the radar operating on the computer display. There were several black dots on the screen, but none looked close. Trouble? I asked.
This isn't picking up the Orcasi if that's what you're asking.
Trix said.
I imagine it would. Were there anything to find?
If they're in vehicles on the ground, it should. I said. What are those dots then?
Escape pods, I think. Looks like there are 6 within range of the radar.
Good to know. Let's shut it off for now, I ordered.
But we need to know if the enemy's coming,
Trix argued. That's why I've got Scout 2 scanning for them visually, I replied. It's much more unobtrusive. Using radar is like beaming a signal across the planet and even into space, saying, "Here we are."
Oh, I didn't think of that,
she replied somewhat shamefacedly. That's all right, you're new to this. When in doubt, remember that our job is to survive. We take care of ourselves first, and the armory if we can. Then we go after other survivors. Trix squared her shoulders.
I understand, sir.
The parachutes that came down with us have camo on the top side, I told her. We need to get it tied down over the armory before we move out. We've got a lot of work to do, and fast. We can't risk getting caught in here. If the Orcs come, we abandon the armory and run.
Isn't it safer in here than out there?
No, I shook my head. It seems that way, but we're like fish in a barrel here. The enemy will know right where we are. We can't pull the covers over our heads like children and hope that we survive. You understand?
I do,
she confirmed, but she sounded frightened. There was no time to dwell on her fear as much as I felt for her. Let's gear up, I said. Weapons were easy. We each took Wesson pistols and a LAR, along with battery packs and flechettes. I opened the personal firearm locker where my shotgun and revolver were kept, along with an assortment of my other weapons. The heavy armor had loops for ammo and gear, and I was able to feed the short shotgun into a harness on my back. I put the flechette pistol on my left hip and the old-fashioned revolver in a holster on my right thigh. The survival gear was stored in backpacks that we'd carry with us. There were enough rations in each for 10 days, along with a canteen that held half a gallon of water. We packed filters that could process more water, fire starters, a multi-tool, portable solar chargers, communications gear, paracord, a hatchet, a knife, a whetstone for sharpening these, and even a folding saw. Each kit also had first aid supplies, solar blankets, and slates filled with the texts of dozens of survival books, both military and civilian. Finally, there was a sleeping bag, a small tent, and a rain slicker for each of us. I pulled the backpack on and adjusted the straps. Between the armor and the weapons and ammo, and the safety gear, I would be lugging nearly 25 kilos. It would be hell on my joints, but I didn't have another option. The pressure in my chest reminded me that danger was near. It was the same feeling I'd experienced on Xueting C, and that had been the worst mission of my life. I didn't want to repeat that, and I realized that I didn't want to die, not without knowing what had happened to Jordan, and not while Trix was depending on me. We've got what we need in case of trouble. Let's power down the armory.
We won't be able to lock it without power,
she pointed out. True, and that's a shame, but we can't waste the power in the batteries. We might need it.
Wait, I found solar cells that can recharge the armory's batteries,
Trix said. She walked over and pulled open one of the wide drawers in which our heavy armor had been folded. Underneath the armor was a solar collecting blanket. She picked it up and unfolded it.
All we have to do is put it outside and connect it to the armory. We'll have power.
Good work, Corporal. I praised her formally. Let's get it hooked up, then get the parachutes in place over the armory.
Roger that, Staff Sergeant,
Trix said with a grin. I detected a note of confidence in her voice that hadn't been there before. She was proud of what she had discovered, and rightly so. By contributing to our survival, she had given us both a boost of confidence. Working together, we were better off than alone. While survival might still be a long shot, I couldn't help but feel like we had a chance. Chapter 7. To my surprise, no attack came that day. After unfolding the solar collector, we pinned it down as far from the armory as the power cords would reach. The sandy ground made it easy to hide the cables, and when we used one of the scout drones to look down at it from above, the dark solar collector looked like water. We disguised its inorganic square shape by adding sand and rocks along the edges, which also helped to hold the device in place. With this task done, we got the big parachutes tied over the armory. The scout drone showed that the result looked like a low hill. There were even enough parachutes that we could take one with us.
Do we have to leave?
Trix asked.
The armory is hidden. This has to be the safest place out here.
It's the most comfortable place, I said. Not the safest. You want to stay here because it's familiar. But when the Okasi come searching for us, and they will, we won't be able to hide in the armory.
It's better to take what we need and move to higher ground. This spot isn't very good from a tactical perspective. Perhaps because my confidence was persuasive, but more likely because I outranked her. Trix subsided with a nod. I only hoped I deserved her trust. While I had been on missions that had gone wrong, I had never been stranded before. Here it was just Trix and I. Despite our abundance of gear, the situation still felt desperate. The temptation to look up, expecting a dropship to come to our rescue, was hard to overcome. But it was no use. The Ryler had been the only ship in the system. It had taken us nearly 3 weeks to arrive, so I knew that help wasn't coming any time soon. We gathered our supplies and began to walk toward the mountains. Scout 2 hovered in the air above us, making a slow turn as it scanned the visuals for danger. I feared it wasn't a reliable or foolproof system. The drone could probably pick up movement, but I didn't have the mental bandwidth to pass the images. Just hiking across the rocky terrain was difficult enough. I gritted my teeth. I didn't have the luxury of focusing on my pain. No one was monitoring my progress, other than Trix, and there was no backup. We had survived, and we had an obligation to continue surviving. If there were others from our ship, we also had an obligation to get to them in some way. Most of all, we needed to send word back to the Sol system that Leonis B wasn't safe.
What are you thinking about?
Trix asked. Just staying upright, I replied, trying to sound jovial. Little did she know it wasn't a joke. We were in the hills near the mountains, and trudging up the rising grade was increasingly more strenuous. Trix seemed just as tired as I felt. I could hear her breathing raggedly over our helmet comlinks. The heavy armor was bulky on her thin frame, and uncomfortable as it must have been for her, I hoped that she would still read as formidable to any approaching enemies. In the event that we met any Orcs, we were fully outfitted with weaponry, armed and dangerous. With this preparation came a cost. That much gear was heavy. Although the atmosphere on Leonis B was ostensibly safe, we kept the helmets on to stay connected to the scout drones and to scan for radio transmissions from other survivors. I knew that the escape pods had survival equipment, but that didn't mean people who had narrowly escaped the destruction of the Ryler were thinking clearly enough to use it.
Where are we going?
Trix asked. I pointed to the top of the hill, where there stood a crown of short, gnarled trees.
How is that better than the Armory?
Trix asked. I stopped and turned, motioning for Trix to follow suit. Together, we looked back down the hills and across the open plain to where the Armory sat. Concealed in its blanket of parachutes, even knowing it was there, the bulky module simply looked like a sandy berm. From here, we'll be able to see when the Orcs come, I said. We'll have clear fields of fire, and the trees will give us cover and concealment. We should also have multiple escape routes, if it comes to that.
Oh,
Trix said, sounding a little surprised and embarrassed. Don't worry about it. You haven't had escape and evasion training. I shrugged off her clear discomfort at being so out of her depth. It's standard for all TAC team personnel.
I'm lucky that I'm here with you, and not one of the other logistics NCOs.
We're both lucky, I said. You're a good crew member, and being together doubles our chances of success. Come on, just a little bit further, and we can rest for a while. We made it to the top of the hill, tired but unharmed. As the sun was setting, it wasn't a bad place to make camp. The ground just inside the ring of trees was covered with fallen leaves, which was slightly softer than bare earth. We leaned against our backpacks, keeping our weapons close at hand as we ate from the small pouches of survival food that had been stored in the Armory. Using small thermal cups, we could boil water which was poured into a food pouch and stirred. The result was soupy, with a slight chemical aftertaste. But after hours of fear and hard work,
It felt good to have hot food inside me. I still couldn't believe the Orcasi hadn't arrived yet. Surely they were monitoring the escape pods. Ours would have been the biggest and easiest to track. I went through the possibilities. Either they didn't feel the need to inspect the Armory module, or they couldn't. I didn't know much about the Orcasi as a species, but I knew them in battle as fierce, aggressive fighters that didn't leave anything to chance. Nor did they show mercy. No prisoners had ever been released or returned by them. Those that were captured alive were like wild animals. It didn't help that we had yet to crack the code of their language, and when they spoke, it sounded to us like the barks and howls of savage beasts. Even supercomputer programs couldn't make sense of it. Still, as primitive as they appeared to us, they had advanced technology that was still a mystery to us. I was happy to let the Orcasi remain that way. I didn't care what they thought or how their species had developed. To me, they were the enemy. I could respect their ability on the battlefield, but in my mind, the only good orc was a dead orc.
You're quiet, Trix said.
I am? I hadn't noticed.
Look, I'm nervous, I suppose, but I would feel better if you would talk to me. About anything at all. It doesn't matter what. I'd just like to hear a friendly voice.
Her own voice was trembling a little. I understood her trepidation as we sat beside one another, looking out toward the armory. There was no telling when or if the Orcasi might appear. Scout 1 was close behind us, monitoring the small wooded hilltop for movement. Scout 2 was just above the treetops, continuing the visual radar scan. I was growing stiff and hurting enough that I wished I could take a pain pill that I didn't have. It was probably for the best. If they were available, I would have risked becoming mentally impaired. Conversation wouldn't be a bad way to distract myself from the pain. Scooting closer to Trix wasn't easy for me, but I did it without complaint. She watched my every move. Trix, I'm going to guess that you're feeling pretty scared. If you're all right with it, I'm going to put my arm around you. I think we'll both feel better, and I promise I'll talk more.
Thanks, Van. I wouldn't mind that at all.
I nodded. This is hard for both of us, but we're alive, and we're not alone.
Are we going to make it?
Yes, I said, trying to sound confident. And there are other survivors out there. We're going to find them. The fleet will come for us eventually, and when they do, we'll be ready. I reached out and wrapped my right arm around her shoulders. In the bulky armor, I wasn't sure how much she could feel me, so I gave her a squeeze. She leaned closer. I had to admit it was a nice feeling. Above us, as night fell, the stars glimmered through Leonis B's atmosphere. I remembered looking at the stars back on Earth. Their appearance was different from the crisp views in space, but the quaint memory stirred something in me. You know, humans have been staring up at the stars for thousands of years, I said, putting my thoughts into words for Trix and finding some comfort in the sound of my own voice.
And now here we are,
she replied.
Looking at them on another planet.
You can't even see it from Earth, I said. For a long time, scientists believed that this planet didn't exist. First they said it was here, then other scientists said it wasn't. That's probably why it took the fleet this long to explore the system.
I don't know why I felt like I had to do so, too. I could have stayed on Luna,
Trix said.
I could have stayed safe. But I was bored. How stupid am I?
You're not stupid, I countered.
Maybe not. But my mother has always said I'm impulsive and that I needed to rein in my wild side. She didn't want me to join the Marines.
Mine didn't either, I said.
Parents, they know best, don't they? I should have listened to her, Trix continued. Now I'll probably die here, and no one will ever know what happened to me.
I'll know, I said.
You'll be dead too.
Oh, well, then we'll be dead together. Trix was quiet for a moment, then asked,
What do you think happens when we die?
People have been asking that question for thousands of years.
Do you believe in the afterlife?
I was still staring up at the stars, trying to ignore my pain and fear. As difficult as it was, I was a survivor. Making it through TAC-Q school and then the ordeal on Xueting C proved that. We couldn't survive indefinitely, though, and it was hard to believe that help would ever come. Why would the fleet risk losing another ship worth trillions of dollars, and with hundreds of souls on board, just to rescue what few stragglers might have made it out of the Ryla's wreckage alive? That didn't answer her question. My logical brain doesn't, I replied. But there's another part of me that believes something must happen when we die. Perhaps it's just my own desire talking. It doesn't seem right to me that we simply cease to exist.
That's the way I feel. It can't just end,
Trix said. Well, let's not find out, I told her. Not for a long, long time. My mind returned to the more immediate problem I had yet to solve. Why hadn't the Orcasi come? Not to change the subject, I started, but I'm trying to decide why the Orcs haven't come around. Any thoughts on that, Corporal?
I hadn't thought about it,
she said sheepishly. They have to know that some of us made it.
Maybe they don't care,
she suggested.
Maybe we're not their priority.
This planet certainly is. They must want it. There simply aren't any others like it. Leonis B is more rich in resources than any planet we've come across. We could send a colony ship and settle thousands of people here tomorrow. No prep, no need to terraform or spend years planning for how to overcome obstacles. This planet is already able to support life.
It's a little barren,
Trix said.
I mean, it's not like Earth.
You mean because of the dry climate? She nodded.
Would crops grow here? Would grass grow for animals? I know there's water, but the planet doesn't look especially welcoming.
Perhaps the flora here hasn't evolved as much. It wouldn't need to if there aren't dangers.
Maybe there are fewer natural predators.
Precisely. If conditions are stable, there's no need to adapt for changing weather patterns or invasive species. It doesn't appear that the vegetative life on this planet even has to struggle for space to grow.
Let's assume you're right,
Trix said.
Why aren't the Orcasi all over this world?
They haven't been here for long enough, I guessed.
But they were here before us.
I thought about that for a few seconds. They had to have been, and yet that didn't really make sense either. If another ship had been in orbit, the Ryla's sensors would have picked it up and alerted us before the attack. They would have cued all hands to ready the battle stations. Since I wasn't in the Combat Information Center, I couldn't be certain, but it didn't make sense that there was absolutely no warning. Here long enough to install planetary defenses, I guess, I thought out loud.
Why would they have defenses around a planet they weren't occupying?
My mind was chewing on the possibilities, trying to crack open the mystery of what had happened to the Ryla. What if we're wrong about them? I proposed. From the very first encounter we ever had with the Orcasi, we've assumed they're like us, focused on colonizing the galaxy. But what if they aren't? What if they just see us as a danger and want to keep us confined to the Sol system? They might put defenses in place around planets like Leonis B just to keep us away.
They would still need to come here after the rest of us,
Trix said.
We survived the attack, and now we're here on the planet they might have been trying to protect.
True, I said. Maybe they just haven't reached us yet.
Maybe the same force that attacked the Ryla sent the rest of them a message.
And they'll come to make sure we're all exterminated, I finished.
That's not a cheery thought, Trix said. Maybe it's better if you don't talk.
We both chuckled. It was the most mirth we could manage, given the circumstances. If we're right, then we have one ace up our sleeve, I said.
And what's that?
Trix asked, a trace of hope in her voice. Assuming they're still on the way to us, we have time to prepare, I said.
What good will that do?
Trix asked, the hope in her voice draining away.
Even if there are other survivors, there won't be enough of us to kill all the Orcasi.
We don't have to kill them all, I said. We just have to survive and get word back to the fleet.
They'll definitely come for us,
Trix said decisively. I didn't know if they would come for us or not, but the idea gave me some hope. Time was our most valuable commodity at the moment. Time to find our people, time to build our defenses and make our plans, time to send word across 16 light-years of space that the enemy was in our backyard. If I was going to die on Leonis B, then time would give me an opportunity to make my life count for something. And if the Orcs gave us enough time, we could make them regret ever setting foot on Leonis B. Chapter 8. Too exhausted to take turns keeping watch, Trix and I slept while the scout drones did the job of watching over us. I woke at dawn, relieved that nothing had tried to kill us in our sleep and thankful for the rest. That was where my blessings ended. I was in even more pain than I had been in the day before. Sleeping on the ground, even in the heavy armor suit, wasn't ideal. The first order of business was to secure our camp, but just getting up off the ground was a chore. My HUD showed 2 warning lights. The scout drones were nearly out of power. To recharge them, we would need to set up the portable solar chargers. I rolled to my belly with a groan, rose to my hands and knees, then used one of the trees to get to my feet.
Are you okay?
Trix asked. Just sore.
It's more than that,
Trix said, sitting up.
You've never told me what you're dealing with. Spill it.
What I'm dealing with? I mused as I did my morning routine of stretches to my bad leg. Let's see. I've got artificial joints in my knee, hip, and shoulder, which are all painful. The scar tissue on my left side has to be stretched. I've got limited range of motion and major muscle atrophy on that side too. That's getting better, but it's a slow process.
Van, I didn't know it was so extensive. What happened on Xueting C?
I don't remember, I said. It was only partially a lie. There were still parts I didn't remember, especially after getting wounded. I was only semi-conscious while the rest of the squad dragged me to safety, but agony still echoed through my body and my mind over a year later.
Really? It must have been horrible,
Trix said, getting to her feet. It wasn't great. Listen, we need to set up the solar chargers, I said, changing the subject abruptly. We can cut the parachute and tie it up to make canopies. They'll give the camp shade and camouflage. We also need more water and a less permeable shelter, in case it rains.
Van?
Trix started, approaching me. I think the highest priority is to get to those escape pods. If we've got people out there, we need to find them.
We will,
Trix said. I could see her face through the helmet, worry written across her features. I'm fine, I told her.
Good,
she said.
But we can exhaust you. Other survivors are likely to be Navy personnel. You may be the only combat marine on this planet. Your survival skills may make the difference between our life and death.
A back spasm racked my body. I'm not going anywhere, I said through clenched teeth. The intense pain felt like a giant, invisible hand was pinching me. It hurt to fill my lungs with air, and until the spasm passed, moving was impossible.
You're not convincing me,
Trix quipped.
Van, don't be a hero. We have pain meds in the first aid kit.
Save them, I said. They won't even take the edge off this. Besides, we'll probably need them down the line. I'm not going to take them.
You have to let me help you, she pressed.
I just need to get my blood pumping, I said. It will loosen up my joints and I'll be fine. I do this every day.
Is it always this bad?
Sometimes, I admitted. Sleeping on the ground didn't help. Shame my bunk got vaporized in orbit.
Don't remind me. I keep thinking about what would have happened if I had stayed in the barracks when we came out of hyperspace.
She got busy with the solar chargers. They were simple enough, just brick-sized control boxes with detachable solar panels. She set them up in the dawnlight, pointing them toward the sun. Scout 1 got the first recharge. The solar device was slow to convert the light into power, but it was working. Scout 2 got plugged into the second device. My HUD showed that my suit was down to 40% power. I shut it off and removed the helmet. The air was warm, an amazing sensation. I could smell something like sage and the rich, earthy aroma of the decaying leaves. Trix followed my example, pulling off her helmet and taking a deep breath.
Oh my, this is nice, she said.
Maybe getting marooned here wasn't such a bad thing, I said.
The scouts will take a few hours to recharge fully, Trix said. The batteries on our suits can be recharged, but the replacements are still in the armory.
Let's do what we can here, then we'll go back. We also need to check the radar again and get a lock on those escape pods. We worked around the camp for an hour before we stopped for breakfast. As I cautiously explored our surrounding, I found a tiny spring in the center of the wooded area. Across the mountains, I could see that there were caves. How deep they were or what might possibly be inside them was a mystery. But they would offer substantially more shelter than our parachute canopies, which we had made by cutting the fabric into segments and using telescoping snakes to support them. This completed, and some supplies gathered, we feasted on protein bars that had approximately the same consistency as boot leather.
These meals sure are something, Trix said, and I thought the food on the ship was bad.
No kidding. At least it's fuel, I replied. That's one thing we don't have to spend time gathering at the moment.
I don't want to think about what'll happen when we run out of emergency rations.
We'll have to find food. There's no way around it. We can try to hunt, maybe.
We haven't seen any wildlife.
We may have to move to a more sustainable area, I said. But we don't have to worry about that yet. I'm more concerned about the crew of the Ryler. Let's see if we can find any survivors. We left the majority of our gear, choosing to focus our available strength on weaponry. Both of us carried Lars. I also had my shotgun slung on my back and my revolver tucked where I could grab it easily. Trix carried a flechette pistol and a shock pistol. We left our water behind, along with the survival gear and charges. Hiking downhill was easier than up, and we reached the armory half an hour after setting out.
I'll get the battery replacements for our suits,
Trix said. I'm checking the radar. Having tasks to do made the situation feel less immediately tense. The worry about being attacked was easing, though I stayed vigilant. Especially now, we couldn't afford to take chances. The scout drones were still charging, but from the scanning the day before, I knew that we were on the edge of a desert plain. Fortunately, the escape pods had landed away from the mountains, which meant that I would be able to get them. Had they landed in the mountains, it would have been a different story. I could hike the foothills, but my mountaineering days were behind me, nor did I like the idea of sending Trix out alone. After replacing our batteries and setting the locations of the escape pods into our suits' memory banks, we took the time to drink some water and gather more supplies. Trix filled a bag with first aid kits, and I shouldered 2 gallons of water. "Let's shut this place down," I said. "Minimal systems only. I don't want anyone picking up the radar and hitting it while we're away."
Agreed,
Trix said. Among the high-tech weaponry of the Armory were older weapons. Some were for training purposes only, like a pair of old swords. There was also a spear with a hardened steel blade, set on the end of a carbon fiber staff. It was for use in certain types of martial arts training, but I would use it to help me walk. I didn't need a crutch, but I wouldn't say no to a walking stick. If worse came to worst, having a pointy blade might come in handy. We set out and started the long trek across the flat landscape toward the nearest escape pod, almost 8 clicks from the Armory. Our helmets' tinted visors kept the sunlight out of and protected our eyes. The heavy armor should have been miserable in the heat of the day, which exceeded 90 degrees Fahrenheit, but the inner lining kept our body temperatures regulated. Still, walking long distances was difficult for me, even with the spear as a walking stick. My knee ached and the strength in my leg waned. We were lucky that we didn't see any enemies. Over time, we began to come across signs of small desert creatures, lizards and insects, mainly. At one point, in the distance, we saw a group of animals that looked like large birds. They were too far to make out clearly, but it was encouraging to know that some forms of fauna existed on Leonis B. It took nearly 2 hours to reach the first escape pod, and that was with my most concerted efforts to make good time. I had to stop every 10 minutes or so to rest. It was extremely frustrating to be so slow and feel so weak, but it couldn't be helped. The exertions since the attack had accumulated and were wearing me down even faster than normal. Trix never complained. In fact, she insisted that we go slowly and take frequent rests. Perhaps she was just scared of losing me, but whatever her motives, I felt relieved at her solicitude. When we reached it, we immediately noticed that the first escape pod was badly damaged. A crack had ripped through the heat shielding, and the metal underneath was melted. We didn't have to open the single-person device to know that the occupant was dead.
I didn't realize they made escape pods this small,
Trix said as we surveyed the wreckage. "This is from the CIC, I said, fighting the horrible conviction that the occupant inside the pod was Jordan. "It's a last resort for the senior officers. These pods form around their consoles and eject automatically."
"Little good it did,"
Trix said.
"Poor bastard."
"Let's keep looking," I urged. The next pod was 6 clicks and another hour's hike away. It had landed on a trio of boulders and was wedged between them.
"I think it's open,"
Trix said, breaking into a trot. Running wasn't an option for me. Another few seconds wouldn't turn the tide, I reasoned with myself, battling the same sense of concern as Trix. Adrenaline kicked in and I lumbered faster. By the time I neared it, Trix was beside the pod, leaning over a boulder, her face pressed close. I was almost at the trio of rocks when she straightened up and looked toward me, waving me on.
"The pod is wedged,"
she shouted.
"The door won't open."
Panting, I dragged myself over and looked. The pod was tilted over on its side, one of the big rocks keeping the door from springing open the way it was designed.
"Someone's inside. They're alive,"
Trix explained, helplessly digging her fingers into the crack between the door and the chassis. "Wait. I didn't want her to get hurt. The boulder has to be moved."
"We're only 2 people, Van. How do you propose we do that?"
Trix asked. I stabbed the tip of the spear into the dirt around the bottom of the boulder. My fear was that it would end up to be too deeply buried, leaving no way to get the trapped officer out of the pod. Out here, we couldn't call a crane or a ship with the power to lift the pod free. "I think maybe, just maybe, we might be able to move it with this," I said, feeling a slight thrill as the dirt came free under the stone. I held the spear up. Trix nodded, understanding what I meant. She stepped back to let me wedge the spear between the pod and the stone, using it as a lever as I leaned my weight on it as best I could. Before my wounds on Xueting C, I would have relied on brute strength, not because I was the strongest man, but because I took other options for granted. The stone turned out to be loosely situated in the sandy dirt, and the increased force created by the spear allowed me to push it over. The stone fell away with a thump, and the pod door opened.
"Water,"
croaked a voice from inside. Trix pulled one of the half-gallon bottles we'd been drinking from out of my bag and handed it through. I was astounded at how devastated the passenger inside looked. She was covered with dried blood, likely from the nasty gash on her head that had bled all over. Her hair was coated in it. Her hands were stained, and even her uniform was smeared. It was hard to even see her name badge. She was almost unrecognizable. Then, with a shock, I realized who she was. "Captain Dunning," I gasped, reaching out to steady her as she climbed from the pod. "Are you all right?"
"I'm fine. Just a head wound," Dunning said. "I may have a slight concussion. Let me help," Trix said. The captain didn't complain as Trix lowered her down to the ground in the shadow of the escape pod that had saved her life. "Do you remember what happened?" I asked as Trix began carefully inspecting the wound on top of the captain's head. "When the ship was lost, the pod activated, but there must have been a lot of debris," Dunning explained. "My pod hit something coming free, and I was thrown into the roof of the pod. I'm fairly certain it's just a flesh wound. I can seal it with some flesh glue. You'll have a nasty scar," Trix said. "At least I'm alive," Dunning said, looking at me. Perhaps she was seeing, as if for the first time, the scars on my face, thinking about what it was like to live with reminders of lived horrors. "I didn't think I would ever get out of that pod. Do what you need to do. Are there any other survivors?"
"Yours is the second pod we've found," I said. The first had a crack in the heat shielding.
"Damn,"
Dunning said, her voice trembling a little.
"They wouldn't have made it."
"There are others," I said. "The Armory has radar. It picked up several pods."
"The Armory?"
Dunning said.
"I had forgotten about that. We have weapons?"
"Weapons, supplies, power capabilities, everything but a ride back home."
"Thank God for small favors,"
Dunning said.
"Do you think you can walk?"
Trix said.
"I'll walk, crawl, slide, whatever it takes," the captain replied.
"I think Trix should take you back to camp," I advised. "Forgive me, Captain, but you need rest and a chance to clean up."
"Do I look that bad?"
"It's not pretty," I said.
"There's water. We've scanned it for anything dangerous,"
Trix said.
"We'll get you cleaned up and bandaged properly." "Fine,"
Dunning said.
"But only, Staff Sergeant, if you're heading out to find more survivors."
"That's the plan," I told her.
"All right. Lead the way, Corporal Finnegan."
I watched them leave, Dunning leaning heavily on Trix with her arm around the younger woman's shoulders. I hoped that splitting up was the right thing to do. With Dunning so injured and Trix focused on keeping her captain upright, they were vulnerable to attack. I forced myself to look away, reassuring myself that we were doing the right thing, even though Dunning was in no shape to help, and probably wouldn't be for some time. Trix was a capable officer, and we needed to find the other survivors. I looked at the pod. It was damaged, both from its turbulent journey through space and its equally bumpy landing. How much had happened in which portion of its journey was impossible to know. There wasn't much gear inside the pod, which was little more than a last resort mechanism. The only thing worth salvaging was the parachute. I cut it free, folded it up, and stuck it inside my pack with the one remaining gallon of water. The sun was high overhead as I set out for the next pod. This one was closer, just 3 clicks from the captain's escape module. When I arrived, I found it open and empty. There were small tracks on the ground leading out from the pod. I guessed that a woman had made them. There was nothing in the pod to indicate who had been in it. If I had brought one of the scout drones, I would have sent it to search for the missing occupant. But the tracks led in the opposite direction from the next pod on my list. Whoever had wandered off would have to wait. I pushed on, stopping to stretch my leg whenever the pain got too bad, even though it didn't really help. It felt like there was sand in the joints of my knee and hip, and the muscles burned from exertion. The sun was moving down toward the horizon when I reached the 4th escape pod. It wasn't like the others. It was built for multiple people and had descended properly. I was still a short way off when I saw someone moving inside. My hand started to raise and I was about to call out to the survivors when a bolt of red light, a laser shot, flashed from the pod. It was moving too fast to track, but I heard the crackle in the air as it shot past me. Instinct took over. I was on the ground with my rifle pointed back at the pod before I even knew what I was doing. The adrenaline flooding through my veins bypassed the pain receptors, which were crying out from the rough treatment. Another shot threw dirt and debris into the air in front of me. "Stop shooting!" I shouted, as my weapon sight settled on the escape pod's open hatch. "I'm from the Ryla!" Every cell in my body was screaming at me to get to my feet and move out of the line of fire, so that I wouldn't be a stationary target on the ground. It was a difficult mental adjustment to remember that getting up wouldn't be easy, and it would make me even more vulnerable until I was able to move away from the pod. After what seemed like an eternity, a head poked out. "Don't shoot," called a man with a buzz cut and dark circles under his eyes. "Stop shooting at me," I snarled. "Who are you?" "Staff Sergeant Eli Van Horn, Marines, 1st Platoon." "I told you not to shoot, Vernon," said the man with circles under his eyes to a companion. To me, he added, "We're coming out." "Come out and put that blaster on the ground," I ordered, "before someone gets hurt." The man with sunken eyes stepped outside the pod. Clad in maintenance coveralls, behind him were 2 women, both in naval uniforms. The 4th person was a burly man in a ship security uniform. He had a stun blaster, and I felt a sense of relief. He dropped the weapon on the ground. "It's out of power anyway," he said sullenly. I tried to rise, but as the adrenaline surge faded, the pain fled. I used the spear to help me get back on my feet, maintaining the grip on my lar all the while. "We didn't mean to scare you," the first man out of the pod said. "I'm Petty Officer Malik, but everyone calls me Trip. These are Seaman Dockery and McShera. That's one of the ship's security officers, Vernon Emery." "Is that everyone in your pod?" I asked, fighting the spasms in my back and the pain shooting from my shoulder to my knee. "Yes, it is, Staff Sergeant," Trip said. "We were in the infirmary when the attack happened." "Are you hurt?" I asked. "Just a stomach bug," Trip said. "I'm over it." "He didn't have a bug. He was drinking on duty," Emery, the sullen security officer, corrected. "I took him to the infirmary on the way to the brig." "That's not true," Trip argued, a bit guiltily. "Seaman McShera, are you ill?" I asked, ignoring the 2 men. She shook her head. "I'm part of medical services. We were on duty in the infirmary when the ship was attacked." "Your medical staff?" I asked, approaching slowly, my hand still on the pistol grip of my rifle. "We are," Dockery confirmed. "Well," I said, "that's welcome news. We have injured crew not far away. Collect your gear and whatever supplies are in the pod. We need to get moving." "All of us?" Trip asked. "Yes, all of you," I said. Why the hell should I trust you? Armory argued. You don't have any rank insignia. We can't even see your face. I reached up, hit the latch release on my helmet and pulled it off. Holy hell. What happened to you? Armory blanched.
Man, that is no way to speak to a senior NCO. Tripp snapped.
Shut it, Armory snarled. I don't care if you come with me or not, I said. You're more than welcome to stay here. The camp is a hell of a lot more comfortable, though, and I'm taking whoever is willing back that way. Captain Dunning is there, along with Corporal Finnegan. McShera stuck her head back out of the escape pod.
Did you say Corporal Finnegan is with you? Beatrix Finnegan.
That's right, I replied.
He's legit,
she told the others.
We know tricks. That's good enough for me,
Tripp said. Whatever, Armory said, reverting to his sullen tone. They gathered the meager survival equipment on board, only enough food for 2 more days and a tiny bit of water, which I would supplement with water from my bag. We gathered up their parachutes to take back too. Tripp carried a satchel of tools from the escape pod, and the women carried all the first aid and medical supplies, which, as the pod had been in the infirmary, were plentiful. I was tempted to ask if they had painkillers, but decided against it. After the ferocity of the attack on Xueting C, I had no right to even be breathing air, and yet I was still alive. If that meant living with pain, I decided it was worth it. Armory, the security officer, carried nothing but his stun pistol. I thought about ordering him to help the others, irked at his apathy. However, the sun was sinking toward the horizon, and I decided the best option was to get back to base camp as quickly as possible. That plan quickly started to fall apart, and this time it wasn't because I couldn't keep pace. Even before my injuries, I'd never been an extreme fitness adherent, compared to other TAC Team Marines, who easily ran ultramarathons or participated in long-distance marches. I was a slouch, and I had been on the move since dawn. Despite this, I found that even I was forced to keep stopping to wait on Armory. Not even 10 minutes into the hike, he started to look ill. His face was pale, his lips were bright red, and there were dark sweat rings under his arms and around his collar. You need water, I told him.
Does he? He's been drinking water all day,
Tripp said. Shut it, Armory said, before hawking and spitting into the dirt.
Officer, you're dehydrated,
McShera said.
Some people can't take the heat,
Tripp said, although he was sweaty too and looked exhausted. It's like an oven on this planet, Armory declared. We have 10 kilometers to cover, I told him. Can you make it? He shook his head shortly, although I was loath to give up my spear, as it probably wouldn't help Armory anyway. I'd do it if he needed it. What he needed more was water, and we were running out quickly. Looking around, I spotted a cluster of short trees and thought that perhaps they might be growing near a viable source. Stay here, I told the group before walking to the trees. I could feel their eyes on me, probably inspecting my gait, which was strange due to my injuries. Bad leg and all, I was getting along better than Armory, and Tripp wasn't much better. McShera and Dockery seemed strong enough, but could they make the long walk in the unaccustomed heat of the late afternoon? I couldn't be sure. The only certain thing was that we couldn't afford to lose even one person. Against my wishes, I realized it would likely be better to rest until the sun went down, then finish the march at night. The trees were indeed growing beside a tiny spring. The water trickled between their twisted roots. Past them, it either sank back into the sandy ground or evaporated from the heat of the sun. It was good enough for me. My gallon alone wouldn't last the 5 of us long in the heat. I had thought to bring along a portable filter, a big syringe that could suck water up through the filtration system and store it in the back part of the cylinder. It could also be used to refill my water bottle. I started back toward the group. I was still 10 steps away when, seemingly out of nowhere, Armory lunged at Trip, shoving the younger man to the ground and laying into him. Shocked, I hurried toward them, past the 2 seamen, who had backed out of the way of the fight. Armory, his face red with rage, rose up, lifting his beefy fist high. I swung the butt of my spear and tapped it into the side of his head. It wasn't a dangerous blow. Under normal circumstances, it would have only made him angrier. But in his weakened state, he was bowled over. "What's going on here?" I demanded.
"He's crazy,"
Trip panted. Armory lay on his back, gasping like a fish out of water, his eyes glazed. "Get a grip on your mouth, petty officer." "You aren't helping anyone," I snapped. "Head for those trees. We'll rest there."
"Amen to that,"
Trip said as he got back to his feet.
"He needs water,"
McSherra reiterated.
"I think he's having withdrawals."
"Withdrawals?" I asked.
"He's a hypocrite," Trip said. "He wants to bust me for having an honest drink, while the whole time he's popping pills." "I can't say for certain that this is the case," McSherra said, "but he has all the symptoms."
"Wonderful," I remarked, pulling the water from my bag. "There's a spring in that grove of trees. We'll rest there until sundown, then head out again." McSherra took the bottle of water, which had a little over half a gallon left. She bent down and helped Armory take a drink. He clearly resented her assistance and didn't bother to thank her. As frustrating as his halting gait was, and after all, who was I to criticize, his attitude was what bothered me the most. He would have to find some humility if he was going to help us survive.
"He may not make it to your camp,"
McSherra pointed out. "Have you got anything in your kit that could give him a boost until we get there?" I asked.
"That depends on what he's coming off of,"
she replied. I again smacked the burly security officer with the butt of my spear, this time on the sole of his boot, to get his attention. "What have you been taking?" I snapped. "Nothing," he moaned, sounding like a sick animal. "Don't lie, or I'm going to leave you here. What is it?" McSherra poured a little bit of the precious water over his face. He grimaced, then rubbed the water over his head with his hand. "Painkillers," he admitted. "I've got a bad back." I knew all about pain medication. Looking down at Armory, I had to admit I was glad to have weaned myself off them.
"I got some narcs in our kit, but they're for wound treatment, not for abuse," McSherra said unsympathetically. I sighed. "Let's get him to the trees. We'll make a decision once he's cooled down and rehydrated." I reached out with my good hand to pull Armory to his feet. McSherra took his other hand, and together we got him up. He walked on his own slowly and unsteadily. When we reached the trees, he dropped to the ground and lay there, panting in the patchy shade. Like the trees at the camp I had set up with tricks, the leaves had fallen in thick patches, covering the ground. Everyone drank from my water bottle. By the time it got back to me, it was nearly empty. The heat was becoming a burden, and I was glad we had access to drinkable water. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lasted more than a few days on Leona's B. I went to work collecting and filtering water from the nearby spring. From the supplies the group of survivors had taken from their escape pod, we quadrupled the amount of water we could carry. The women took turns making Armory drink, and he looked stronger by the minute as the sun began to set. I was hopeful we wouldn't have to waste painkillers on him. Suddenly, echoing across the silence of dusky land, a sound caught our attention. It was far away but unmistakable. "Is that what I think it is?"
Trip asked. "A ship," I confirmed, putting my helmet back on and flipping the latches closed.
Could it be a rescue ship?
Dockery asked. No, I said, shaking my head. The Ryla was lost. There are no other ships from the fleet coming. Certainly not so soon.
Then it's whoever shot us down?
McSherry said. The Orcs, I confirmed grimly. Looking for survivors. I was thankful for the trees. It wasn't perfect, but we wouldn't stand out like we would have on the open plains. As all of us were already seated or lounging, I made a gesture with my hand for everyone to stay down. We couldn't see the ship yet, so it probably couldn't see us either. The sound started to grow louder, and I realized, seemed to be coming from behind us. I turned and scanned the skies fruitlessly. While the heavy armor helmet could tint to keep out harmful UV rays, it couldn't enhance my vision. Then I saw it. At first it was just a speck in the sky. A tiny dot, but it quickly grew in size. It was a small vessel, not a troop carrier or gunship. I thought it must be some kind of surveillance craft, a spotter looking for survivors. Tripp had seen it too.
It's going toward the escape pod,
he said.
What is it?
McSherry asked.
Not one of ours,
Tripp answered.
I've worked on every type of vessel in the fleet. That's definitely not us.
It's Orcs, I said. I don't recognize the class, but their vessels have that same fishy appearance. All curves and no straight lines. I wasn't exaggerating. The ship looked like a blowfish that had been inflated. Spines, which I guessed were sensors of some kind, stuck out from its sides. I could see some type of exhaust issuing from the bottom of the bloated vessel.
Are those guns?
Dockery asked in a tremulous voice. No, I said, trying to sound authoritative. Their guns are bulkier, and that's not a warship. The vessel passed us, not too closely. I thought Tripp was right, that the vessel was moving toward the escape pod. If they had tracked the pods out here, they would probably find the armory. I wanted to sprint back to camp, to try to protect Trix and the captain. It was impossible. We couldn't risk being spotted by the alien vessel, and I couldn't run 1 kilometer, much less 10. The best I could hope for was that Trix had taken Dunning straight to our camp. Despair settled over me like a fog. If the enemy found our guns before I could arm the survivors, we wouldn't stand a chance. Not that I had a lot of confidence in 2 medical seamen, a wrench spinner, and a security officer suffering through withdrawal to begin with. Still, we were all better off with more people alive, and if it came to a fight, I wanted us to have a chance of taking at least some of the Orcs with us when we died.
It's moving on,
McSherry said. As soon as it's gone, we move out, I said. How's Emery? I'm fine, he said, but he still looked shaky.
I don't know,
McSherry said to me quietly in an aside.
He's not dehydrated, but he's tired. We're all pretty worn out. Maybe it would be better to spend the night here and continue in the morning?
No, we have to move out, I said. Trix and I came down in the armory. We need to protect it if we can. Those weapons and supplies are our best chance at survival.
Won't they spot the armory right away?
Tripp asked.
It's a lot bigger than what we came down in.
We have it partially concealed, I explained. Plus, Trix and the captain are near there. We have to get to them in case they need our help. You want us to risk our lives for some dumb lamps, Corporal? Emery sneered.
Are you deaf? He's talking about the captain, too. And anyway, you're just some dumb security officer yourself, Tripp snapped.
Can we stop bickering? Look, I'm going back, I said. If you want to stay here, be my guest. You'll just slow us down anyway. You better watch your mouth, Emery said. You wouldn't be talking so big without all those weapons and armor. I grinned. We were stranded on a planet controlled by our enemies, and yet human nature and vanity still drove us. For my part, I wanted to punch the mouthy security officer's teeth out. There was nothing to gain from such an action, except momentary gratification. It certainly wouldn't help us survive, so I refrained. Stick around long enough, and you just might get a chance to see how I talk, without these weapons and armor. I said, right now, we're going. You can come or stay. I don't give a damn.
I'm going, Tripp said.
The seamen didn't hesitate to get to their feet. Everyone was loaded with gear, including their own water containers. Fine, Emery said, struggling to his feet. Whatever. Keep up, I warned him. We've got 10 clicks still to travel. If you fall behind, you're on your own. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Emery said. I ignored him. Leonis B had 2 small moons half the size of Earth's moon. They bathed the desert with a ghostly light. My helmet's visor enhanced the light from the moons and the stars. I couldn't see far, but I could make out everything around us. The trees, the spring, the boulders. The helmet also had a built-in compass, and I knew what direction the base camp was. It was enough to find our way back to camp. I hoped that the darkness would conceal us if more Orcasi ships passed by. Stay close, and no lights, I ordered. If you need to stop, speak up.
Yes, sir, Tripp said. We're ready, McSherra added.
All right. Let's move. Chapter 9. What should have taken 2 hours took 4 in the darkness. I stopped often, resting my stiff joints and doing my best to ignore the pain. When the hills came into view, I felt a huge sense of relief. But it wasn't until my little group trudged into camp that I let my guard down a little.
You made it!
Trix ran over to us, relief evident in her voice. We had to wait until dark, I said.
Because of the ships?
We saw one. I take it you did too, I said.
Trix,
McSherra said.
Isla, is that you? And the flesh? Shannon too?
McSherra said excitedly.
I can't believe it,
Trix said.
Thank goodness you're here. The captain is hurt.
Without wasting any time, she took the 2 seamen to check on Dunning. This is your camp? Emery asked. He had grumbled the entire way across the desert. It's nothing. Shut up and get some sleep, I retorted. Those ships could be back any time. Sleep where? Emery demanded. Wherever you want. I really don't care, I told him. You want us to sleep on the ground? I thought you said the Armory was here. We need it for shelter. What we need is for you to keep your voice down, I said, my patience wearing thin. This is our base camp. We're not staying in the Armory. That's the first place the Orcs will look for us.
Makes sense to me,
Tripp said. There's not even a fire, Emery complained. With that, my patience officially ran out. This isn't a camping trip, I snarled. We light a fire, and the Orcs will see it for 10 clicks in every direction. Now shut your mouth and get some sleep. Who the hell put you in charge? Emery puffed himself up.
I did,
Dunning said. I hadn't even heard her approach, but she was there, with Trix at her side. I couldn't make out many details in the dark, only the bandage that Trix had tied around her head.
Officer Emery, please do as you have been told.
"Aye, Captain," he replied in his usual sullen tone, deflated. With that situation diffused, I turned to Trix to debrief.
"We saw 2 ships,"
Trix informed me.
"One was round, like a zeppelin, almost, but even rounder, with some sort of protrusion sticking out of it."
"I think that's a censorship," I said. "What about the other?"
"It was smaller, with guns on the bottom."
"Where were they?"
"They passed by here,"
Trix explained.
"Lucky for us, we were at the oasis. They passed pretty close, moving slowly, but didn't stop. I don't think they saw us."
"Did they do anything around the armory?" I asked.
"They didn't find it, at least not this time,"
Trix said. "They'll be back," Dunning said, her face drawn. "I had hoped we would have more time," I admitted. "Trix, do you have the scouts running?"
"Yes, the same as last night."
"Good," I said. "Petty Officer Malik and I will go down to the armory and begin moving as many of the weapons and munitions as we can."
"I can help,"
Trix said.
"With Shannon and Isla here. I don't need to stay with the captain."
"I'll be fine," Dunning corroborated. I glanced around the camp. Everyone was close except for Emery, who was lying on the ground under the trees. I couldn't be sure, but it seemed that he was already asleep. "Fine. The 3 of us will start gathering supplies. In the morning, we'll move to the mountains and stash what we can in the caves."
"There are caves?"
Dunning asked. "It looks that way. We haven't had a chance to explore them. We can send the scouts once the sun is up. In the meantime, we need to get as much from the armory as we can. It's only a matter of time before the Orcasi find it. When they do, we'll lose everything."
"I agree,"
Dunning said.
"Start with what's most vital.
"And make sure you have enough weapons for everyone." "Copy that, sir," I said. "It won't be a problem." When Trix suggested that I stay and unload the armory while she and Tripp carried the items up into the hills to our camp, I balked. The hardest part of such a tense survival situation, of any such situation really, was understanding and accepting my own limitations. Deep down, I knew that trudging through the night would sap most of my remaining strength, and the 2 of them could probably work faster without me slowing them down. Reluctantly, I sent them back to the camp with a case of Lars and crates of batteries. While they made the trip back, I broke into the containers where the explosives were kept. I wanted to save as many of them as possible while also setting charges inside the armory as a nice surprise for any orcs that happened upon it. If we couldn't have the equipment inside, I certainly didn't want them getting their greedy hands on it. I placed several plastic explosives around the door, running a detonation cord from one brick of plastic to the next, then inserting the blast caps and setting up a remote so that we could trigger the explosives from a distance. There were still 4 large crates of explosives that were taken to the camp. By the time the sun came up, we had most of the weapons, ammunition, batteries, survival gear, and solar charging equipment out of the armory and stashed at our base camp. The only goods that remained were the non-lethal weapons and ammunition. We didn't need them. We weren't planning to pull any punches in a fight. It was enough gear for 3 rifle platoons and 3 demolition teams. Our tiny band of survivors would never be able to use it all, but I knew that there were more humans out there. I thought about the tracks I had seen leading away from the 3rd escape pod I had found. Someone had survived and was out there somewhere. I couldn't help but wonder if it might be Jordan. We made our final trip back to base camp just before the sun rose. When Dockery wordlessly handed me a pouch of survival food, I realized I hadn't eaten in almost 24 hours. I accepted it gratefully and watched the sun rise with Trix and McShera.
"Captain Dunning is sleeping?"
McShera said.
"Should we wake her?"
"No, there's no need. We can't do much in the daylight. We'll be seen."
"You think those ships will be back?"
Trix asked. Yes, I admitted. They won't stop looking for us. The fact that they couldn't find the Armory will be all the proof they need that we're alive and covering our tracks.
What should we do?
McSherra asked. Hide, survive, whatever it takes, I said.
For how long?
McSherra pressed the question.
We can't do that forever. Nor will we need to. I'm sure the fleet will be sending backup to rescue us.
Eventually, that's likely. But who can say when? I asked. It might be a long time.
If at all. They might decide we're not worth the risk.
Trix added.
Dear God.
McSherra looked sick. Either way, we have the means to survive for some time, I continued. We'll send the scout drones to inspect the caves. Once we've got a defensible base, we can begin gathering resources. I took a bite of my food. It wasn't good, but so great was my need for food that my body tricked my mind into believing the emergency rations were delicious.
What about other people?
McSherra said.
Surely there were other survivors. We didn't get to all the pods that showed up on the radar.
Trix said. We'll do what we can to get to the other survivors, as long as we don't risk our safety or the location of the camp, I said. The good news is, there aren't many orcs on this world. Those that are here won't hunt us forever.
So we just hide and hope that they never find us?
McSherra said.
We just assume we'll never get off this planet? That's not what he's saying, is it, Van?
Trix said. You're right, Trix. Survival is just the first objective, I clarified. Once the captain is awake, we'll find out what she knows. Then we have to get that information to our people back home.
You mean send a message somehow?
McSherra said.
I don't know if we can manage that from the Armory.
The comms gear only has a short range, I agreed ruefully. We don't even know if the communications buoy the Ryla dropped upon entering the system is still out there. Even if it is, we'd need a much more powerful transmitter to reach it. Letting them know we were attacked isn't enough either. We'll need to put together a report on who attacked us, what their strengths are, and what our people should expect.
Simple?
McSherra said sarcastically.
Yeah. What are we waiting for?
Trix added. It's not going to be easy, I told them. But it falls to us. This world is the real treasure. Atmosphere, breathable air, liquid water that's readily accessible. It all adds up to the kind of discovery the fleet will fight for. Thinking about it this way will give us a purpose. And everyone needs that. From the ashes of this disaster, we can rise again. We can make this more than just a survival mission.
It's a recon op,
Trix said. Exactly. We stay alive and do whatever it takes to send the intel back home.
That's all well and good to say, but remember, we're not Marines,
McSherra said.
We don't have TAC team training.
Consider it on-the-job training, I said. The truth is, we don't really have a choice. Our needs and the objectives of the mission are the same. The sun rose soon, and with it came the Orcasi ships. From the hill where we had established our base camp, we could see them in the distance. They moved across the horizon like bugs on a window pane. It made me nervous. The one thing we didn't have was weapons strong enough to take on a ship. We would need to be careful when we moved out. While Trix and Trip caught up on their rest, I sent the scout drones to check out the caves. Most were small depressions in the rock, not true caves. There was plenty of evidence of animals nesting in them, which seemed odd, since we had seen almost no animal life on Leonis B. A few hours after sunup, Scout 2 entered a narrow crevice like a tunnel in the side of the mountain. The notch turned back and forth before widening into a large depression. It looked like an amphitheater. The space in the solid rock face of the mountain was concave, and the floor sloped down to where a pool of water waited. What a find, I thought excitedly. It would offer protection while still allowing fresh air and natural light into the space. The mountainsides converged closely over the cavern, but the crevice rose all the way up. The drone panned up, and I could see the sky through the crack. The path of the crevice continued past the cavern and emerged on the other side of the mountain. We could easily protect both ways in, and if attacked from either direction, flee out the other side. The adrenaline rush caused by this find couldn't carry me indefinitely after such a long night. By midday, I was struggling to keep my eyes open. I found my pack and stretched out, ordering the scout drones to return. We would need them to recharge before nightfall, and while we had plenty of charges storing power, it would still take several hours to transfer the power to the small devices. "I'm going to take a nap," I told Dockery. "If any of those ships come close or land, wake me up."
"Yes, Staff Sergeant," she replied.
Everyone else was napping, and Dockery looked nervous. "Seaman," I said softly, "are you all right?" She shrugged.
"I'm trying to hold it together."
"You're doing fine. Everything is going to be okay."
"I don't know how you can say that," she replied.
"It could be far worse. At least the planet isn't hostile."
"Not hostile. There are aliens flying overhead,"
she said incredulously. "I can't deny the presence of the Orcasi. We have an edge on them, though. We know they're here and can prepare accordingly. And this is a big place, where they won't find us easily."
"What happens when they do?"
she said, sitting down on the ground beside me. "Then we fight," I said.
"And that's exactly the problem. I don't want to fight," she admitted. "I joined the service to help people. I'm a medical professional, not a warrior."
"We've got a few surprises for anyone who comes around," I said, thinking of the large-caliber autonomous cannons. "I know it doesn't seem like it now, but soon we'll get settled, and you won't feel so exposed. When the time comes to fight, I'll lead the charge." She smiled. Shannon Dockery had delicate features and a warm complexion that suited her. She was pretty, and young like Trix, so very young. I realized with a pang. As smart and capable as these officers were, you couldn't be a slouch if you were to succeed in the fleet. And as hard as they were trying to be brave, their inexperience and uncertainty shone through. It made me wonder how anyone could send children to war before I remembered that I had been just 18 years old myself when I joined the Marines. "I'm going to close my eyes for just a few minutes," I said, stifling a yawn. "If you need anything, wake me up."
"I will," she said.
I closed my eyes and fell asleep instantly, only to be woken what felt like a second later. Someone was nudging me in the side with their boot, and they weren't being gentle. I opened my eyes and saw the barrel of a LAR pointing up my face. I started to reach for my own weapon before remembering that I had set them all aside. The laser rifle in my face was most likely my own, and even if it wasn't, I had no chance of bringing my gun to bear before my assailant pulled the trigger. I shifted my focus from the gun to the person holding it. Armory looked at me with a wicked expression on his face. "Time to wake up, cripple," he said. The softness of his tone was surprising. "What are you doing?" I asked, not bothering to move. I knew I couldn't spring into action. My body felt stiff, and the muscles in my back were burning. I needed to stretch, but I didn't want to make any kind of move while Armory had the gun in my face. "What does it look like I'm doing?" he smirked. "I'm taking control of this disaster before you make it any worse." I could see that his eyes were dilated. It didn't take much to realize he must have woken up, gotten a weapon, and forced Dockery to give him some of the pain meds from the trauma kit. "Okay," I said placatingly. "You're in charge. What would you like me to do?" Not so sure of yourself now, are you, Staff Sergeant? He said my rank like it was an insult. Somewhere out of my field of view, I could hear someone crying softly. Anger was building up inside me like the pressure in a volcano. How could I have been so stupid as to leave weapons where this unstable brute could get to them? I should have known better, but there had been so much to organize. In all honesty, I hadn't thought Armory was in good enough physical shape to be a threat. That mistake might have cost me my life. I've known your type for a long time, Armory said. You think you're better than everyone else? You think that all these people, the entire fleet, will serve your pleasure? Well, think again. I'm not thinking that, I said, trying to sound calm. I even smiled, although I doubted it was convincing. Inside, my mind was racing. Armory had the upper hand, the better positioning. I needed some way to gain an advantage. There would be no way to fight my way out of this, so I'd have to try a different route. You're not? Armory's eyes narrowed in suspicion. I hoped desperately that he'd respond to common ground. Look at me, man. You think you're the only one on Nox? I've been on a heavy dose for over a year. I've got a bum leg and a new hip, and I lost my eye. Right now, every part of me hurts. Frankly, I'm just wondering if there's any chance you'll share what you found with me. What are you taking? Oxy, Hydros, Morse. I lost my entire stash when the ship went down. I had a few in the Armory, but I'm out. Bummer. All they've got is morphine shots, Armory said. He was relaxing. The gun wasn't pointing directly at my face anymore, and he looked nervous. I could also tell he was unsteady on his feet. He was in no condition to fight, but neither was I. Talking him down was my best bet. We don't have to be enemies, officer. I'm on your side, I told him. I don't think so, Armory said, raising the gun again. In his shaky hands, it kept moving up past the top of my head. And that's when I saw it. He had powered up the LAR, but the safety switch was on. It wouldn't fire unless he reached out with his trigger finger and toggled the switch. I'm getting up, I said. No, he demanded, without any real conviction in his voice. I rolled slowly, trying to see if he was going to reach for the safety switch. He kept his finger on the trigger. I got onto my stomach and then slowly onto my hands and knees. Man, you weren't lying, Armory said with a chuckle. I grunted, trying to ease the weight off my left side. The muscles on my right side had stiffened from compensating for the weakness on my left side. I rose up on my knees, leaning against a tree and furtively surveying the scene. Trix and the others were still asleep. Dockery was on her side, her hands bound behind her and her mouth gagged. I could see tears running down her face, and one of her eyes was swelling shut. The man had hit her. I knew plenty of women who were tough operators and vicious fighters, but Shannon Dockery was not one of them. Fury filled my body. I started to pull myself up, causing Armory to intervene. I said stay down, he snarled, swinging the butt of his rifle at my head. I managed to sway back so that the clumsy blow missed my head and lashed out with my good arm, hitting Armory between the legs. He groaned and stumbled back. I forced myself to my feet, holding the tree for support and searching for a weapon. Mine had all been moved, except for the spear. I snatched it up and turned just as Armory pulled the trigger. We were close, so close that even high on morphine from the trauma kit, he wouldn't have missed. When the gun didn't fire, he squeezed the trigger again. Damn it, he said. I saw him reach for the safety. My training kicked in. The military had been very specific. In war, a Marine either kills or gets killed. I'd never found that it got easier or less unpleasant, but I was also ready to do what I had to do. In an instant, I spun the sharpened tip of the spear toward Armory and stabbed it deep into his chest. Blood gushed around the blade. For a second, the security officer stared at me in shock. Then he toppled backward, dead before he hit the ground. I leaned on the spear as I bent down and picked up the law. Armory stared up at the bright sky with dull, lifeless eyes. It was a terrible thing that had happened, and I felt the weight of it on my soul. Even though I could rationalize what I'd done, I still felt horrible. With a jerk, I pulled the spear free and stabbed it into the ground. I wanted to throw the rifle and scream, but a low rumble distracted me from my fury. A ship was coming. I hurried over to where Dockery was lying. She looked at me with one large, frightened eye, the other swollen to a slit. "It's all right," I said, even though I felt the exact opposite. Part of me wanted to vomit and cry. The rest wanted to grab the spear and stab Armory again. Instead, I untied Dockery's hands. "Wake the others," I told her. "Stay in the trees." I limped over to where I kept my stash of supplies and pulled out the parachute I had stuffed in my bag. There was no time to move Armory, even if I were physically capable of moving by myself. Instead, I tossed the parachute over him. Since there was very little wind on Leona's B, it stayed put. I then picked up a Nashi high-intensity sniper rifle, a laser weapon not unlike the La, but with a longer, narrower barrel and twice the capacity. A laser fired from a Nashi could travel over 3 clicks with enough power to burn through a steel plate 5 millimeters thick. Despite its formidable firepower, I wasn't planning to fire the weapon. I just wanted to use the high-resolution digital scope mounted on the barrel rail. The ship was only a dark speck against the bright sky, but through the scope, I could see that it was a gunship. I had seen them before. Marines called them dragonflies because they had long, tapered bodies with teardrop-shaped wings on top, as well as a rotating cannon beneath the cockpit, which looked like an insect's eyes.
"What is it?"
Trix said a moment later. She approached slowly and stood behind the tree I was leaning against. "Orc gunship," I said.
"You sure?"
"Oh yeah," I confirmed grimly. "I've seen them before."
"I guess now we know for sure it was the Okasi that shot us down."
"You can check that off the list of intel we needed to gather." The ship flew straight toward the hill where our base camp was located. Sheer terror flooded my entire body. If it fired, we were dead. One Orc gunship could take out the entire top of the hill we occupied. I felt like a fool for putting up the canopies, fearing that I had marked our camp too obviously with them. Such a signal might lead them to fire, and we were short on options to defend ourselves. I knew the Orc ships were thickly armored, but I could try to take a shot at the pilots through the bulb of material around the cockpit. The powerful sniper rifle had as good a chance of penetrating it as any of our other weapons. I mentally cursed when I thought about the large caliber autocannons, which sat uselessly in the cargo crates. These threw depleted uranium slugs the size of my middle finger. Through the scope I could see the pilot, and my skin crawled at the sight. To me, Orcs looked like someone had taken the DNA of a hippopotamus and a human, mixing it to create a swollen, vicious hybrid. They used laser weapons and penetrators similar to our own, powerful projectile weapons that slashed through armor like it was damp paper. I had no idea which kind of gun was mounted beneath the Dragonfly ship. I had seen both used and knew that either one would slice the trees, and those of us hiding in them, to ribbons. My thumb flicked off the sniper rifle's safety switch. I centered the scope's crosshairs on the pilot, noting that the target seemed to be just over 2 kilometers away. Index finger on the trigger, I felt sweat running down my forehead, not just from the heat, but also from the stress of the moment. If I fired and it didn't penetrate, We were dead. Alerted to our presence, all the pilot would have to do was squeeze the trigger, and the big mounted gun would kill us all. Could I take that chance? I didn't know, but hesitation in combat could get a Marine killed. I took a breath, held it, and began to squeeze the trigger. Before I could finish the action, the ship banked without warning, and I released the trigger. I'll never know how close I came to firing the rifle that day, but it was too close for comfort.
I thought we were dead,
Trix said in a shaky voice. We almost were, I agreed. We watched the ship, feeling weak with fear. With my helmet off and my heavy armor suit powered down, I should have been sweltering in the afternoon heat. But I felt chilled to the bone. The dragonfly continued a long, looping turn and headed back the way it had come. I was glad the drones were charging. Perhaps with their help, we could avoid similar situations in the future.
That was too close,
Trix said. I almost fired, I said.
Would that have stopped the ship?
Probably not, I said. I didn't know what else to do. It looked like it was coming right for us.
We need a better place to hide.
The sooner we get there, the better, I agreed. Let's make that happen. Chapter 10. The problems with moving the base camp to the cavern in the mountains were twofold. First, there was no cover between the hilltop and the mountains, which, given our recent scare, made all of us hesitate. The second problem concerned how we would get our equipment up the steep, craggy terrain. I knew we had to wait until dark, which would only make the mission more difficult. We would have to move in stages, I decided. The captain finally awoke as the sun settled toward the horizon. She wasn't happy to learn about Emery's death, but Dockery backed up my story, and the bruises on her face were irrefutable.
Getting up the mountainside in the dark won't be easy,
Dunning said. Her voice was still weak, barely more than a whisper. We can't stay here, I said, not with Orcasi gunships patrolling. They'll find us eventually.
I trust your judgment, Staff Sergeant. However, I don't want anyone taking unnecessary chances. We can't afford to lose anyone else.
I agree, I said. It was hard not to take her words as criticism. Perhaps under different circumstances, I could have spared Emery's life. I didn't regret killing him, but I resented the fact that he had given me no choice. I left the captain resting. She hadn't moved since getting to the camp, and it was clear to me that her head wound was more serious than she had said.
What's the plan?
Trip asked as I moved through the trees. We'll head up to the mountain once the sun goes down, I told him.
What about him?
Trip asked, pointing down the hill toward Emery's body. We hadn't bothered to move it yet. Leaving it wasn't an option either. The corpse was sure to attract scavengers, and we didn't want anything drawing attention to the hilltop, which would still be tactically advantageous, even after we moved into the mountains. I'll bury him, I said.
That's more than he deserves,
Trip groused. I find it hard to blame him fully. His addiction killed him, I said. We were at the edge of the trees, and the hilltop angled down away from us toward the plain, where the armory was hidden.
You probably didn't have occasion to cross paths with him on the ship, but he was a terror. The man hounded me for weeks.
I'm sorry, I said.
Yeah, well, I'm not, Trip retorted. The man was a nightmare, and we're better off without him.
You might change your mind when we end up fighting the Orcs, I said, knowing that a battle was inevitable. The more guns on our side, the better.
When it comes to that, I'll take my chances. I'm just glad he didn't hurt you before it was too late.
Trix joined us. She was still in the heavy armor suit like me. We held our helmets and looked out across the desert toward the setting sun.
Another day,
she said.
I know help is a long time coming, but it seems unbelievable that we've been on this planet for 3 days now, and with no rescue in sight.
It's strange not knowing when help will arrive.
I miss the garage, Tripp said. I feel like the odd man out down here. You both seem in your element. I can't really contribute.
That's not true, I argued. Trix can show you how to service the weapons. That should be right in your wheelhouse.
I'm a Marine, Trix added. But I wasn't infantry. I spent my career in administrative positions.
We're all just making do, I said. I'm qualified for tech team service, but no longer fit for standard operations. Just getting around is sometimes hard for me.
We're a ragtag band of survivors,
Tripp said with a chuckle. At least we did survive. And there are more of us out there, I said, thinking of the footprints I had left behind.
Do you think we'll be able to find anyone else?
Trix asked. We have to, I said. We can't leave anyone to die.
What if we die trying to help them? Tripp said. I don't really dig that.
We won't, I assured him, while knowing that it was very likely that we would lose people searching for survivors. We have the advantage out here.
How's that?
Tripp asked, sounded skeptical. The burden is on the Orcs to find us, and this is a big world. They have the advantage in numbers and firepower, but that only helps them in a fight.
Which we aren't going to give them, right?
Trix said. Exactly. We'll stay hidden, and if they find us, we'll run, I explained. It's not glorious, but it's practical. And the more they fail, the more frustrated and uninterested they'll become.
You make it sound simple. Running for our lives and hiding under rocks doesn't sound like a walk in the park to me.
It won't be easy, I acknowledged. We just have to stay focused on the mission. Keep moving forward, and take comfort in knowing that we're sticking it to the Orcasi. Over the next few hours, we prepared ourselves for the long march ahead. When the sun set, I led the way into the mountains. I carried my pack, which held 2 containers of water and half a dozen guns. By now, the scout drones were recharged, and all I had to do was to follow them. There was no trail up the mountainside, which I was glad to find wasn't as steep as it had appeared on camera. The crevice in the mountainside was narrow, just wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. In some places it was tighter, but there was enough space to get the gear through. Tripp and McSherra carried a crate between them that held 3 large-caliber autonomous cannons. Trix brought up the rear with an ammo box full of the depleted uranium rounds for the cannons. The trek, going slowly in the dark, took an hour. The moon and stars gave us just enough light to see by, and the scout drones kept watch for danger.
This isn't half bad,
Tripp said when we emerged into the cavern. The floor of the cavern was covered in a thick layer of sand. It made the new base camp seem almost comfortable. I dropped my heavy pack on the ground near the pool of water at the center of the cavern, and used my helmet's controls to have Scout 1 scan the water for contaminants.
I doubt the Orcasi scouts will find us here,
Trix said.
Should we set up the cannons?
Let's wait. To position them the most effectively, we'll need to explore this place some more first, I said, smiling at her eagerness. We'll take 5, then start back for more supplies.
I miss the cargo dollies, Tripp said, and power loaders. I miss warm showers,
McSherra sighed, as she sat on the crate she had been carrying. Good, I told them. Those are the thoughts that keep you motivated when the going gets tough. Remember what you're fighting for.
Staff Sergeant,
Dunning interjected. She was sitting on the sandy floor of the cavern, leaning against a backpack filled with medical supplies. I moved over to where she sat and leaned on my spear.
You did a good job finding this place.
The drones did it, I said. I just sent them in the right direction.
You're going back for the rest of our supplies.
That's right.
Very good. I'm sorry I can't help, but I'm still a little woozy.
It's no problem, Captain. Seaman Dockery will stay with you. The rest of us will handle moving the gear. Are you good to assist the captain, Seaman?
Yes, Staff Sergeant, Dockery replied. We'll be fine.
I'm leaving Scout 1 here. It will warn you if there's danger.
Good,
Dunning said.
You think it's safe to use one of these?
Dockery asked, holding up a small glow rod. It should be, as long as you're in the cavern. She switched on the glow rod. It was a simple device used mainly in survival gear, and made of some unbreakable polymer that allowed the LEDs inside to shine through. From the soft glow of the device, I could see the captain clearly. Her eyes were closed, and her pale face was covered in a sheen of sweat. I moved back to where McSherry was sitting on her crate, with Trix at her side. Trip had moved to the pool of water, so it was just the three of us. Still, I spoke in a low voice that wouldn't be overheard. Seaman, what's the status on Captain Dunning? I asked. McSherry shrugged, a little helplessly.
It's impossible to know. She lost a lot of blood and might simply be weak as her body struggles to rebuild the supply. Or she might have a brain bleed that's slowly killing her. Without proper medical equipment, I can't diagnose or help her.
What about the medical supplies? I asked.
We only have standard first aid kits and trauma gear. We'd need a full-range scanning machine to examine her. And if there is damage to her brain, we would need a level 1 surgical suite to correct it.
Basically, she'll either get better slowly, or she won't at all, I said. There's nothing we can do.
Make her comfortable and let her rest. Her body will have to heal itself, if it can.
I thought of my artificial hip, knee, and shoulder. My wounds had been extensive, but even if just one of my joints had been damaged, it wouldn't have healed on its own. I felt a sense of dread. Losing the captain would be a blow to the little group of survivors. Is Shannon prepared to stay with the captain by herself? I asked.
She can handle it,
McSherry said.
We've already discussed the captain's status. Shannon will check her vitals every couple of hours. Other than that, we need to keep her hydrated and hope for the best. At least she's safe here,
Trix said.
Compared to what's outside, this is like paradise. Sand beneath your toes and all. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I had a day at the beach.
This isn't exactly a seaside resort, I replied.
Maybe not, but I'll take it,
Trix said, grinning slightly.
It beats a cubicle on Luna any day of the week.
That's the spirit, I said. I think we've rested enough. Let's get started. We left the cavern, unencumbered by gear, and made the downhill trek much faster than the climb up. When we got to the hilltop camp, Trix took charge of moving the supplies, while I found a camp shovel and started digging. TAC units trained for everything, from managing the most sophisticated combat operations to digging snow caves and foxholes. That said, I hadn't had to dig up anything since my injuries on Xueting C. It didn't take long for my back to burn with pain and my joints to ache with each scoop I pulled from the ground. Although it took half the night, I eventually managed to dig a hole big enough for Emery's body. It was only a little more than a meter deep, but I was exhausted and running out of time. Nights on Leonis B were only about 10 hours long. I rolled him into the pit, removed his ID tags, and began to cover him up. By the time I had Emery's grave finished, the others were about to start their third haul up to the cavern. "What's next?" I asked, trying to roll my shoulders and neck to relieve the pain.
We got the autocannons and most of the power charges,
Trix said.
I was planning to take a crate of Lars and the rest of the batteries on this trip.
Sounds good, I said. We made 2 more trips before the sun rose. There were few times in my life where I had been more physically exhausted. It was as difficult a night as any I'd enjoyed in TAC Team Q school. The whole operation was inarguably worth it. In the cavern, as the sky turned grey and then pink in the pre-dawn light, we surveyed our stockpile. It had all the survival equipment, most of the Lars, and all the power supplies, including cases of batteries for the weapons. There were 6 autocannons, each with their own ammo boxes, which contained 2,000 rounds of depleted uranium slugs. Back at the hilltop, which we had begun to call the old camp, there were still several cases of weapons, ammunition, and the remaining explosive ordnance. If we get lucky, we can get everything moved tomorrow, I said.
What about today?
Trix asked. Today, we take shifts watching the Armory, I said. You all should get some rest. I'm heading back to the old camp to set up there. It's still the best tactical place to keep watch on the Armory. Even though it's empty, they might be able to use it against us. Besides, we may still need it.
Don't you need to sleep?
No, I'll be fine. The comlinks in our radios work better here and there. I'll let you know if there's trouble.
Staff Sergeant, I don't think you should go alone. I'll come with you,
Trix said. I'll be fine. This is what I'm trained for. It's what I'm good at. Or used to be, I said, ignoring the look of fear in Trix's eyes. It should be perfectly safe, I promise. She nodded, clearly unhappy. I put a hand on her shoulder, and she reached up and put both of her hands on my forearm. We still had our helmets on, but I could see the pleading in her eyes. I was fairly certain she was starting to form a trauma bond, natural between people who face life-threatening situations. Sometimes those bonds grew into a semblance of romance, a kind that was usually doomed from the start. Trix had never seen me as anything other than her NCO, until the terror of the attack that had left us stranded on Leonis B.
All right,
she said after a moment. Get the scouts charged, and have everyone get rest in shifts, I told her.
We have 2 more suits of heavy armor,
she pointed out.
I was thinking that Trip and Isla should put them on. That way we can use the comlinks to stay in contact.
Do we have enough power supplies? Trix nodded.
Plenty.
That's a good idea, then. Keep your weapons close.
You too,
she said. I glanced over and saw that the captain was asleep. Dockery was resting beside her. The soft sand of the cavern floor looked so inviting. Were it not for the work I still had to do, if the Orcs came back, and I knew they would, I couldn't be caught unaware. I left the cavern with my usual assortment of weapons, including the Gnashi sniper rifle. I also had some dry rations and a water bottle. My body ached all over, which simply couldn't be helped. I'd learned to turn off that part of my brain and just be careful of how I moved to compensate. The pain was there, always there. The light of day made the descent down the mountain a little easier, but it also left me exposed. I hurried and got to the old camp exhausted and hurting. I slumped down behind the small mound of rocky soil that covered Emery's body, the best cover on the hill, and added the cover of the parachute to help me blend in. After the arduous walk, staying awake was easy. That was one good thing about the pain. It made rest hard to come by. An hour after I settled in on the hilltop, I heard the low rumble of an aerial vessel. I looked through the sniper rifle's digital scope and scanned the horizon. Base camp, this is Hilltop. Do you read? Over.
Loud and clear, Staff Sergeant. Over,
came the reply in McSherra's voice. We have a vessel inbound, I said. Where are you, over?
I'm in the cavern, Staff Sergeant. I took first watch. Over.
I think you should move to the mouth of the cave. Stay in the shadows, so they won't be able to see you. But you'll have a view of them. We don't want to get caught by surprise. Over.
Copy. Move into the mouth of the cave. Base camp standing by.
I caught sight of the ship approaching through the scope of the rifle. It was the gunship, returning to patrol the area. Maybe, I reasoned, they had discovered the armory and suspected that we were nearby. That seemed a bit too sophisticated, though. My experience with the Orcasi was that they were vicious fighters that thrived on destruction. They were much more likely to have destroyed the armory. They must have tracked it to this area and continued to look for survivors. The ship was loud, something I had not noticed in any of the other engagements I had fought against the Orcs. Of course, those had been furious battles, and Leonis B was a quiet place. It also seemed telling that it had taken the ship around 2 hours to arrive on station. That gave me a sense that their camp was a long way off. I watched the ship, just as we had the day before. It swerved back and forth, searching for anyone foolish enough to be out in the open. I had no idea how sophisticated their scanning capabilities were, but I assumed they weren't using thermal, since even our tracks on the ground would have shown up as a faint line on thermal imaging. Eventually, the ship moved out of sight, and I breathed a little easier, settling down for my watch. In the afternoon, Trix activated her comlink and informed me that she was sending Scout 1 to my location, with the strong suggestion that I get some sleep. It was sound advice, and I took it, sleeping deeply and dreamlessly for several hours. The sun had just set when I woke up. Base camp, this is Hilltop. What's your status, over? I asked over the comlink.
We're just getting ready to head your way, Hilltop,
Trix said.
We shouldn't be long. Over.
Copy that, I said. How's the captain faring? Over.
She's no better,
McSherra said.
No worse either. Sleeping a lot, which is good. Over.
Thanks for the update. You three be careful. Hilltop out. It was dark enough that I felt safe getting up. I took my time, and once I was on my feet, did my stretches. Perhaps it was the constant fear that had made everything seem more intense in the moment, because, although I was very sore from the work of the night before, my daily exercises seemed a little less painful than usual. I wanted to believe I was getting stronger, even though I wasn't getting enough sleep or enough food. It seemed that Leonis B, despite its dangers, or maybe because of them, was a good fit for me. It had been a long time since I'd been on a proper planet. Lunar bases like Titan or space stations with artificial gravity were fine, but being on a real world with fresh air and clean water was doing me good. After my stretches, I paced inside the grove of trees on the crown of the hill, waiting for Trix, McSherra, and Trib to join me. There were plenty of supplies to carry up the mountain and into our new camp. I was glad to be moving, even if the work was hard, since lying prone all day had taken its toll on me. I needed movement and exercise to burn off the soreness of digging Emery's grave. The HUD in the helmet I wore was also growing on me. The data interface had some excellent tools, like the low-light enhancement that made it easier to see. The little moons of Leonis B were full and glowing brightly in the night sky, giving enough light that I could see the gnarled tree trunks as dark shadows and make out the boulders and scrub brush across the planet. The night was still and peaceful, so it took me by surprise when an ominous chime beeped in the helmet and a warning in red letters flashed on the HUD. Warning. Movement detected. I whirled back toward the plane where Scout 1 was scanning the darkness and lowered myself down behind a tree. bringing up the Nashi. Its digital scope had night vision capabilities. I powered it on and looked through the scope. Through it, the desert seemed to be bathed in a red light. I could see for miles through the scope. The movement was much closer than that, localized at the foot of the hills nearby. A squad of orcs, 8 in total, all moving in single file. They stayed low, their thick bodies almost hunched over. They had apparatuses on their heads, some type of night vision tool, I suspected. Each carried distinctive laser weapons. They were too heavy to be useful to humans, but the orcs carried them with ease. The weapons fired fat blobs of plasma that could carry well over 100 meters. The gel was hot enough to instantly kill a human, and the splatter from impact was hot enough to wound a Marine in full combat armor. My heart seemed to jump in my chest, like it was a wild animal and my rib cage was a trap it had stumbled into. I checked the distance on the scope. The squad of orcs was 500 meters from my position.
Staff Sergeant, are you getting this warning over?
Trix asked over the comlink. Affirmative, I replied calmly. I have 8 hostiles approaching Hilltop. I suggest you return to base camp, Corporal. Slow and silent. This isn't a drill, over.
Roger that,
Trix said, her voice strained.
Are you coming?
The fact that she wasn't using radio protocol was proof enough that she was worried about me. I've got a surprise or two for our friends, I replied. The rest of you should return to base camp and keep watch. I don't think they know we're here, but they will if they get to my position. I'll let you know when I get close to home. Base camp out. Perhaps it was cruel to end so abruptly, but I had to decide on a course of action. My best chance was to draw the orcs away from the hilltop and the mountains. If they found our supplies, they would know we were close, and we would lose some of the assets that were invaluable to our survival. I quickly weighed my options. I could fire down at the squad. There wasn't much cover down at the base of the hill. I would kill 2, maybe even 3, before the others split apart. In all, I might kill more than half their number, while giving away my position. They would probably get me in the end. I had the advantage at the moment, as they didn't know I was there, and I wanted to keep it that way. I didn't trust myself to outmaneuver the orcs. They looked hulking and slow, but I knew they could move quickly when they wanted to. The other alternative was to try to draw them away from the hilltop and pick them off from afar. The chances of success were much higher, even though it still came with a few risks. I began to crawl back slowly until the group was out of sight. Noiselessly, I gave Scout 1 the command to fly down to the armory and started to move as fast as my broken body would allow me. The night was silent. Noise would give me away just as surely as being seen. I circled around the hill and crawled into a cluster of bushes. When Scout 1 reached the armory, it moved to the far side and activated its light feature. I picked up a rock with my good hand and threw it toward the armory. It was too far away to hit the module, but the rock hit the ground with a thump and tumbled across the sandy ground. The noise seemed loud to me, but it was hard to be certain that the orcs had heard it. The light from Scout 1 could be seen from my position, and I hoped it was visible to the orcs. Waiting to see if they would take the bait was difficult. For all I knew, they'd moved straight up the hill and discovered what was left of our supplies. The temptation to move was strong. I wanted to get up, find the enemy, make sure they weren't following me. I felt weak, almost sick with fear, and my mind raced. Was I exposed? Had I been seen by the gunship? Could the Orcasi intercept the transmissions from our comlinks? Did they know about the cave? At that thought, I wanted to run back to the cavern to ensure my companions were alive. The reckless TAC operator in me wanted to find the orcs and open fire with the La, on full auto. I would be a force to be reckoned with, at least until the batteries ran out, and they quickly would. If I didn't kill all 8 enemy warriors, I would be vulnerable. And the truth was, the large aliens were damn hard to kill. I had seen them lose limbs in battle and keep fighting. They had the strength to kill a human with their bare hands, not to mention their teeth. In the heat of battle, when the frenzy of killing was on them, the Orcs used any means necessary to slaughter their enemies. I felt a sense of relief when the squad moved into my sight. They were nearly 400 meters from my spot in the bushes, and moving as stealthily as their bulky bodies would allow toward the armory. I hated to give it up, but I knew it offered the best chance of killing the squad of Orcs. I used my helmet to have Scout 1 turn off its lights and return to the cavern. I couldn't see it rise up into the darkness. Instead, I watched the Orcs. They didn't seem to notice it either as they spread out, their weapons ready for any sign of humans. There was a cold satisfaction in knowing they were headed toward their deaths. If they spoke, I didn't hear them. Dimly, I could see that they made hand signals. When they were close enough to see the armory, they increased their speed. After circling the module, they closed in on the door. I pulled the little remote detonator out of my pocket and powered it on. My thumb hovered over the button. All I had to do was press down on the little plunger. The Orcs were at the limit of the scope's night vision range, just blobs. But I saw the door open, and 2 of the aliens went inside. The rest clustered around the front of the module. I knew they wouldn't all go in, but they didn't need to. I pressed the button, raising my head to avert my eyes and look out into the darkness. The explosion still seared the vision at the corner of my eyes and shattered the silence of the night. Flames shot out, along with parts of the module itself. After the thunderclap and flash of light, I saw the module burning, the flames flickering through ragged holes. Dipping my head back down to gaze through the rifle's sight, I saw that all the Orcs were down, and only 2 were moving. One rolled back and forth as if writhing in pain. The other was trying to get away from the danger, crawling across the sandy ground. That was for the Ryla, I said, as my thumb flipped off the safety switch of the Nashi sniper rifle. I slipped my finger inside the trigger guard and centered the digital scope's crosshairs on the crawling Orc. And that's for Jordan Harley, I added, pulling the trigger. A flash of light erupted from the sniper rifle and blasted through the Okasi warrior. Smoke rose from the Orc as it dropped to the ground and lay still. The other Orc was still writhing. Under different circumstances, I would have tried to capture it. Here, however, we didn't have the resources to keep prisoners, nor could we communicate with the Okasi. I took aim and fired on the second Orc. One shot left it lying dead near the smoldering remains of the armory. Corporal Finnegan, the threat has been neutralized. What's your status? Over, I said through the comlink as I scanned for any sign of movement.
We're beginning the ascent, Staff Sergeant,
Trix replied, her voice clear in my helmet speaker right beside my ears.
I'm glad you're okay. Over.
We could have more visitors, I warned. Watch your 6, and make sure the egress is clear. Over.
Roger that. What are you going to do? Over.
I'll stay here and monitor, I said. At least for a few more hours. Over.
Be careful,
she said.
We'll be waiting for you. Base camp out.
A moment later, I heard the roar of a ship taking off. The unique sound of an Okasi troop transport lifting off was one that had stayed with me for a long time. In battle, even over the sound of weapons fire and explosions, you could hear their transports roaring in and then roaring away. The sound haunted my dreams, and even though I didn't see the ship take off, I knew it was gone. For an hour I waited, lying on the rocky ground, the limbs of the bushes poking me. I had seen an entire platoon of Orcs dashing from a troop ship, and I knew there could be many more enemy warriors waiting out in the darkness. When I saw no sign of reinforcements, I began to assume that the ship that had brought the squad of Orcs had fled after the explosion. In my mind, I could imagine a human pilot calling for an update from the field operators after such a sudden explosion. It would be terrifying, and when no one replied to the pilot's repeated calls, that pilot might assume the team had been killed and dash back home. What didn't make sense was why the Orcs were there in the first place. Had the flyovers spotted something? They had been moving directly toward the old camp until I drew them into the trap at the Armory. I didn't know if I had struck a solid blow or simply started a fight I couldn't win. The flames had died out when I finally crawled out of the bushes. I did a slow scan, a full 360 degrees with the scope. There was no sign of movement that I could see. By then, Trix and the others had returned to the cavern and reported that all was well. She was perched just inside the crevice on my side of the mountain, keeping watch with Scout 1, Trix reported. Trip was at the far end of the crevice, watching for movement in the night. Time was running out for me to make a survey of the dead. I left my spear near the bushes, popped off the scope from the sniper rifle, and kept my good hand on the pistol grip of my La. I was completely exposed if someone was watching. The Orcs had snipers too, and I knew one might have me in their crosshairs. But I had to assess the damage. When I reached the first of the Orcs, the second one I had shot, I discovered the cause of its misery. One leg was missing, and there were several shards of metal buried in the alien's flesh. In the darkness, the blood looked black. My laser blast had gone through the being's lower jaw and into the chest cavity. Smoke still wafted from the body, and I was grateful that my helmet filtered out the smell of the dead. The explosions had ripped the armory to pieces, and hot metal and shards of the module's heat shielding had eviscerated most of the Orcs and destroyed their weapons. Inside the armory, the 2 Orcs had been vaporized in the explosion. There was only one thing I could salvage. The blanket light solar collector, half buried in the sand, was undamaged. The cord connecting it to the armory was severed. I disconnected the cable and folded the array up. Then I returned to my bush to get the sniper rifle and my spear. Base camp, this is Hilltop. I'm on my way in. Over.
Roger that, McSherra's voice said. Good to hear from you, Staff Sergeant. Over. Staff Sergeant, don't rush, but we do have a problem,
Tripp said. What is it? I asked, feeling a surge of panic.
Looks like another group of hostiles, Tripp said. It's hard to make them out in the night vision. They're still a long way off. I'm not even sure they're moving this way. Over?
Fatigue suddenly hit me like a physical blow. I leaned on my spear, thankful to have some support. My body was aching, and I felt shaky. Combat was like that. Even a successful outcome left you dealing with an overload of adrenaline and fear. I'm on my way, I said, wondering if the Orcs would simply keep coming until they had found us and killed us all. Chapter 11. I made the climb without stopping to rest my burning lungs and even more painful legs, just the way my instructors at the TAC-Q school had taught me. Keep moving forward. That mantra echoed in my mind. The heavy armor suit had kept me warm through the long night of lying prone on the ground, and it had kept me cool as I made the climb back to the crevice. At least I didn't have to worry about thermal regulation on top of everything else. It was almost dawn when I reached the crevice entrance at the side of the mountain.
Van, you look exhausted. Are you sure you're okay?
Trix asked. Never better, I lied, thankful that in the pre-dawn darkness she couldn't see my face. What's happening on the other end of the tunnel? I asked.
Nothing so far. The Ocassi are searching for something,
Trix said.
Us, I suppose. But they're still over a kilometer from the mountain.
We've got time then, I said.
If only a little,
Trix replied. Stay here. The sun's coming up, and I want to know if there are any other Orcs in the area. They'll have to check on the Armory sooner or later."
"Got it,"
Trix said. She grabbed my arm before I could move past her.
"I'm glad you're safe."
"Me too," I said. "Don't worry about me, Trix. This is what I know. It's what I've done almost my entire adult life. I'm a fighter."
"I just don't want to lose you,"
she said. I stopped and leaned my helmet closer to hers, so that even if she couldn't see me, she would know I was close. I needed her to listen to me. "Trix, this isn't the end for any of us," I said. "One way or another, we're going to get off this planet and back home. And you don't need me."
"Don't talk like that,"
she interrupted. "I'm an old man," I said. "Half a man at that. Don't lose your head over me, Corporal."
"I know what I'm doing,"
Trix said. I could hear the pain in her voice. I didn't want to hurt her, but I didn't want to lead her on either. Maybe under different circumstances, despite our age difference, some sort of relationship could have worked out between us. The real issue was me, the emotional burden of my body, my battle-scarred brain. I wasn't good for her. In fact, I probably wasn't good for anyone. Deeper down, the ultimate truth was that I was infatuated with Jordan. She was gone, probably dead, and all the same reasons not to be with someone romantically applied to the lieutenant the same way they did to Trix. Yet my heart was holding out some hope. I protected that hope, and fed it in the long watches of the night, when my body hurt so badly I couldn't sleep, because it was keeping me going. I couldn't hold to that if I was involved with Trix. "Good," I said, "because the rest of these people are looking to us for guidance. We can't be selfish and put our needs ahead of the group."
"You think that's what I'm doing?"
she said, not even trying to hide her hurt. "I think that we're the only two Marines, and that means people are relying on us specifically," I said. "I've also seen people go through trauma form bonds that are based only on that trauma. When the danger passes, if they're lucky enough to survive, their love becomes a casualty of their need to move as far from the horror as they can get. And that's why I won't let this," I paused for a moment and pointed from her to me, "grow into something that hurts you down the road."
"I'm an adult, Van. But it's your choice,"
she said, turning away from me. I saw her lift her hand, hesitate, then put it down. It wasn't a stretch to think she started to wipe away the tears before realizing she couldn't with her armored helmet on. There was sorrow in my soul, knowing that what I'd said hurt her. It was the last thing I wanted, but I was hopeful that we could salvage a friendship if no false feelings of romance persisted between us. "Are you good?" I asked. She nodded, keeping her back to me.
"I'm fine. I'll keep watch here and let you know if I see anything."
"Thank you," I said. I wished I could do more, to say something that would make her feel better, but I knew there was nothing I could do or say. In fact, continuing to talk would just prolong her pain. The bandage had been ripped away, and only time would tell if our friendship could heal. That knowledge didn't keep me from feeling like a jerk as I hurried down the crevice. I stopped in the cavern long enough to see how Dockery and Dunning were both holding up. The captain was still asleep, but Dockery was with her and gave me a thumbs up. Hurrying on, I made it through a series of twists and turns before finally seeing Tripp and McShera on a ledge together, crouched behind a rocky outcropping. It was an ideal spot to watch for the Orcasi. By this time, the sun had appeared, casting a golden light over the landscape below. "Where are they?" I asked, making sure I stayed back in the shadows of the crevice. Bending low behind the rocky barrier would be difficult for me.
"Working their way around that canyon," McShera said. "8 more of them."
2 teams, I said. "They'll get here eventually."
"You think?" Tripp asked. They don't really seem too intent on finding us.
I'm sure they're on their guard after what we did to their friends, I said. Now that they know we're here, the Okasi will try harder than ever to find us. When that happens, we have to be ready.
What do we do about them?
McSher asked.
Will our weapons reach that far?
The sniper rifles would, I said. But firing at them would only give our position away. I would rather deal with them on the ground and keep this place a secret.
You mean you're going down there? Tripp asked. Man, that's crazy.
Maybe, I agreed. Keep watch. You're my eyes in the sky. I'll be working my way around the mountain, so if I lose you, just stand by. It doesn't mean I'm dead.
Very funny, Tripp said.
McSher got up and stepped back to where I was watching for the Orcs. She opened a small pouch that was hanging from the belt at her waist and pulled out a vial. She held it out to me, and I took a step back. What's that? I asked.
Energy boosters, she said. I'm guessing you've had them before.
Yeah, on missions, I said, taking the vial.
It's got 2 doses, she explained. It just squirts under your tongue.
2 doses would kill me, I said.
Maybe, but 1 every 12 hours won't. Use it if you need a boost, and drink plenty of water.
You got it, Doc, I said with a wink. She paused for a moment before asking with forced casualness.
How is Trex?
I sighed. I think she could use a friend.
She's a good person, McSher said. A person who could do a lot worse.
I agree. I suppose she told you how she feels.
It came up.
And did you tell her that she had developed a trauma crush? Surely, as a medical staff in the military, you'd know all about those.
That's not the kind of thing that I would want to hear at a time like this,
McSher said. Look at me, I said, leaning forward. Her eyes lowered. McSher, Dockery, and Trix were all attractive young women with their whole lives in front of them. They wouldn't have chosen me under normal circumstances. Look.
I see you.
Then you know I'm right.
You have scars. I see that, McSher said. But you're so much more than that underneath. You're also the only person here who has any hope of keeping us alive. No one wants to lose you.
I sighed again. I understood what she meant. I could still remember my first combat operation. I had been like a puppy following my sergeant, all loose limbs and fraught emotions. There were still times when I wished someone would have stepped in and told me everything was going to work out in the end. I didn't have feelings for my sergeant, but if my commanding officer had been a woman, it might have been a different story. When this is all over, and we're safe, I'd consider it, I said in a calm voice, if that's still what Trix wants.
Just make sure you're around to keep that promise,
McSher said.
We need you. All of us.
I nodded. Thanks for these, I added, sticking the energy booster in my pocket. She nodded, turned back to resume her watch. It was time for me to head out. Before leaving the cavern, I replaced the batteries in my Nashi and the digital scope. I also got some rations. Trix had very little to say to me as I made my way out of the crevice. It was, I reminded myself, temporarily for the best. I had both scout drones with me as I worked my way down the mountain and sent Scout 1 ahead. The trip was uneventful, and I made it to the hilltop base without sighting any Okasi. Once there, I filled a bag with explosives and made sure I had everything to set them off. The trap in the armory had worked so well that I hoped to repeat it. More than anything, though, the trap reminded me just how hard to kill the Orcs really were. A human within the blast radius of that many explosives would have been killed just from the shock wave. In this case, 2 of the Orcs had survived. I knew I would need some heavy firepower to take them out. I took the explosives in the parachute with its camouflaging properties, thinking that it might come in handy. I could tie it around me and create a type of ghillie suit. Time wasn't on my side. If I was right about the Orcasi base being 2 hours away, I had less than an hour left to get around the foothills without being seen. With this knowledge urging me on, and my pain somehow manageable, my pace was much better than I would have expected. I still carried the spear, but I was relying on it less than before. For some reason, I didn't feel as unsteady as I had for so long after the surgeries. It was almost as though I was moving more like my old self. The rumble of transport engines reached me before the canyons or the second squad of Orcs came within sight. The sound was enough warning for me to get to cover. I ducked behind a boulder and set to work on the parachute. Using my knife, I cut what was essentially a long kilt, followed by a poncho. It worked well to cover my body. As I was fashioning the makeshift garments, Trix's voice sounded on the comlink.
Base camp to Staff Sergeant. You read me, over?
I do, Base Camp. Over. I replied.
There's a ship approaching,
Trix said.
It looks like it's heading straight toward the Armory, over.
The module that had saved our lives at the hilltop base was a smoking husk, the parachute shredded. The bodies of the Orcs were decaying from lying out in the sunlight and were surrounded by the debris from the explosion. Good. That should keep them occupied for a while, I commented. My guess is that they'll drop off more fighters to investigate. Can you see them from where you are, over?
Using the scope I can,
Trix confirmed.
What am I looking for, over?
Just let me know if they leave the area around the Armory. If that happens, we may have to change plans, over.
Copy. I'll let you know, she said. Base camp out.
Her comlink clicked off rather abruptly, or at least I perceived it that way. Maybe she was just trying to be purely professional, which was what I told her to do, after all. I pushed those thoughts out of my mind and focused on the task at hand. I needed to kill some Orcasi warriors. The ship touched down near the Armory, and just as I'd suspected, almost 40 Orcs in battle gear emerged. From the ground, I couldn't see them and they couldn't see me, but I had the advantage of the 2 scout drones. One was lingering near a clump of bushes on a low rise, with a clear view of the Armory. I stayed where I was, guessing that my position was somewhere halfway between the newly arrived group of Orcs and the squad that had been searching for us in the night. Scout 2 was roaming toward the canyons, searching for the smaller group of fighters that was my primary focus. I hoped that the newcomers would investigate the explosion, then load up and leave the area. That hope was dashed when the transport left without them.
Staff Sergeant, the Orcasi transport is leaving, over.
Trix warned me. I see it. Thanks, Corporal. I replied. If they converge on your position, don't fight. Just get the captain and get out the backside.
Copy. Base camp standing by,
she said. I opened my helmet for a moment. The air was thick with the smell of sage and disturbed earth. There were hints of smoke, too, a smell that was sweet to me. Taking out 8 Orcs single-handedly was a major victory even by TAC team standards. I hoped I could get lucky again, but if I made too much noise while taking out the second squad, the newcomers were sure to hear. Fighting 8 Orcs was terrifying. Fighting almost 40 would be insane. I pulled out the energy booster and twisted the cap off the small vial. It only took a second to squirt the liquid under my tongue, and another for it to absorb into my bloodstream. It did little to calm me. For the first time since the Ryla was attacked, I thought about simply running. I had supplies, at least enough to get me through a couple more days. The Orcs were closing in on both sides of the caverns where the rest of the survivors were hidden, so the odds were stacking up against them. Distracted by our small group and ignorant of my individual presence, I could slip past the Orcs and escape the danger. The desert plains were wide, but a lone figure could find cover. I wouldn't have to worry so much about taking care of the others, just myself. I dismissed the thought as quickly as it came. I would never turn my back on the people I was coming to think of as friends. Trix, McShera, Trip, Dockery, and even the captain were all relying on me. I would never betray them. And I wouldn't run from the Orcs ever again. I had followed orders that I knew were flawed on Xueting C, and I had given the order to retreat when I knew it would have been better to stay put and fight to the bitter end. Xueting C haunted my dreams. I sometimes felt that if I didn't stop rehashing the combat engagement, I would go insane. I blamed the Orcasi for that. They might never know my name, but I vowed that I would be the demon that haunted their dreams before I died. As my heart rate increased from the energy booster, I put my helmet back on my head and fastened the seals. Immediately, the view feeds from Scouts 1 and 2 appeared on the HUD. Small displays just below my field of vision. Scout 1's video feed showed the Orcs milling around the burned armory. They didn't seem concerned about the possibility of attack, despite the sight of their dead comrades lying in the dirt. I was more concerned by the video feed from Scout 2, which showed me the much smaller group of Orcasi warriors coming out of one of the canyons on the far side of the mountain. It was time to move. I struggled to my feet silently. Stealth was my ally, and while speed had abandoned me on Xueting C, I could still move without making noises. I had to stay hunched to avoid detection as I moved, scanning both video feeds from the scout drones to ensure I wasn't spotted. My left side was functioning better than it had since my surgeries, and I didn't end up dragging my foot. I still kept the spear in hand in case the need arose. Staying in the hills close to the mountain, I moved toward the unsuspecting squad of Orcs. Since they had seen no sign of my companions or me all through the long night and morning, they had no way of knowing who or what had slain their compatriots. Their attention was waning, and they were clearly giving in to the age-old temptation to let their minds wander. My problem wasn't getting a jump on the group of aliens. It was attacking them without drawing reinforcements from the group of Orcs near the Armory. That meant getting close, using blades instead of blasters. I didn't think I was fast enough to pull that off. I followed the group, getting closer and closer without being seen, all the time racking my brain for some type of solution to my problem. As luck would have it, the squad of Orcs came upon an oasis. There seemed to be no shortage of them on Leona's B. It was modest, consisting only of a small pool of water that was surrounded by a group of the thick trees characteristic in this terrain. The group of soldiers shed their weapons and armor, scooped up handfuls of water, and poured it over their heads. Then they collapsed in the shade. My own armor kept me from feeling the effects of the desert heat, but the Orcs were sweltering and exhausted. Their heavy bodies had come from planets with cooler climates. They could hardly be blamed for taking a break to rest. Their true mistake was failing to post a guard. I soon heard them snoring. The group of warriors were actually sleeping. I couldn't believe it. My own energy was humming like the motor of a racing craft. Since taking the energy booster, any thoughts of rest had been banished from my mind. I knew TAC team operators who could function at full strength for 96 hours using the energy boosters, and now I understood how they did it. In that moment, I felt like I could do anything. The thought crossed my mind that they were making it too easy. I knew it might be a trap, but I couldn't resist. I activated my comlink and sent a message to Trip. Petty Officer Malik, are you seeing what I'm seeing, over?
If you mean the Orcasi having nap time, then yes, Staff Sergeant. I'm seeing it. Over.
Do you have eyes on all 8, over?
Affirmative. They are all sacked out by the watering hole. Over.
Give me a full visual scan. Any sign of the other Orcassi? I don't want to be drawn into a trap. Over.
Stand by, Staff Sergeant,
Tripp said, while he scanned the hills and canyons for any sign of more Orcs. I checked the video feed from Scout 1. The Orcs there had set up a perimeter around the Armory. Some of them were investigating the interior, perhaps looking for evidence that we had died inside the module when it exploded. All told, the entire group was still on the far side of the mountain. There was a chance I could use my blaster and not be heard. I could probably blow away the squad of 8 Orcs and climb up to the crevice before the others could catch sight of me. But I didn't want to risk it.
No sign of any other Orcassi in the area, Tripp reported. In fact, I don't see anything moving out there. Over.
Good, I replied. Stand by and do not fire. No matter what you see, or what happens to me, do not fire. Is that clear? Over.
Clear, Staff Sergeant. We are standing by.
I set down the Nashir Malar. They were powerful weapons, but I needed both hands free for my plan to work. I checked my revolver, flicking off the tie-down and making sure it drew easily from my thigh holster. Then I took hold of the spear and turned the deadly point down in front of me. I had used it to kill Emery, although not by choice. At least that experience had taught me the effectiveness of the ancient weapon. There was power in the leverage of the spear, and the Orcs were splayed out on the ground. Even if they woke up, they wouldn't be able to spring to their feet. As I moved toward the group, my heart slammed in my chest like a sledgehammer. I had never felt such fear, even during previous encounters with the Orcs, which had all been terrifying enough. All of those meetings had been in battle. I had never before seen them sleeping, as I did now. Most didn't have their weapons close at hand. They had been searching for survivors for days, and they obviously had no fear of us. I suspected they thought the explosion was just an accident, not a trap. Their folly was to my advantage. I knew I couldn't hesitate. I went straight toward the closest Orc and raised my spear. The creature was asleep with its wide mouth open, a thick rope of drool trailing down the cheek from the corner of its toothy maw. If I had stared at the creature for very long, I might have lost my nerve. So I quickly shook my head and instead drove the spear down in one hard, vicious thrust. It punched through the Orc's neck and into the creature's spine. The alien died without a sound. It didn't even open its eyes. I yanked the spear free and looked around. The killing had made a small noise, but the others didn't seem to notice. I hurried over to the next Orc and stabbed it. The creature's eyes fluttered, and it issued a soft wheeze as it died. One hand rose up, the thick fingers curling into a fist, before the arm fell with a thump on the sandy ground. 2 dead, 6 to go. I moved to the third Orc and struck quickly, driving the spear through its throat at an upward angle. Not a lot was known about the Orcassi, but we did know that they had an anatomical structure that wasn't all that different from our own. A brain, a spinal cord, vital organs in the body's cavity. I rammed the tip of my spear into the Orc's brainstem, killing it instantly. Their blood was blue, and to see it flow was both satisfying and scary. I'd seen blood of all colors in movies, but seeing blue alien blood provoked a visceral response of horror. Shuddering, I hurried to the 4th victim and nearly made a deadly mistake. I wasn't watching where I stepped. It seemed like speed was the best way to end the threat, since it would be worthless to kill 7 only to wake up the 8th. In my haste, I stepped on a dry leaf that crackled under my boot. The sound roused the Orc I was planning to kill. It started to sit up and I drove it back down with my spear, but the blade missed the neck and hit the upper chest instead. Perhaps a mortal wound, but not a quick death. The Orc lurched onto its side, a movement that jerked the spear from my hand. Incredibly, it didn't scream in pain. The shock of the wound had silenced it. Panicked, I pulled my bowie knife. a blade larger than my hand, and slashed it across the orc's throat as quickly as I could. The flesh split as the blade cut deep. The orc gurgled as blood gushed from the wound. I stepped back, drawing my pistol and looking at the other 4 orcs on the far side of the little pool. Their companion jerked and wheezed. Blue bubbles poured from its open mouth, but no cry came from it, and soon the alien lay dead. Somehow, I was still alive, but my knees were trembling. I stepped around the large creature and retrieved my spear, careful of every step. I dispatched the other 4 aliens without trouble, my suspicion and incredulity growing with each kill. I had struggled in bloody battles with them on other worlds, but against them on Leonis B, it appeared I was unstoppable. After the slaughter was over, I leaned against a boulder, pulled out my water bottle, and took a drink. My hands were trembling. My armor was stained with the blood of my enemies, but my friends were a little safer. I tried to focus on that. Looking at the large weapons that the orcs carried, I regretted that they weren't easier for a human to handle, much less carry off. There was no way that the plasma weapons could come with me. Instead, I left them by the bodies of their bearers, content in the knowledge that the orcs around the oasis would never use them again. Chapter 12. Petty Officer, get down here, over. I ordered over the comlink.
Say again, Staff Sergeant. Over.
Trip replied. I said, get down here, I repeated. I need your help. Van out. I didn't want an argument. After watching the video feed from Scout 1, which was still observing the Orcassi at the Armory remains, I had an idea. We were outnumbered, so, without any other place to go or many other options, I thought it might be a good idea to pull a trick from ancient Earth history. It was time to get medieval and show just how savage we could be, even if all it did was enrage the orcs. Since they didn't seem all that keen to track us down, maybe my idea would help to give them reason not to find us. After setting Scout 2 to hover near the treetops of the oasis, performing a full 360-degree scan of the area, I pulled my bowie knife out and began to enact my plan, methodically beheading each slain orc. The work was grisly and difficult, and when I finished, I was tired and covered with gore. Being near the oasis, I took the opportunity to step out of the heavy armor's outer suit. The lightweight coverall's dense synthetic fibers seemed nearly impenetrable, although I had no idea how they would fare against laser fire. Nor would the fabric save me from the bone-crushing force of a fired projectile. It would also likely be useless against the orcs' plasma weapons, which would stick to and burn through whatever they hit. Outside of those, the suit would keep me alive. It had other protective features as well. There were dozens of pockets on the coveralls, all lined with heat-resistant ceramic plates. They would, presumably, stop a laser blast. But I hoped I never had to find out. At this point, I was grateful for any protection I could get. Using the water from the oasis, I scrubbed the blood from the suit and spread it across a rock to dry. The intersuit, which I still had on, along with the helmet, was almost like a second skin. I was just putting the outer suit back on when Trip arrived.
What the hell?
He demanded when he saw my handiwork of several heads. We have a surprise for the Orcassi.
My God! This is the most horrific thing I've ever seen.
Trust me, they would do worse to us. I need your help moving them.
Moving them where?
Trip asked. Back to the old camp. They've probably already spotted it. Once they finish with the armory, they'll go up to investigate.
And we should be nowhere near there when they do, Trip pointed out. We can't risk it. They'll kill us for sure.
They won't stop looking for us, I insisted. Not unless we convince them it's a bad idea.
You killing all these isn't proof enough.
It's exactly the type of proof we need, and all the better if we maximize the shock value. Now help me gather these up. I used the remains of the parachute I had cut up to make a sling. We loaded the severed heads of the Orcasi onto it, then tied it up. The large orcs, weighted as they were with their thick bones, would be a hell of a burden to carry. I ran the shaft of my spear through the top loop of the sling to help us lift the bundle over our shoulders.
This is macabre, Trip grunted.
That's the point, I replied. I'm hoping it will scare the orcs away.
It might just make them angry. Did you think about that?
Trip said. I did. Anger in battle makes a creature careless. That will play to our advantage, too.
What if they see us? Trip asked.
They know we're here, one way or the other, I said. Let them see us with the heads of their comrades. They'll think twice about attacking us.
I don't know, Staff Sergeant,
Trip said.
Maybe I'm just a wrench spinner, but it seems wrong to me.
It's supposed to do that too, I said. I'm sorry I had to bring you into it, but we're fighting for our lives. We need to send our enemy a message. You saw how big they are. To them, we're puny and weak. They think we're easy prey. Maybe this will change their minds. Trip didn't seem convinced, but he set his jaw and said no more for the remainder of our difficult walk. We came within sight of the hilltop in late afternoon. The Orcasi had finished whatever inspection they were doing in the armory and split into 4 squads of 8, each with a few more officers or inspectors that had been working in the armory. 3 of the squads were set out on patrols. 2 of those were moving away from us, while the 3rd was headed for the hilltop. Using the video feed from the scout drones, we got ahead of the squad and climbed the hill on the opposite side. We had just enough time to arrange the severed heads on Emery's grave. Perhaps it was a desecration of his last resting place, but the slight berm created by covering his body was the best place to arrange our display. I had planned to hang the heads from the trees, but we couldn't risk taking the time.
What now?
Trip asked. Now you head back toward the cavern, I said. Find some bushes to hide in, and wait until dark. Then make the climb.
You want me to climb up the mountain in the dark?
Trip asked. You'll be able to see with your helmet on, I said. Now, it's about to get hot on this hilltop. Unless you're planning to stay and fight with me, I would get moving.
Yes, sir, Staff Sergeant,
Trip said. I didn't have time to watch him leave. The scout drones were in the trees, sending me warnings. Not that I needed them. I could almost feel the group approaching. Despite my fear, I smiled slightly. I was about to surprise the Orcasi and send them a message they wouldn't soon forget. Using my camouflage, I took cover behind a tree and waited for the approaching orcs to find our gift. I left the Nashi on the ground behind me, along with my spear, and held the La by the pistol grips. I set the rifle on semi-auto and the power output to full. That would give me about 20 shots before I had to replace the battery. I kept the weapon and as much of my body behind the tree as possible. The squeal of shock by the group of orcs was a horrible sound. Through Scout 1's position in the trees above them, like an eye in the sky, I could see the advance members of the group jumping and pointing. As soon as they were high enough on the hill to see the heads on the hillock just beyond the trees. The rest came rushing up. Even on the video feed, their normally small eyes grew large. They held their massive weapons close and looked around nervously. It was the moment of truth. If they were going to see me, it would happen then. All they seemed to notice were the heads. The leader of the group bent down and touched one of the heads. At that moment, I knew it was time to strike. In my prime, I could have rushed out of hiding and thrown myself at the Orcasi. Now, I was no longer the fit young man who led TAC team squads. I was a lone assassin, slow and stilted, but able to cause some damage just the same. I leaned out from behind the tree and fired 3 quick shots. I was only 20 meters away, and the blasts from my rifle shot out so fast they caught the Orcs on the hilltop completely by surprise. While my left side was weak and I couldn't move as fast as I used to, my aim was still exact, and at 20 meters I couldn't miss. I hit 3 of the Orcs in their chests. The laser shot straight through them. One even hit a 4th Orc, and half the squad went tumbling down the hill. I rotated around the tree, my mind fighting not to register my back spasms, and fired again, taking down 2 more of the Orcs. The shots weren't necessarily fatal to the aliens. Even with holes the diameter of a quarter burned through their bodies, the Orcs could survive and even keep fighting. From their reactions, I could tell that it was the butchered heads of their comrades that had worked to instill fright in the squad. One Orcasi warrior simply turned and ran. Another, their leader, still kneeling by the row of severed heads, brought his own weapon up and fired. Plasma energy splashed against the trunks of the trees. Smoke filled the grove of trees, which hid me even further. I returned fire, shooting blindly through the smoke. I got close enough that one blast hit a severed head, which exploded like an overripe melon. The bones and viscera drove the squad leader back. I saw the Orc stumble on the video feed from Scout 1. Under different circumstances, I would have rushed out and attempted to kill the Orc, but I didn't want it dead yet. The Orc half crawled, half slid down the hillside. There were 5 survivors, 2 badly injured from my laser blasts. The leader and the runner were unharmed physically, which was necessary for the success of my plan. I wanted them to run back to the others, to tell their story, to spread the fear of what the humans on the hilltop were capable of. Scout 2 was watching the reserve squad and officers at the Armory. I could see that they were alarmed by the shooting. Smoke from the burning trees was rising into the air, and I could see the Orcasi pointing toward my position. At the moment, I was out of range for their weapons, but they weren't out of range of mine. I popped the battery out of the pistol grip of the LAR and replaced it, slinging the assault rifle over my shoulder. I picked up the Nashi and moved carefully to the edge of the trees closest to the Armory. I was only a few hundred yards away from the Orcasi as I lowered myself to the ground and lifted the sniper rifle to my shoulder.
Staff Sergeant.
Trix's calm voice came through my comlink loud and clear.
Be aware. There are 2 groups of Orcasi moving toward your position. Over.
Roger that, base camp. Thanks for the heads up. Over. I had known the others would return. Soon I would need to find them and move to a more advantageous position. First, I had time to take a few shots. Firing at such a long range was different from the impulsive response of shooting at close range. With the enemy close, firing a weapon was a reaction. Aiming a long rifle took calm precision. I steadied the crosshairs of the digital scope to hover over one of the officers. It all came back to me, even after the trauma of Xueting C and over a year of convalescence. No thought went into the actions. I was completely in the moment. With a deep breath that I didn't dare expel, I flipped the safety latch with my thumb, then gently squeezed the trigger. The gun recoiled slightly as the beam of super-focus light shot out. As the scope steadied again, I saw that the Orc was dropping to the ground, half its ugly face vaporized by my shot. The squad of Orcasi responded like a bunch of ants whose nest had been disturbed, clearly near panic. Many ran around the hull of the Armory, using the module for cover. The rest raised their rifles, looking for a target. One of the officers bent over my first victim, obviously hoping the shot wasn't fatal. I took that Orc out next, followed by one of the soldiers. After that, they all sought cover from me, and I pulled back into the smoke that was billowing around the trees. I used Scout 2 to scan for the incoming squads. One was near the Armory, only about 30 meters east of it. The other was coming around to approach from the rear. It was time for the next part of my plan. I pulled explosives out of my pack, working as quickly as I could. I put blasting caps into the bricks of plastic and tossed them down the hill. Then I dashed to where the severed heads were lying and grabbed two by their ears. The Orcs had very little hair, just a few stiff tufts that grew on the backs of their heads. Their ears, however, stuck out in opposite directions, leaf-shaped and pointed, the perfect handles for my gruesome trophies. I hurried back to the edge of the trees that offered the best view of the oncoming squads. The ones approaching from the rear were closest. I threw one of the heads in their direction. The other I tossed where the Orcs near the Armory would see it. The heads bounced and rolled, tongues lolling, blood, tissue, and brain matter flying behind them. Not even waiting to see their reactions, I ran as quickly as my body could manage. It was lucky that I'd held on to the spear, as it saved me from falling twice. I clambered down the hill where the approaching groups couldn't see me, hurried to some scrub brush, and dropped to the ground, making sure the parachute poncho and kilt covered as much of my body as possible. The smoke made the trees on the hilltop difficult for the scout drones to see through. I brought them down toward me, then split them around the hill in opposite directions. Scout 2 sighted the Orcs approaching the hill from the mountains. They had cut me off from my friends, but I wasn't planning a retreat. The Okasi warriors saw the head and stopped. One of them ventured a closer look. After a quick inspection, the Orc turned and barked at his companions, causing no small amount of disturbance. Their leader howled and growled until they started up the hillside. I began to crawl slowly and painfully. At least, I didn't need to go far. Just enough to get a clear shot at the brick of plastic explosive near the top of the hill. It had hit the ground and rolled into the sandy soil. The sand stuck to the moldable explosive, and it looked like nothing more than a stone on the hillside. I got a bead on my target and waited as the squad of Orcs slowly ascended the hill. They weren't especially close to the brick, but when they were level with it, I fired. The blast of laser fire hit the brick and set off the detonator. The explosive went off with a thunderous boom that echoed off the mountains. A large section of the hill was blown out, and most of the squad of Orcs went tumbling down. I targeted those still on their feet and shot two before a third dropped to the ground where I couldn't see it. My bloodlust was high and urged me to keep plugging away at the Orcs. But reason intervened. Killing them was only my secondary goal. More importantly, I needed to frighten them and send them running. I wanted them to think we were deadly, a horrific enemy. More than that, I wanted for the sight of the severed heads to haunt their nightmares. My heart pounding, I pushed myself up and moved quickly around the hill, back toward the Armory. I was vastly outnumbered, and stealth was my only option. If they spotted me and concentrated their fire on my position, nothing would save me. I settled behind a boulder as the third squad of Orcs, reinforced by the two survivors of my initial attack, trudged up the hill. The trees were burning fiercely at the top, billowing acrid black smoke. I hoped that the explosives still in their crates at the top of the hill wouldn't be set off. After so much unaccustomed movement, my bad leg threatened to cramp. I stretched it out and focused the Nashi on another brick of plastic that had rolled a little further down the hill than the other, near halfway to the ground. Steadying myself, I fired. The plastic exploded, sending another huge chunk of the hill flying. The Okasi warriors were hit by the shockwave. A few fell, but 7 remained on their feet, moving in one cluster as they tried to find me. I dropped the sniper rifle and pulled out the LAR. In TAC training, we had learned how to spot mistakes the enemy made. One of the classics was bunching together. Fear makes people, and apparently the Okasi too want to get closer to others. In a battle, Groups that stayed close together made a tempting target. As the Orcs did here, I flipped the indicator on my laser rifle to auto, which would allow it to fire 8 beams per second. Worth it, even though it would burn through some battery power. With the enemy in one clump, searching for me in such a fog of fear that they passed right over me. I fired. The blasts from my LAR ripped through the crowd of Orcs, sending them screaming and squealing to the ground. Most were still alive, but wounded. I hit the release on the battery, let it fall, then rammed afresh into the pistol grip and hit the charging lever. There was no need to look at the gun's power readout. I knew the weapon so well I could have taken it apart in the dark and reassembled it in less than 3 minutes. My trigger finger turned the indicator down to semi-automatic, and I stood up, shooting each Orc I could target. 12 shots in half that many seconds. Then I was moving. My left foot dragged, and my mouth felt as dry as the sand under my boots. Fear tore at my resolve like a wild animal, as my instincts told me to run, to get as far away from the Orcs as possible. More of them came around the hill. They were cautious, expecting more traps, but I was out of surprises. There was nothing left for me to do but survive.
Staff Sergeant.
Trix's voice barely registered in my harrowed mind.
Sir, we have vessels inbound, at least 2. The mountain is blocking my view. Do you want me to move out and try and get a better visual? Over.
Negative, I said. Stay out of sight. Do you understand? Do not let them see you. Over.
Roger that. Be careful, Van. Base camp out.
I needed to follow my own advice, which was hard to do. There wasn't much cover to be had. Boulders, sparse shrubs, and a few knotted trees were all that existed near the mountains. Trapped as I was behind a boulder, with Orcs searching for me, I could hardly move without exposing my position. Instead, I slowly sank down to the ground. The barks and growls of the warriors on the hillside, along with the rumble of approaching aircraft, had begun to register. I was out of time and didn't have a good distraction left. Bending my left knee sometimes hurt like it was being amputated without anesthesia, but it was still better than dying. I had to work quickly to get everything under the makeshift ghillie suit I had crafted from the parachute. Its camouflaging properties had hidden our base on the hilltop and the Armory module. I hoped it would do the same for me. Gathering my weapons close, I covered everything, including my helmet, with the poncho and prayed the enemy wouldn't see me. Besides myself, I also had to take care of my 2 other faithful companions, the drones. Scout 1 was still hovering near a cluster of bushes. I lowered it to the ground as close to the roots as possible. From there, it didn't have much of a view, but it was less likely to be found. I didn't want to lose the drones, which had given me a huge advantage in the fight by giving me eyes in 3 places at once. Scout 2 was already situated in a slightly better position, hovering in the air near some trees. I took the drone right into the branches, which were bare of leaves but still gave the small device the best cover available. On the video feed it sent, I could see the Orcs. They seemed to be arguing. I guessed that they were unsure of my location. It was too hard to tell from Scout 2's position if they were pointing toward the boulder I was hidden behind. Ultimately, they decided to use the lull in the fighting to move their wounded. I watched them haul the bodies off the hill. Some were left where they were, likely dead. TAC team policy was to bring back everyone, alive or dead, even when it wasn't practical. Sometimes trying to carry a dead body in a tactical retreat was impossible. Only the victors had the opportunity to retrieve their dead, and the Okasi didn't bother trying. To my amazement, the sonorous roar of ship engines sounded across the plains. I couldn't look up, but the shadow of at least one ship passed over my position. Eventually, the ship soared into view of Scout 2. They were flying low. 1 transport, 2 gunships. The transport landed and the wounded were loaded. Those that had escaped my trap went with them. Had they known I was but a lone assailant, perhaps they would have stuck around and hunted me down. Instead, with over half their number wounded or dead, they chose to leave the area. The sun was low in the sky as the alien ship sped away. I breathed a sigh of relief. The battle was over, and somehow, against all odds, I had survived, again. No, I had done more than survive. I had won. I had beaten the Orcasi and sent them running, at least for now. Eventually, I knew they would be back. Their pursuit of us, the enemy, was inevitable, and they wouldn't leave us alone on the planet they were trying to claim. I waited until I couldn't hear the ships any longer. Then I sent the scout drones to check for any sign of the enemy.
The ships have bucked out,
Trix said.
You did it, Staff Sergeant. You won. Over.
As the adrenaline faded from my system, so did the effects of the energy booster. My voice heavy with exhaustion, I told Trix, I need you to scan for any survivors. They may have left a few warriors behind to hunt me down. Over.
I don't see anything from here. Over.
She reported.
There's no movement on the canyon side. Over.
McSher added. The drones didn't pick up any movement either. It seemed hard to believe the danger was over. My nerves were still trying to convince me that danger was lurking behind every rock and bush. Trip, you all right, over? I asked.
I wouldn't go that far, Trip replied. But I'm not hurt, if that's what you mean. Over.
We need to move the explosives, I told him. Meet me on the hilltop. Over.
Roger that, Staff Sergeant. Do you want help? Over.
Trix asked. No. Stay there and keep watch, I told her as I struggled to my feet. The Orcasi could return at any time. They slipped in during the night, and they may try to again. Over. I slumped onto the rock. There was still a lot of work to do. It would take most of the night to move the explosives and the rest of our gear out of the old camp. I removed my helmet, pulled out the second vial of energy-boosting liquid, and squirted it under my tongue. There was no reaction, no surge of energy, no feeling of invincibility. My body was past all that. The best I could hope for was that my aches and pains didn't force me to rest before the work was done. I rubbed a gloved hand over my face, allowing myself just a moment of respite. Then I pulled my helmet back into place, pushed off the rock, and started up the hill. Chapter 13. The Orcasi didn't return, as I'd feared they would. Not that night, during which Trip and I moved the gear from the hilltop to the cavern, and not the next day while I slept. Nor did they appear during the following several days, as we explored the other caves and set up the autocannons, as a last defense in the smaller caves that led up to the crevice where our cavern was hidden. In case of an attack, we could activate the deadly, self-aiming cannons which had movement sensors and would fire their large-caliber depleted uranium rounds. We set up 3 on each side of the mountain.
You've done well,
Dunning said on the 3rd evening after my battle with the Orcasi. It was the first chance we'd had to talk. The captain's head injury had gotten worse before it had gotten better. She'd slept for 2 days and 3 nights without waking up. I was on the verge of giving up that she would recover, but she had immense quiet strength in her. She still moved slowly and carefully, since being trapped in the escape pod and then spending several days semi-comatose had left her dehydrated. We sat near the pool of water, propped up on backpacks, trusting the scout drones to warn us of danger as night set in. We haven't ever debriefed about the disaster that sent us here in the first place, I said. What happened up there? Was it an Orcasi battleship?
No,
Dunning said.
It wasn't planetary defenses either. At least, Not the kind we're used to.
What do you mean?
It came from the surface. Some kind of weapon hit us from the planet.
I didn't know that was possible.
Nor did I,
Dunning admitted.
We don't have anything like that. The theory has been around for a long time, but we're talking about a laser powerful enough to devastate an interstellar vessel that's in orbit 2,500 kilometers above the surface. Shooting through atmosphere requires even more power than firing a laser in space. Like I said, in theory, it can be done, but the power requirements are so large it just isn't feasible. It's much more efficient to have 1,000 lasers in planetary defense satellites.
Nothing about this place makes sense, I said. It's a Goldilocks world, and yet the Orcasi don't seem to have very many orcs here.
What they do have is a weapon more powerful than any military laser we possess. Even a Dreadnought-class super-destroyer couldn't cut a fleet ship in half with one shot.
That's what happened? I asked. The Ryla was cut in half?
The laser vaporized the lower decks,
Dunning said. I could hear the misery in her voice. The Ryla was her ship. She felt responsible. It certainly wasn't her fault, and the crew didn't blame her. But the brass back home in the Sol system would lay the blame squarely on her shoulders.
We didn't even have time to raise the shields. There was nothing in the system that we'd picked up, but we weren't scanning the surface. 1 minute we're working through standard protocols for entering a new system. The next minute the belly's gone and the safety systems are failing.
How many people made it to the escape pods? I asked.
It's impossible to know. From the first blasts until the ship went catastrophic and we were jettisoned. You're talking maybe 2 minutes. That's not a lot of time for anyone to get off the ship.
I knew what she meant. If I hadn't been in the Armory, or even right beside the ejection lever, I might not have survived. Trix and I had been lucky. Against all odds, I couldn't stop thinking about the possibility that Jordan was out there somewhere. This cavern is secure now. We've also enough food to last a few weeks.
Thank you,
Dunning said.
You've saved our lives twice now.
I shook off the compliment. It would all be for naught if we didn't survive. My mind had been wrestling with what to do next. What was the higher priority? Sending a message back to Earth, or searching for survivors? The obvious solution was to ask our captain. Have you thought about what we should do next?
Probably not as much as you have,
Dunning said. You're the captain, I demurred.
I was the captain of the Ryla, but she's gone now. We're on a new world, with dangerous enemies. You are the ranking Marine, and attack team operator at that. I believe we should all be looking to you.
That's not how I see it.
Staff Sergeant, our goal is to remain alive, and so far, you've taken care of us in that regard. Seaman Dockery said you killed 50 orcs all by yourself.
That's an exaggeration, I protested.
The point is, you have the experience and the skills to keep us alive. So I'll ask you again, what do you think we should do?
I outlined my thought process to the captain. The way I see it, we have two main priorities. One is getting the word back to the fleet, and the second is finding more survivors.
We launched the communications buoy, Dunning told me. If we can cobble together enough gear to send a message to it, the buoy would launch an interstellar message.
How long until it would get to the Sol system?
3 weeks, maybe 4.
Dunning guessed.
The fleet will send more ships, although they might not come right away. Even if they do, it will take a long time for them to get here.
What if we can't get a message out?
They're expecting to hear from us after the initial survey, and we're scheduled to return in 4 weeks. About 2 months from now, they will begin to suspect something happened. They won't declare us missing for another month. Without a message, the earliest we could hope for the fleet to send help is 3 months, with another month for transit.
4 months, I said, trying not to sound desperate. What would it take to send a signal from the comms buoy?
We do have the basic equipment already. What we need is a larger transmitter and enough power to send a solid signal.
If we can get that, can you operate it? I asked.
I can operate it, but I can't build it, she admitted. I could probably handle that,
Trip offered. He'd been lingering nearby and edging ever close to our conversation. The question is, where would we get what we need?
The armory is destroyed, yes?
Dunning asked. When I nodded, she continued.
Then we will need to find parts somewhere else. The ship was in orbit when we were hit, disintegrating fast. The parts will fall soon, perhaps in another day or 2. With luck, something will land within walking distance.
That's a big if, I said. Dunning raised her eyebrows.
No more unlikely than an injured Marine killing 50 Orcs single-handedly.
The truth was that the number had been closer to 30, and I hadn't personally killed them all. The explosions had taken care of most of them. Yes, I had set up and triggered the explosions, but a warrior couldn't count multiple kills in one act of sabotage, as if they had fought each enemy personally. The 8 I'd killed in their sleep, still hard to believe, didn't really give me confidence. A group of exhausted Orcs had made a mistake, and I'd capitalized on it. Overall, the entire battle seemed hazy in my mind. The one fact that stood out was that I had gotten lucky. They had underestimated us, and we were fortunate enough to have had the gear to make them pay for their mistake. Knowing what they knew now, they wouldn't be so foolish a second time. Until we have the gear, sending a message isn't possible, I mused. We can start looking for survivors immediately. That's what I would do.
You find them and bring them here,
Dunning ordered.
Navy personnel will see to it that this cavern remains safe and protected.
I agree, I said, my mind made up. Thank you, Captain.
Oh no, we're thanking you, Staff Sergeant. We owe you a debt we can never repay.
Buy me a beer when we get home, and we'll call it even, I said with a grin.
If we manage to get back home, I doubt you'll ever have to buy another beer in your entire life, Staff Sergeant.
I got to my feet with a nod to the captain, amazed at how good I felt after getting enough rest. There was no doubt that my knee and hip were not the same. Not the same as they had been before Xueting C, but also not as stiff or unwieldy as they'd felt even on the Ryla. Even with the awkwardness of my artificial joints, which certainly weren't even half as good as my natural joints, I could get to my feet without looking like a baby calf. In fact, I felt better than ever. Trix was with McSherra and Dockery on the far side of the pool of water. Understandably, she had been keeping her distance from me since the battle. However, as we were the Marines in the small group of survivors, I would give her a choice about going with me to search for survivors. Can we talk for a minute? I asked her as I approached the group.
We're listening.
Trix folded her arms. This wasn't going to be easy. I'm heading out in the morning to look for survivors, I said.
Does that mean you've given up on sending a message back home?
McSherra and Dockery were quiet, but they stared at me, conscious that this was a high priority. I had spoken with all of them about the need to get word to the fleet. The captain says we need equipment we don't have and may not get access to. We'll have to wait for the rest of the ship to come down from orbit, and if it doesn't crash close enough, I shrugged my shoulders.
Fine,
Trix said. In the meantime, our location is secure, I said. I want to head out at first light to see if there are any other survivors.
What's your plan? Wander around and hope you bump into someone?
Her defiant sarcasm wasn't going to faze me. "No, I'll take one of the scout drones. I do want to know if you're coming with me. It's your choice. I won't order you to do it."
It's safe here?
Trix said.
You sure about that?
"As safe as it can be," I replied. "If the Orcasi come back, they'll have to be repelled. With the weapons and cover afforded by the mountain, I think the odds are very high that the Navy personnel can handle it."
How long are you going to be out there?
Trix asked. "A week, maybe 10 days," I said. "Unless we run into trouble or come across something to build a transmitter with. After that, we'll have to start finding food to sustain us until help arrives." Trix nodded, looking down at the sand, where she was absent-mindedly tracing designs with her fingers. I couldn't tell if she was still angry at me or just being cautious. I'd shocked everyone by cutting the heads off the Orcs. They'd all been looking at me differently ever since. All told, I felt justified in the barbarity.
"I'll come,"
Trix said at last.
"Someone has to watch your back."
"Very good," I said. "We leave at first light."
"I'll be ready,"
she told me. I had no doubts. That night, for the first time in a while, I struggled with the terrors of my battle memories. Almost all combat vets occasionally struggled with nightmares. I myself had been close enough to look the old Reaper in his soulless eyes and still couldn't explain how I had lived to tell the tale. Now, my actions on Leonis B added to my restlessness in the long watches of the night. I was up before dawn, more tired than when I'd laid my head down. Sleeping left me drained and brought no respite, when all I saw were the dead that haunted my dreams. Just before dawn broke, Trix joined me with her weapons and gear.
"Which way?"
she asked, after a brisk nod. "Past the canyons," I said. "You ready?"
"Yes, Staff Sergeant,"
she said. "Let's go find our people," I said, hefting my pack and running my arms through the straps. We left the cavern and wound our way through the crevice. I stopped just inside the entrance to the tunnel and looked out over the canyons. They were like folds in a piece of fabric waiting to be smoothed out.
"Are we going down there?"
Trix asked. "No. We'll skirt around the canyons," I said. "We can head in that direction and wait for Scout 2 to pick up someone's trail." I used the controls in my helmet to send the little drone out. Soaring high above the desert plain, it had a much easier trip, while we would have to climb down the mountainside. It would scan for humans and also keep watch for Orcasi patrols.
"What are the odds that the Orcs haven't found other survivors?"
Trix asked as we started down the mountainside.
"We've been down here for days."
"If we're any indication, I'd say that the Orcasi don't have effective scanners," I said. With that in mind, anyone not caught out in the open might have been able to escape their notice. We worked our way down the mountain. I made a point to take different paths so as not to wear a trail that would point to the cavern we had established as our base camp. By the time we reached the base of the mountain, the sun was up, and our helmets had already begun to tint the face shield. My HUD showed that Scout 2 was 3 kilometers ahead of us. Once upon a time, when I was a younger man, I would have run to keep pace with the drone. That was no longer an option. Although my leg and back did feel better, running would have jarred my knee and hip, causing them to swell. Instead, we walked. I carried my spear but didn't yet need to lean on it, although I knew by the end of the day I might have a greater need for it.
"Do you think they're just content to let us be?"
Trix asked. "You mean the Orcasi?" She nodded. We were walking side by side. I could only hope that her anger had subsided. She still treated me with professional courtesy that felt like detachment. I hated the distance between us and quietly prayed that getting away together would restore our friendship.
"Who else?"
she said.
"I just mean, They haven't come back.
No, they haven't, I said.
That doesn't mean they aren't monitoring us. Unfortunately, it's easier for them to have eyes on us than vice versa.
They could have an entire armada of warships in orbit and we wouldn't know it.
We haven't seen any sign of them,
She pointed out.
not since the battle. And they got pretty thoroughly thrashed then. Maybe they won't come back.
That's unlikely, I said honestly. My guess is they had a small group of Orcs here, probably not even military. Definitely not the cream of the crop.
They were probably in logistics,
She said.
It was a stab at a joke, a little humor at her own expense. I laughed, and although I couldn't see her face, I felt like she was smiling. The frost between us was melting. I don't know. You've represented the logistics division pretty well,
I said.
No, I think maybe the Orcs on this world were sent here to be out of the way. So far, they've been nothing like the beasts I've fought before.
Seems like we just got lucky. That and now they know we're too dangerous to fight.
At least until they rally their better warriors, I said.
It's hard not to believe they aren't keeping an eye on us somehow. The truth is, we don't know enough about the Orcasi. We sent envoys after our first bloody encounter with them. You probably know that. Those emissaries never returned.
They were killed.
That's what we believe, I said.
We don't even know that for sure, since communicating is so challenging. We've captured Orcs and tried to understand them without success. So we can't question them or know what they want. There are so many unanswered questions. We don't know where they're from or how vast their empire is. The only thing we can say for certain is that whenever we encounter them, we fight.
What do you think they're doing now?
My best guess is that they might be guarding a colony or camp they have here and waiting for reinforcements.
They must have sent word for help,
She said. The despair in her voice was painful to hear.
They'll get here before the fleet, which means they'll hunt us down.
Sooner or later, yes, I said.
And that's why we need to find the survivors. We're better off together than apart. We have the weapons to equip our people to fend off another attack.
You know they're probably all Navy personnel.
Trix snorted.
They may not be much use in a battle like this.
Oh, I don't know, I said.
People fighting for their lives are formidable. And who knows, maybe our luck will continue, and the Orcasi will just leave the world to us.
Do you really think that's a possibility?
Absolutely not, I admitted to myself. Why would they? They had a powerful weapon on this world. Was it their only one? Either way, I didn't believe that they would simply leave it behind. If they could get it off Leona's B, the fleet could be in real trouble. No, I said. I didn't want to lie to Trix and drive a wedge between us.
So we're screwed,
She said.
Only if we give up, I said.
We're hiding in a cave. How long do you think we can realistically hold out?
If we find food, we could survive for years. She fell silent as we both wrestled with our own thoughts and fears. Mine were more for the comfort and safety of the others and less for myself. I could easily spend months on patrols, and the thought of skirmishing with the Orcs was becoming more familiar to me. As for creature comforts, with my injuries, even the plushiest resort in the Sol system wouldn't be comfortable to me. I didn't mind roughing it, but the thought of months living in a cave, scratching out a meager existence off the land, probably sounded like torture to Trix. We walked nearly the entire day without seeing another person, only a few empty escape pods. They were easy enough to spot on the open plains. Eventually we began to look for a place to make camp for the night. There were springs and small pools, but no larger bodies of water or rivers. Near one of the small springs, we found a large group of boulders that had space between them to shelter us from view.
As the sun went down, we heated water and ate a meager meal of emergency rations. Trix used one of our solar kits, which she had dangled on the outside of her backpack to absorb the bright sunlight all day, to recharge Scout 2. With the drone charging, I insisted that we take turns keeping watch. I let her sleep first. The ground wasn't nearly as soft as the sandy floor of the cavern in the mountains. But after marching all day long, Trix had no trouble getting to sleep. I myself was thankful to be off my feet. My entire left side ached with a throbbing pain that chased away any thoughts of sleep. Occasionally, when my legs started to cramp, I got up and walked around the group of boulders. It was a clear night, and the moons and stars offered enough light to see if anyone or anything approached. But the night was quiet and still. After about 6 hours, I roused Trix and did my best to sleep until dawn. When the sun came up, we started out again. For 2 more days, we searched for survivors, with no sign of our people. Fortunately, there was also no sign of the Orcasi. By then, I was starting to think that we should work our way back to the mountains. We could loop around and search in a different part of the desert on the return journey. I had just about given up hope of finding anyone, but I would never stop trying. The footprints in the sand still haunted my dreams. It was possible that Jordan was still out there somewhere, and I would never be content until I knew for certain if she was alive or dead.
Staff Sergeant, what is that?
Trix asked suddenly, toward the end of the 3rd day. She was pointing up. When I looked, I saw something moving across the sky, lit only by the stars that were appearing. Now that the sun had just set, I didn't think it was flying. There was no rumble of engines. We watched the object until it disappeared from view.
Do you think that could be part of the ship?
Trix asked.
Didn't the captain say it would be crashing soon?
She did, I said, feeling a slight thrill of excitement. The wreckage was our best chance to salvage what we needed to send a message to the fleet. It was the first step toward rescue, and the first hopeful thing we had seen since leaving the base camp. Tomorrow, we'll find out. Chapter 14. We sent Scout 2 ahead and set out in the direction of the fallen debris as soon as the sun was up. Despite the Scout's advanced progress and our own urgency, it took most of the day to find the wreckage. When we did, we were shocked. A huge section of the ship had come down. Smoke rose from the scorched metal. From the video feed that Scout 2 sent us, we could see several levels and huge gaping holes in the hull. No one could have survived on the wreckage. But the odds were good that we could find enough salvage to build a transmitter that would reach the communications buoy. While a sorry and crumpled sight to see, the wreckage section was also a treasure trove of usable material. To my dismay, it was also a magnet that drew the Orcasi in droves.
2 ships,
Trix noted as warnings started to filter in.
Transports on the ground.
2 more in the air, I said. We had climbed a small rise and were hidden in a thicket of bushes around a little pool of water. The alien activity around the wreckage forced us to recall Scout 2. We studied the Orcasi through the scopes on our sniper rifles. They look like gunships, I said. Hard to be sure, though.
What are they doing?
Trix asked. I don't know. The activity of the Orcasi was odd. They weren't merely looking for survivors. It seemed more like they were studying the wreckage. It reminded me of the way they had inspected the Armory module. I couldn't imagine there had been anything worth looking at in the Armory, but the Orcs had spent a long time inside it. Maybe they're just studying the mechanisms, I said. It may be the first human ship they've gotten a closer look at.
They're trying to figure us out.
Trix said.
By studying our technology.
That made sense. At least it doesn't look like they're taking anything, I said. We watched the Orcasi comb through the wreckage all afternoon. It was a relief that they didn't stay once the sun went down. nor did they leave guards. That was another mistake on their part. Whoever was in charge of the Orcs didn't have military training. It was impossible to think that they didn't know about our presence after the battle at the hilltop, and they should have known we would be drawn to the wreckage, just like they were. It was the perfect place to set a trap, as I had done with the Armory, yet the Orcs simply left the wreckage behind. We started out once we could no longer hear the Orcasi ships. Reaching the wreckage felt like a victory. That triumph turned to confusion quickly, since identifying anything was difficult. For starters, the piece of ship had been tilted in its descent. It was also badly damaged. There were parts of the 3 upper decks still intact, but everything was covered in scorch marks and most of the structure was compromised. After a great deal of searching, we found a way inside. It was too dark to see anything until we retrieved flashlights in our gear and mounted them to the top rails of our lars.
What are we looking for?
Trix asked as we ventured in. That's an excellent question, I said. I'm no mechanical expert, so I guess grab anything that looks comms related.
Copy that. You want to split up?
I do, I replied. The sooner we're out of here, the more distance we can put between us and this wreckage.
You think the Orcs will come back?
I nodded. I'd bet on it. We went to different levels. As familiar as it had started to feel during our voyage, the ship now felt strange to me. There was a sadness to it, the desolation and nostalgia of a ghost town. In some places, I found bodies. Much of the wreckage was consisted of the enlisted berths. I didn't think we would find what we needed in them, although there could have been useful items to salvage if we had more time. On the upper deck, the large observation bubble was shattered, and the recreation space was devastated. The ship had broken up on entry, and there was only a small part of the wreck deck remaining. To my great surprise, I found the coffee kiosk within. It had fallen and slid across the deck. The coffee maker was ruined, but I managed to get the unit open and found inside a large container of ground coffee. I put it in my pack, along with some snacks from a shattered vending machine. There wasn't time to make a full inspection, and it was difficult to explore the ship in the dark, with our fields of view limited to what our flashlight beams illuminated. I was sure I was passing valuable materials simply because I didn't notice them in the darkness.
Staff Sergeant, I found something, over.
Trix said over the comlink. Copy that. I'm on my way, over, I said. Trix had stayed on the lower level. Making my way down the stairs was easy enough, despite the ship's strange angle. When I got to the bottom level, I contacted Trix again. Where are you? Over.
Down the left side,
Trix said.
I'll signal you.
I started down the left side of the level. Most of the railing around the central open section was still intact, although the polished chrome was almost all blackened. The deck plates were crumpled, and much of the glass was shattered. I saw light ahead and made my way toward it. What did you find? I asked when I got to where Trix was waiting.
Maybe the mother lode, she said. It was locked up. I think the Orcs were trying to get in.
She shone her light on the large industrial sliding doors, which showed scratches on the surface. It certainly looked like someone had tried to get inside. How did you get them open? I asked.
There's a manual lever,
she said, pointing her light at an open panel in the wall. Above the panel was a sign painted on the bulkhead, smudged with soot but readable. Emergency access.
I pulled it, and the doors opened. I mean, I had to work the lever back and forth a lot, but I guess it wasn't totally broken in the crash.
It's on a hydraulic system, I said. Good work. What's inside?
I think it's a repair shop,
she said, leading the way inside.
It's full of spare parts.
I could see why the doors had been closed and locked. The room was filled with tools, equipment, and spare parts. Some items were still in their containers, but a lot had been thrown around the room. Unlike most areas of the ship, which had been sleek and sophisticated. The workshop was plain, with a steel-plated deck, unpainted walls and doors that looked like they belonged in a fallout shelter. "Jackpot," I said. "You were right, Trix. This is the mother lode." It only took a few minutes to find a crate labeled Portable Communication Transponder. It was heavy, too heavy, even with two of us. The thought of lugging it through the desert for days to get it back to base camp was daunting. "Look at this." I pointed out the crate to Trix, who was standing close to the doors, not moving.
Did you hear that?
She asked me. What? I hadn't heard anything. I left the crate and moved to the doors beside her. A moment later, an unmistakable sound echoed through the empty ship. The sounds of heavy boots thumping on a deck plate. "Get behind me," I told Trix. She obeyed without protest. I stood behind the door with my LAR in hand, ready to fire. I toggled the safety off and laid my index finger across the trigger guard. Then, from outside the heavy metal doors, I heard someone speak.
"They got in,"
a husky voice said.
"Damn it, I told you they would."
"It's not like we could have stopped them," another voice said.
"If you hadn't been so busy scavenging food, we could have gotten what we needed,"
the first voice said.
"I haven't eaten in days,"
the second voice whined.
"We needed that food."
I'd shut down the flashlight on my LAR, but I clicked it on when a head appeared through the door. "Don't move," I said softly.
"Holy shit,"
the person said as they jerked back out of the hatchway.
"There's someone in there."
"My name is Staff Sergeant Van Horn," I said in the same firm but quiet voice. "With me is Lance Corporal Finnegan. We are armed, so don't do anything stupid."
"Armed?"
the husky voice said. It belonged to a woman who remained out of sight. "That's right," I replied. "We've been out looking for survivors. We don't mean you any harm." The woman's face appeared, square with wide eyes and boxy cheekbones. Her hair was cut into a flat top that made her face seem even more square. She stepped through the gap between the heavy steel doors. In full view, I could see she wore a dirty and stained Navy uniform with a silver bar on her collar. There was a hard look in her eyes.
"I'm First Lieutenant Ryan Ulsker,"
she said, extending a hand. I lifted my rifle and shook the hand she offered. The other person stepped into the room behind her. Ulsker's companion was a thin man, with dirty red hair and patchy stubble on his narrow chin. He carried a makeshift weapon crafted from a metal rod and a pocket knife.
"This is Seaman Anthony Morton,"
the lieutenant said, introducing him.
"They call me Mort,"
the seaman offered. "We found Captain Dunning," I said in the same calm voice. "We've been waiting for parts of the ship to come down to build a communicator that will reach the buoy."
"Makes sense,"
Ulsker said.
"The captain made it. That's good. Where is she?"
"We've got a camp, about 4 days' march from here," I said. "She's there, with a few other Navy personnel."
"You got food?"
Mort asked. I smiled. "As a matter of fact, we do. Emergency supplies, but it will fill you up."
"That sounds good to me,"
Mort said.
"I'll take whatever I can get at this point."
"You're both welcome to come back with us," I said. "Corporal Finnegan and I came down in the Armory. We have weapons and supplies in a pretty secure base camp."
"There's nothing secure out here,"
Ulsker said.
"I take it you've seen the Orcs."
"Yeah, we saw them," I said. "We beat off some at our camp, and they haven't been back."
"Then you're lucky,"
Ulsker said.
"They took Lieutenant Hodges and Chief Petty Officer Ovar."
"Took them?" I asked. She nodded.
"I thought they were trying to kill us. They tracked us from our escape pods, and when they caught up to us, they took those two and carried them off. Would have taken me too, but I hid in some boulders."
I felt an icy chill run down my spine. "We should get what we need and go," I said. "They'll be back shortly after sunrise."
Agreed,
Ulska said. "Can you help us carry the portable comms unit?" I asked.
I can do better than that,
Ulska said. She turned to Mort.
Where is it? It was locked into a charging station,
he said as he pointed across the room. They didn't have flashlights, so I pointed my weapon in that direction. The beam of light settled on a device that I didn't recognize. It was about 1 meter wide and 3 meters long. "What is it?" I asked.
It's a cargo skiff, Mort said. It's rated for 3 metric tons. If it's got power,
Ulska pointed out.
It should be fully charged.
How far can it go on a single charge? I asked.
Beats me,
Mort said.
It's not a transport. I've seen them in use for a 12-hour shift, so that's something. We should load as much gear as we can,
Trix said.
Even if we can't get it all to the camp, it's better than leaving it for the Orcs.
I agree, I said. Let's get tools, the comms unit, and anything else that looks useful. Mort unlocked the skiff. It was built on simple repulsors that allowed it to hover about 3 feet off the floor. Trix went out to open the door wider, while the lieutenant and I began to load goods onto the cart. We found a large tool chest, a portable welder, and crates full of spare parts. Trix closed and locked the door once we were out.
Better to make them struggle to get inside,
she said.
Smart,
the lieutenant commented. It's too bad we didn't bring explosives, I said. We could have left a nasty surprise.
It's what they deserve,
Mort said. His intensity sparked my interest. What was your speciality, Seaman? I asked.
I was in maintenance,
he said, looking down. Well, you're infantry now, I said, handing him my flechette pistol. Do you remember how to use that?
Yes, Staff Sergeant,
Mort said, standing up a little straighter. Good. It's loaded, so be careful, I warned him.
If you shoot yourself in the leg, I won't pull out the dart,
Ulska cracked, but she looked at the pistol longingly. Trix gave the lieutenant her Nashi sniper rifle. It was obvious that our new companions felt better holding weapons. On a hostile planet, having a means to fight back was essential. We got the skiff outside just as the sky began to lighten, with a few stars still visible. I knew it had taken the Orcasi 2 hours to reach our base camp, but I had no idea how close we might be to their encampment. We should move, I said. The Orcs could return soon.
This baby's only reading a little over a ton,
Mort said, patting the cargo pile on the skiff.
We should climb on and let the skiff do the walking. Is it faster than walking?
Ulska asked.
I've seen them go about 10 clicks an hour if they aren't overloaded,
Mort said. Sounds good to me, I said. We all climbed onto the cart with Mort at the controls. He fired up the skiff, which took off at an astonishingly brisk clip. I looked back at the ship, what was left of it anyway. The Ryla had been my home for a few weeks, the first place I'd felt of use since going down in the battle on Xueting C. I thought the vessel deserved better.
What the hell is that?
Ulska asked. Pointing up, I looked and saw Scout 2 keeping pace with us, about 20 meters overhead.
Scout drone,
Trix informed the lieutenant.
One of ours.
I see, Ulska said. She was clearly out of her element. And you, Lieutenant? Where were you posted on the Ryla? I asked her.
I was the navigation officer,
she said.
A redundant position in some ways, since the computers do most of the work. In a pinch, I can lay in a course from one system to another, if I had the astronomical information.
Do you have any idea where the Orcasi have their camp?
I don't even know for sure in what direction the sun rises on this world,
she sighed.
Assuming the sun rises in the east, They always seem to come from the northeast. They go back that direction too. At least the ones I've seen do.
I checked the navigation function on my helmet. We were nearly 100 kilometers east of the mountains and base camp, and the sun rose behind us. With the dawning light illuminating the plains, we all turned and looked back at what remained of the Ryla. I knew it was possible that there were more sections of the ship across the surface of Leonis B. We were lucky that one came down anywhere near our location. Despite what Mort had predicted, the cargo skiff wasn't immensely fast. The skiff seemed to be traveling at about a human's walking pace, 5 or 6 kilometers per hour. Still, this was an improvement for me. I started out feeling fairly limber and mobile, but my injury slowed me considerably throughout the day. I, for one, didn't mind riding instead of walking. The slower travel had disadvantages to other members of our small band, however. It took 2 hours for the ship to disappear from sight, and while the sun did little to me and Trix in our heavy armored suits, Ulsker and Mort seemed to wither. We could do little more than share our water and food rations with them. Trix also spread our solar charges on the cargo pile. We weren't sure how much energy the small units could regenerate while on the skiff, but it was worth a try. We sent Scout 2 out to scan for signs of survivors along the way, and once more came up empty. Even if there had been more survivors from the ship, there was no certainty that they had survived the Orcasi. Moreover, if Ulsker was right and the Orcs were capturing people, there was a good chance that most, if not all, of the other survivors had been rounded up. It was maddening not to have eyes on the Orcasi base. The top priority of a TAC team mission would be to find the enemy, assess their strength, and report back. That intelligence would be used to formulate an overall plan of attack. In the current situation, I also knew that poking around too close to the Orcasi could be deadly. As the kilometers rolled by, it was easy to shift my focus inward on these matters. If not for Scout 2, we might have stumbled right into a trap. My HUD began to beep a warning, and I saw Trix stiffen at the same time. She was also synced to the scout drone.
"There's trouble,"
Trix said. I was already scanning for a place to hide. It was no use. We were in a wide open space with only some rocks and a few scrub brushes. Nothing large enough to hide the cargo skiff.
"What?"
Ulsker asked nervously. I turned and looked over my shoulder. There was a ship. So far behind us it was just a dot in the air that wavered from the refraction caused by the heat rising from the ground. There was no doubt it was Orcasi, but I couldn't tell if it was a troop carrier or gunship. I wasn't sure which one I feared more. "We have to find some cover," I said.
"Out here?
Ulsker shook her head.
There's nothing."
I knew she was right. There was nowhere to hide the skiff. The approaching ship had probably already identified it and was coming to investigate. We couldn't hide, but we weren't helpless either. "You're right," I said. "There's no place to hide out here."
"You don't seem that worried,"
Trix pointed out. "Just because we can't hide doesn't mean we can't fight. We know they're coming, so let's plan a reception for them."
"That's insane,"
Ulsker argued.
"We should leave the skiff and try to get away. They might be satisfied with the gear and leave us alone."
"Can't leave it," I said.
"I outrank you, Staff Sergeant," Ulsker snapped. "We'll do it my way, or we won't do it at all."
"Sorry, but we're not on the ship anymore, Lieutenant. Like it or not, this has become a Marine operation. If you want to run for it, be my guest. But I'll be sticking around."
"You're insane. You can't fight them,"
Ulsker argued.
"There are too many."
"Maybe," I said. "Or maybe not."
"We've done it before,"
Trix said.
"He knows what he's doing."
"Mort, I need you to be the bait," I said.
"What?"
the seaman squawked. "Take us to that clump of bushes," I ordered him. Once we're off the skiff, take it out about 100 meters, then set it down. Act like there's a mechanical problem. When the aliens get here, just run for cover. Anywhere but where we are.
If you do this, then you're risking all our lives,
Ulska warned. I looked at her, knowing she couldn't see my face through the tinted helmet, but trying to connect with her. Those Orcs destroyed our ship, I said. They've killed hundreds of people already, and they'll kill countless others with that weapon of theirs. We have to warn the fleet. To do that, we need the equipment on this skiff. I'm not running.
Nor I,
Trix said.
You're both fools,
Oscar said, panic crossing her face. Maybe so, but we're the only hope our people have on this planet. We can't just give up on them. We had reached the bushes. Trix and I got off the skiff. Ulska just looked at us. She was frightened, as was I. Only my training had prepared me for fear and taught me to perform, no matter how frightened I was.
I'll hide behind those rocks,
she said, pointing at a small group of boulders. They wouldn't afford much cover, but at least she wasn't running away. Don't fire until I do, I said. If that's a gunship, the kind that looks like a dragonfly, aim for the cockpit. Our best chance is to take out the pilot. She nodded, her face locked in the same expression I had seen on many other faces before. Fear was a paralyzing emotion, and I didn't expect to be able to depend on the lieutenant. Despite her gruff demeanor, I was sure that she was a very capable officer, on a fleet ship. We were no longer on a naval vessel. We were stranded on an alien planet with a hostile force approaching. It wasn't the type of experience that most people could handle. Fortunately, it was exactly what I was built for. Get moving, Seaman, I told Mort. Make it the performance of a lifetime, and don't go too far. He nodded, even more afraid than Ulska. I glanced at Trix as the skiff moved away from us. I couldn't see her face, but I knew she was afraid too. The odds were against us. Who cared about those? I, for one, wasn't planning to go down without a fight.
What's the plan?
Trix asked. We were both on our stomachs, surrounded by the stiff scrub brush. My joints were creaky after riding on the skiff for hours. I kept my lar in front of me, while looking through the scope of the Nashi sniper rifle at the oncoming ship. Wait until they land, I said. Let them come out into the open, and we'll kill them as fast as we can.
Oh, that's it?
I shrugged. That's all I've got.
Maybe the lieutenant is right,
Trix said. You think we should run for it?
No. I think you're crazy.
I couldn't help but laugh, and Trix soon joined in. It was the best way to shake the terror of knowing we would soon be fighting for our lives. I appreciated her humor, although she might not have been joking. My uncertainty drained away as I focused on the task at hand. The anticipation was usually worse than the deed. I just hoped that it would be the case this time. I didn't want to think about the alternative. Round 3, I thought to myself. Chapter 15. One ship became two, like a nightmare. As it approached, the little blob split into 2 distinct vessels. One was a gunship, with the distinct dragonfly shape. The second was a transport. 2 ships, I said.
2?
A gunship and a transport. They aren't taking any chances.
What should we do?
Trix asked. Wait and see what happens, I said. That's all we can do. We can't outrun them, and there's nowhere to go even if we could.
Van, we can't fight 2 ships.
Fighting is all about using your strengths to exploit your enemy's weaknesses, I said calmly, even though my heart was pounding hard in my chest. We just have to focus on targeting those weaknesses. My steadiness belied the dread within. I didn't want to fight 2 enemy ships, nor did I want to die or see my companions get hurt, captured or killed. What other choice did we have? If we didn't stop the Orcasi, they would at best steal the vital equipment we needed, and at worst, kill the others. I comforted myself with the reassurance that we weren't helpless. I didn't know if my sniper rifle had the power to take out the pilot of the gunship, but there was only one way to find out. I checked the power on the Nashi. It was fully charged. "Let's see what they do," I said. "They don't know where we are."
"They have more guns than we do," Trix said. "Much bigger guns."
"Just stay cool," I advised her. We didn't have to wait long, which was a relief. The gunship moved ahead of the transport and circled the area. More took off running. The gunship hovered over the cargo skiff and waited while the transport ship landed nearby. A squad of 8 fighters emerged, each armed with the characteristic big plasma rifles. 2 more disembarked and moved toward the cargo skiff. "As soon as I shoot," I whispered, trusting my helmet mic to carry my orders to Trix, "open fire on the Orcs."
"Roger,"
she said tightly. I tried to tell myself that 8 Orcs weren't too many, that I had faced that many before alone. We had the advantage of surprise, which I desperately hoped would be enough. I couldn't let them just take our gear, not when we needed it to get word back to the fleet. From under the bushes, I could see the dome of whatever material covered the cockpit of the gunship. That material was tinted against the sun, making it hard to see in. I prayed it was glass or some other breakable substance that my sniper rifle could penetrate. There was only time for one shot before I had to turn my focus back to the squad of warriors near the transport. If the gunship didn't go down, we would be killed. Either way, I was determined to take a few of the Orcs with me. 3, 2, 1, I whispered just before I pulled the trigger. A blast of light erupted from the sniper rifle. After that, everything happened so quickly. It was hard to keep up. I had just enough time to see smoke vent from the fist-size hole my laser had blasted into the cockpit of the gunship, before Trix fired a sweeping barrage at the Orcs, who had been taken completely by surprise. 2 went down. I hit a 3rd, leaving 5. In the heat of battle, there wasn't time to coordinate their efforts. All they had time to do was see where the shooting was coming from. They were just starting to raise their weapons in our direction when the gunship careened down right on top of them, hitting the transport ship as it went. Perhaps the pilot was only wounded and tried to control the vessel, or maybe luck was on our side. Dust and dirt flew up in a cloud. In the next moment, smoke boiled up from the wrecked gunship. "It's going to blow..." Before I could finish the warning, the gunship exploded. The blast ripped through the transport vessel as well. I ducked my head, but we were already prone on the ground. The shock wave felt like a physical blow, as if someone had stomped my head. After the shock wave came the debris, pelting us relentlessly and for what seemed like hours. When I finally felt that it was safe to look up again, I was astounded. The ground was scorched and carpeted with pieces of debris. The transport ship had been knocked onto its side. The casualties were not only on the Orcasi side. Our cargo skiff looked as if a giant had kicked it. The flatbed had been thrown at least 10 meters from its starting position, and all the cargo was scattered. The 2 Orcs that had been looking at our gear were on their stomachs. I could see wounds from the shrapnel marking their bodies, and blue blood seeping across the rocky desert ground.
"Is it over?"
Trix asked. "Maybe not," I said, knowing there might be more Orcs in the transport. It was damaged but not destroyed. There could be survivors, and we wouldn't be safe until they were dead. For all I knew, they were radioing for help at that very moment. "Reload, Corporal, and stay here. I'll search the transport. If you see any of the Orcs moving, take them out."
"Yes, Staff Sergeant,"
she said. I got up slowly, watching for any signs of life. My mind wouldn't stop calculating the odds as I did so. Trix and I might have gotten a couple more. 3, if we were really lucky. but they would have fired shots in our direction and pursued us. No matter how I saw it, the Orcasi should have won the fight. We had gotten extremely lucky once again. My legs felt weak from the realization. "Lieutenant Oscar!" I shouted once I was on my feet. I left the Nashi in the bushes and carried my la with the folding stock against my shoulder. The barrel was pointed at the large open ramp at the back of the transport. It had twisted when the ship flipped onto its side. But if there were Orcs inside, they would most likely come out that opening.
"I'm safe,"
Oscar called. A quick glance in her direction showed me that she was still cowering behind the boulders. I couldn't blame her. The fight was over so quickly, and the shock of the explosion was enough to leave a person rattled. In my first combat engagement, the dizzying chaos of artillery fire had been difficult to cope with. "Stay there," I told her. "I'm going to check out the transport." I moved in a wide circle around the back of the vehicle. Scout 2 could have gone in and done the inspection were I not so afraid of losing the device. The small drone had proven invaluable, and there was no way to replace the devices if they were damaged. Steeling myself, I went into the Orcasi ship instead. The transport was similar in design and equipment to our own dropships. Ultimately, it was a utility vehicle with little consideration for comfort. There were rows of seats inside the large, boxy passenger cabin. The seats of the Orcs were twice as wide as those in a fleet ship, and the cabin was taller than it seemed from a distance. I looked around the interior from just inside the entryway. There was an Orc on what had been the side wall, but with the ship on its side, the Orc was on the floor. It looked injured, but I could see that it was breathing. There was a door that led to what I guessed was the cockpit. Before going inside, I sent Scout 2 around to give me a visual inspection. The windshield was broken, not shattered like glass, but smashed into pieces. The drone's video feed showed 2 bloody pilots in the cockpit. I watched long enough to know that they were both dead. Under different circumstances, I would have sought to take the lone Orc in the passenger cabin of the transport as a prisoner. Unfortunately, we didn't have the resources to keep track of prisoners. I also might have scoured the transport for useful gear. As an advanced spacefaring race, the Orcs undoubtedly kept useful items on their ship. Alas, we didn't have time to search it. The priority was to collect our own gear and get to a safe place before more Orcasi showed up. Unlike the hapless creatures we had just killed, the next group wouldn't take for granted our capacity to do them harm. I aimed my rifle at the wounded Orc and fired 2 quick shots. The large body jerked and stilled. It was no longer breathing. A good sign. After dispatching the Orc, I walked out and checked on the 2 that had been searching our gear. One was already dead, its body riddled with shrapnel. The other lay on its side. It hadn't been carrying the heavy rifles the Orcs normally employed. It had a sidearm that was still in a holster on the being's bottom leg. The pitiful creature was wheezing and bleeding from several nasty wounds. It issued a keening sound as I approached. The small eyes stared up at me suspiciously. "I don't suppose you can talk," I said. The response was a short bark, followed by a high-pitched whine. The uniform it wore was different from those that the warriors wore, but I didn't know if it was an officer or some other classification. Lying helpless on the ground at my feet, I felt a different energy from this odd Orc, as if it weren't a soldier at all. In fact, almost all of these encounters had been markedly different from my usual experiences with the Orcs. They were more careless than those I'd met in battle before. I didn't know if that meant they were old or young, misfits or inexperienced, and there was no way to know. It felt almost cruel, but I told myself I was ending the Orc's suffering. I didn't look away as I pulled the trigger. From close range, the laser burned through the Orc's skull, leaving a small scorch mark on its leathery skin. Smoke rose from the wound, and its eyes rolled back in its head. I had officially killed more Orcs on Leonis B than in all my other combat engagements combined. Even so, I knew that luck had played a big role in keeping me alive. I couldn't let myself base any conclusions regarding my abilities on what had happened so far. "We're clear," I shouted to my companions. "Help me gather our gear."
Are they dead?
Oscar asked. "Affirmative," I said. "They're all dead."
We shouldn't waste any time,
Trix said as she climbed out of the bushes.
The smoke will draw more of them.
I nodded. Agreed. We should load up and find a place to lie low. It took Oscar some time to come to terms with the battle. She couldn't bring herself to look at the slain orcs and was visibly disturbed. Trix and I did most of the work to gather the scattered gear. Some of it looked damaged, but the skiff was operational. We loaded it up and set out to pick up Mort, who had run south and kept moving.
He must have thought we had been killed,
Trix said. That was a safe assumption, I suppose, I said. We caught up to the seaman halfway down a wide canyon, the top of which opened widely and narrowed at the bottom. From the video feed projected by Scout 2, which went all the way to the bottom of the canyon, we could see that the land on the bottom was much more lush. Thick grass grew, and a stream flowed through the canyon. There were short trees, patches of reeds, and recesses in the walls of the canyon.
This is amazing. We haven't seen anything like it on this planet so far. We should go the rest of the way down,
Trix said. We'll be cornered if the Okasi find us, I pointed out.
True, but it runs west. We could hide down there and follow it as far as it's convenient,
Trix explained. Scout 2 could keep watch above, I mused. What do you think, Lieutenant?
Sure,
she agreed, still shaken up. We descended into the canyon on the skiff. With the cargo hauler doing all the work, it was a much more feasible idea. We came down in a narrow part of the canyon. The walls surrounding us were tall, at least 10 meters, and straight. There was enough room for the skiff to glide over the grassy floor, and nearby, a shallow stream 3 meters wide gurgled over its rocky bed. The canyon also had an interesting feature of natural stone canopies that protruded at various points along its walls. We stopped the skiff under one and took stock.
Looks like the transmitter is pretty banged up,
Trix said ruefully. One corner of its crate was smashed, and the rough soil of the desert had scraped away the paint on the side. Let's hope they packed it well, I said. Either way, Trip should be able to make something out of all these parts.
Trip?
Maud asked.
You mean Petty Officer Trip Malik? That's right,
Trix said.
Man, I should have known that guy would make it,
Mort said with a chuckle.
You can't keep a guy like that down.
You know him? I asked.
Sure. Everyone on Foxtrot knew Trip. He's the king of contraband. And this is the person we should pin our hopes on,
Oscar grumbled. Our options are limited at the moment, I said.
Don't get me wrong either,
Mort clarified quickly.
Every ship has at least one person who finds a way to get forbidden items on board, and Trip was far from the worst. He usually had a stash or two, that's all. Plus, he's good at his job. Not to derail from our dear friend Trip, but the skiff's battery is down to just below half,
Trix interrupted.
If we're going to stay here a while, we might as well try to juice it up a little.
She got out the portable solar chargers and hooked them to the skiff's charging port. Just make sure we keep enough power to charge Scout 2, I said. We'll stay here until dark, then move out.
In the dark?
Oscar said. It's safer, I said. Plus, it won't be as hot for the two of you.
Our helmets have a setting for the low light, Trix said. And we can follow Scout 2. Or maybe we should just stay here, Oscar said. As long as the Okasi can't find us, we're safe.
I had noticed some game trails through the grass and reeds. There were even some small fish in the river. If all the canyons were like the one we were in, it might be the answer to our food needs. From a tactical perspective, however, the canyons were dangerous. The Orcs could ambush us from above, and we'd never know they were coming. There were no avenues for escape either. I didn't mind spending some time hiding in the canyon, but I was anxious to get back to the surface and continue our journey to the mountains. It wasn't long before the scout drone picked up movement on the plain above us. More Orcasi vessels were arriving at the scene of the battle. We had left the dead Orcs and their ruined ships untouched, and we didn't try to hide our tracks or cover up the damage caused by our weapons. The Orcasi didn't need to investigate more closely to know that it was our handiwork. Nothing else on the planet possibly could have destroyed those two vessels. They just didn't know where we were, and they didn't seem to have the resources to send out massive numbers of troops to track us down. I watched the ships circle the area on the video feed from the scout drone, which was hovering just above a group of bushes, where the dark orb wouldn't stand out. The ships made several passes. 2 were gunships, while the third vessel was the spiny craft that reminded me of a sea creature. I assumed it was their version of a surveillance vessel. None of them landed, and they stayed in the area for less than 15 minutes. I couldn't imagine a human ship not landing to gather the dead and investigate the scene. For the Orcs, it seemed enough to know that the ships were destroyed and their comrades dead. We napped through the afternoon, after staying up all night in the crashed section of the Ryla and traveling for hours. We were all ready for some sleep. It was cooler down in the canyon, and being out of the sun was welcome. When the sun set, we boarded the cargo skiff and let it carry us back to the top of the canyon.
We didn't get much charge,
Trix lamented. If we walk, it might not drain the power so fast, I said, hiding my reluctance. Walking was both what I needed and the last thing I wanted. Riding on the skiff wasn't much faster than walking, but it cut out the need to stop for rest every couple of kilometers. While walking was good for my leg, there would come a point when the strain of walking hurt more than helped. Still, the most important thing was to get back to the mountains with the cargo. What we had salvaged from the ship was more crucial than ever. We had food, gear, tools, and components that might be the difference between life and death. Getting a message to the fleet was of paramount importance. Thousands of lives could depend on the intel we had gathered.
You want us to walk all night?
Mort complained. I want the skiff to have power all night, I shot back.
Let's move, seaman, Oscar said. Your legs work just fine.
We climbed down from the skiff. Trix took the lead, carrying the skiff's simple control pad in one hand and navigating it so that it would float along behind her. Mort and Oscar walked on either side of the skiff, and I brought up the rear. If the Orcs were going to come after us, they would come from behind, and I wanted to stay between the hostile aliens and the tiny group of survivors. One man wasn't a force to be reckoned with in most situations, but I had been lucky since escaping the destruction of the Ryla. I had to hope that my luck would continue. I also had to admit that it felt good to protect these people. It made me think of the old battle stories of Earth, far in the past before humanity had reached the technological age. When a section of the castle walls fell, the bravest, most capable fighters were sent to fill the gap. I like to think that, despite what I still considered to be physical shortcomings, I was standing in the gap for the survivors of the Ryla, and I would hold that position no matter what the Orcasi brought against us. No matter what, the one thing that would remain unwaveringly strong was my resolve. I would stand in the gap until I couldn't stand any longer. I just hoped I could keep my feet under me. Chapter 16. It took 3 nights of marching from dusk until dawn to reach the mountains. After the first night, the skiff was recharged to about 1/3 of its total power. We made it last by pushing the skiff along instead of using its precious power to propel the cargo sled. Despite being loaded with gear, the skiff wasn't hard to push, and I found that I could lean into it, which took some of the strain off my bad leg. When the sun rose on the 3rd day, we saw the mountains. They were still over 10 kilometers away, but we were overjoyed just the same. Pressing on, we reached the mountains around midday and were greeted by Tripp, Dunning, and McSherra. They had spotted us as we approached and met us at the base of the mountain.
Lieutenant Ulska, you survived,
Dunning said with obvious pleasure.
Yes, Captain, Ulska replied. It's good to see you doing well. You can thank Staff Sergeant Van Horn and Corporal Finnegan for that, Dunning said. They rescued me from my escape pod and got me safely to the base camp. It looks like you had a successful trip, Staff Sergeant.
I think we found what we needed, I said.
Are those tools? Tripp said delightedly. I thought I was going to have to build something with gun parts and survival rations. At least you had rations, Mort said. Mort, you're a survivor. I never doubted you would show up, Tripp said with a grin. Come on, you can help me get this load up to the base camp.
We all looked up at the mountain. I stepped close to McSherra and asked her how the camp had been in our absence.
Quiet, McSherra said. Not that I'm complaining. There have been some flyovers, but they were high altitude.
Staying out of range, I said. That tells us one more thing we didn't know.
What's that?
Trix asked. They don't have a ship in orbit, I said. I'm guessing they may have called for backup, but they don't have help here now. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to do flyovers, since they could look down from orbit.
Maybe they just don't have optics as advanced as ours, McSherra said.
We were slowly starting up the mountain. I was thankful for the lenient pace. After the long march home, my joints were throbbing with pain from my knee to my shoulder, and my entire left side was agony. The relief of getting back to the cavern in the mountains helped me look past my pain. I've heard reports of pinpoint accuracy on orbital bombardment, I said. Standard TAC team procedures are to assume they can read the serial numbers on our ID tags from space.
If they're not getting closer, do you think they're content to let us be here? McSherra asked.
No, I said, trying not to pant as we made the ascent. I think they're waiting for more troops. Once we were through the crevice and into the cavern, I was pleased to see several tents set up. Camp chairs had been assembled from the supplies pulled from the armory. The crates themselves were being used as makeshift tables, and there was a small mess area, with large containers of filtered water and everything needed to make a hot meal from the MRE pouches.
You weren't kidding,
Ulska said, smiling for the first time since I'd met her.
Why don't you set up the maintenance area over there? The captain suggested to Tripp,
who was maneuvering the skiff through the tunnel behind the rest of us.
You got it, Captain,
he replied, as jovial as ever.
We have some extra tents set up, Lieutenant, Dunning pointed out. Please help yourself to some food and take a nap. We'll talk when you've gotten some rest.
Ulska nodded. You read my mind.
Is our work done for the day, Staff Sergeant?
Trix asked me. I'd say so. Get some rest, I told her. We'll take the dog watch tonight.
That won't be necessary, Dunning interjected. Now that you're back with the second scout drone, they can keep watch. It only takes one person to monitor the video feeds. I've been on the night shift since you've been gone.
We can take over, Captain, I suggested.
Actually, I have another task for you, Staff Sergeant. Would you mind if we have a quick word?
Not at all, Captain, I said. Trix climbed into one of the empty tents while Ulska and Mort busied themselves with eating. McSherra was keeping watch with Dockery, which gave the captain and me plenty of privacy. She led the way over to a set of camp chairs that were on the opposite side of the cavern from the tents.
Once again, it looks as though you've saved us,
she said, watching Tripp unload the cargo skiff.
Is that a portable communications unit?
We got lucky, I said. The Orcs had crawled all over the ship by the time we got there, but they couldn't read the signage and didn't know how to get into the supply area.
Because of the emergency doors, Dunning said, nodding her head. That is lucky.
They aren't keen on being out at night, I've noticed, I said. After the sun set, we went in and found the transmitter. I was wondering how to get it back here when Lieutenant Ulsker and Seaman Mort showed up.
And you didn't see anyone else?
No, just the Orcs, I said, relaying the story of the attack on the first day and our subsequent adventures.
So the canyons are more lush,
Dunning said.
I had wondered about whether we might find any options for food sources. We've got maybe 2 weeks of emergency rations left, so we'll need to start procuring more food soon. Well, that's a conversation for another time. For now, I've been thinking about what we need to do with the transmitter.
I nodded, not sure what she was going to say or where my place in her plan might be. When she had been hurt, she had given me free rein to do as I saw fit. Now she was clear-eyed and focused, almost a different person.
As I see it, we have 2 problems, she continued. The first is that the Orcasi will be monitoring for any transmissions. Anything we broadcast into space will be easily picked up.
They don't understand our language, I said.
That we know of,
Dunning countered.
It's safest to assume they can understand us. Otherwise, we run the risk of underestimating them.
I nodded again in deference to her tactical thinking. Although the Orcasi didn't recognize our signage on the part of the Ryler that had crashed in the desert, there was a difference between spoken and written language. It was possible that they did understand us, even if they couldn't read our writing yet.
At any rate, that doesn't matter. The point I'm getting at is that they can track our signal, Dunning said. They don't have to understand us to do that.
Track the signal? I said.
I know what you're thinking. Why not just send the signal, then shut it down and run? The problem is that we don't have anyone up there to acknowledge the receipt of the transmission.
The communications buoy won't do that? I asked.
It's programmed to send our messages back through hyperspace to the Sol system, the captain explained. Any incoming messages from there would have been picked up by the Ryler, not the buoy. We just don't know if it's going to get the message or not. If we send the signal into space while the planet is facing away from the buoy.
She didn't have to explain it all to me. I knew what she was getting at. You mean we have to keep transmitting as long as possible? She nodded.
At least a full planetary cycle, to be sure.
If they can pick up the signal, we might not have that long, I said. We'll need to set it up in a tactically advantageous place. Not here, not even close to here. It would draw them right to us.
The higher the better,
Dunning agreed.
And as soon as possible. We can't risk the fleet sending another ship without them knowing the danger here.
Petty Officer Malik, I said, raising my voice so he could hear me. How long will it take you to put that together?
With the tools and all the components, I can have it together in a day,
Tripp said.
Depending on how complex you want it, of course.
He was opening the transmitter crate, which was scraped and banged up.
That's assuming it's not busted. You're hard on your equipment, Staff Sergeant.
Don't look at me, I said. The Orcs are to blame. He barked a laugh. I turned back to Dunning. Maybe one of the mountaintops, I suggested, or as high as we can safely get.
I'll leave that up to you,
Dunning said.
Getting word to the fleet is the most important thing we can do. And if we have to die to accomplish that...
Let's not go there, I said.
Staff Sergeant, we do have to be realistic,
Dunning said.
We've got a cave full of sailors. Our people may not be much use in battle, even if we have enough weapons. You're the experienced fighter, and you'll have to use us.
I knew she was right on all counts. The top priority was to alert the fleet to the presence of the enormously powerful land weapon the Orcasi had installed. If it would have taken Tripp longer to build the transmitter, I might even have suggested initiating a mission to find out more about the mysterious weapon. The Orcasi had something that could knock a military vessel out of orbit with one shot, something we'd never seen before. She was also right that I would need to use everyone. If our job was to keep the transmission beaming for as long as possible, then I couldn't rely on myself only. We would all have to fight. As much as I hated the thought of putting others in harm's way, we would need everyone to pitch in. Given enough preparation, we could put up one hell of a fight. It was even possible that we could run the Orcasi off, the way I had on the hilltop, although the element of surprise was no longer with us, and we couldn't trust that our luck would hold. I'd defeated them then. Perhaps we could do it again. "I'll get started right now," I said, picking up my helmet.
"You should rest, Staff Sergeant,"
Dunning said. "There's no time to waste," I said. "I can't scout in the dark. I'll rest tonight." She nodded, deferring to my field experience. It was a mark of her exceptional leadership, in my opinion, that she was so ready to do this. I had served with a lot of officers, some of whom needed to be completely in charge and make every decision. The more successful officers could delegate and listen to the ideas of others. Dunning was a confident naval captain with several years of service on me, and there was no question about her strength. In fact, her ability to trust my lead showed that she wasn't concerned that my knowledge made her look like she didn't know what to do. She made her priorities known, and let me decide how best to carry them out. Her faith in me made me more determined than ever not to let her down.
"Do you need anything?"
"Scout 2, I requested. I need to find a place far enough away that the Orcs don't stumble upon this place."
"Do you want to move the autonomous cannons?"
"Not if we can help it," I admitted. "The ideal location will have plenty of cover and force the Orcs to land and climb up. We'll also need a quick way down the mountain so that we can make a safe retreat when the time comes."
"I'm relieved to know that you can handle this, Staff Sergeant,"
Dunning said quietly.
"I've spent my adult life studying space warfare, tactics, and strategy. None of those apply on this planet."
"We have the advantage of picking the ground and preparing before we activate the signal," I reassured her. "When they come, we'll be ready. I'll handle the fighting. Someone else will need to make sure the rest of the crew is safe."
"You mean the retreat?"
"Exactly," I said. "Odds are good that I'll be covering your escape. Together, we'll make this operation a success."
"I'll let you get to work, Staff Sergeant. Let me know if you need anything."
I slipped the helmet back on my head and fastened it to activate the features. I sent Scout 2 back out of the cavern, avoiding the entry tunnel. Instead, it rose straight up out of the top of the fissure. From there, I directed it deeper into the mountains. The rock formation soon began to block the signal, and I moved out beside McFarlane on the canyon side.
"What are you doing out here?"
the medical technician asked. "Looking for a good place to fight," I said.
"Why does it feel like we keep looking for fights?"
I smiled at a plaintive comment. "Unfortunately, that can't be helped. When we send a message to the fleet, it will draw the enemy to us." McFarlane shuddered. I couldn't blame her. The scariest part of being on Leonis B was knowing that we were the only ones able to face a dangerous enemy. We would have to stop them or be overrun. Not a cheerful thought. And certainly even less so for sailors who had never been in a firefight before.
"I didn't realize it would take so long to transmit a signal that the Orcasi would register it."
"It might, if the communications buoy is on the other side of the planet," I said.
"Well, how do we know if it's on the right side of the planet?"
I smiled again. We were in the shadows of the crevice, and my helmet's face screen hadn't tinted, so she could see me. I could see the look of frustration on her face as well. "Until help comes and we kick the Orcs off this world, we're in enemy territory," I said gently. "Everything is twice as hard as you think it will be, and takes twice as long." Some might have called it a self-fulfilling prophecy, but to me, it was just reality. I spent the entire afternoon searching for a good place to set up the transmitter, ultimately coming up empty. In fact, it took 2 more days to find a spot that had what we needed, and it was 30 clicks from the base camp. On our own, the group would have covered that distance in a day. With the equipment we were bringing and the fact that our destination was up the side of a mountain, it took 2.
After loading up the recharged cargo skiff with equipment, weapons, supplies, and explosives, we set out. Tripp had put together a communication system with a transmitter, a signal amplifier, and an audio repeater. The setup was powered by a group of power packs. According to his calculations, it would boost the signal into space. We settled for audio only, since sending a video message would use a lot more power. Dunning made the recording in the cavern of our base camp. We moved at night and arrived at a small cliff between the mountains just before sunrise.
How much further?
Dunning asked. A few more kilometers, I said, pointing up. I'm afraid to say the hardest part is yet to come.
Where is it in relation to our current position? She asked.
It's around on the other side, I said, pointing at the group of rugged mountains around us. I'm hoping these mountains will keep the Orcasi from landing their ships on this side.
That would allow us to escape back down here,
Dunning said, nodding her approval. If we're lucky. The thought crossed my mind almost against my will. I didn't voice my doubts. What was the point? We were set on a course, and there was no turning back. I sent the scout drones up to check on the site again. I had seen it from a distance, but this was my first chance to see it up close. Near the top of the mountain was a ledge on the southern side of the mountain, which would get sunlight all through the day. There were boulders that would make perfect cover for firing positions. Best of all, the mountain sloped down to the open plain, with no cover for an enemy approach. It was nearly perfect for our goal to hold the ground for a full planetary rotation. If we were lucky and the Orcasi didn't attack us at night, that meant holding the position for around 14 hours. While the rest of the group took a break, I checked the pathway up the mountain. It wasn't treacherous, but I wasn't looking forward to it either. The way was steep and the mountainside craggy. My leg would be killing me by the time we reached the summit. You ready? I asked Trix once the scout drones had covered the way up the mountain.
Actually, I was thinking we might have brunch first,
Trix replied.
Maybe take a nap and have the servants do all the hard work? I just want to swoop in at the end and take the credit.
I couldn't help but laugh.
What are the two of you going on about?
McSher asked.
Just telling the staff sergeant I'm ready when he is,
Trix said. I opened my helmet and breathed deeply. The morning was still cool, and the air was clean. From my pocket, I took a vial of energy-boosting serum and squirted the liquid under my tongue. Get some rest, I told McSher. We'll move into position this afternoon.
I can't wait, she said.
Trix and I started up the mountain. She carried a heavy pack full of plastic explosives, along with her weapons. I had a satchel with radioactivated blasting caps and a detonation cord. The climb to the summit took 2 hours. Once we neared the top, I started marking places for the plastic explosives. We needed to be able to blast the trail behind us during the inevitable retreat. After resting for a while at the ledge near the top of the mountain, I set both scout drones on sentry mode. They hovered in the air, rotating, offering us visual radar. The day was slightly overcast, but I had yet to see it rain on Leonis B. By midday, the clouds were gone, and the sun was shining as brightly as ever. Trix and I spent the day positioning the explosives. Some would cover our retreat, while others would be last resort weapons if the ledge were on the verge of being overrun. We couldn't rely too heavily on the explosives for fear of causing damage to the mountain that might hinder our safe retreat. While I liked our position for strategic reasons, I also felt afraid that I might make a mistake that would cost lives. In the late afternoon, we were joined by the rest of the group. Mort and Tripp set up the communications console on a shelf of rock, waiting to power it on. McSher and Dockery took the skiff and moved to a support position on the other side of the mountain from the ledge. As the sun set, we took a break from our labor and had a meal together, gazing out on the planet below. The views from the mountain were exceptional. I could see a large body of water in the far distance that glinted temptingly. From the mountain, even the scrubby trees and bushes looked lush. And there were more canyons,
where I suspected most of the life on Leonis B made their homes. The reds and browns of the desert were growing on me. When the sun slipped below the horizon, Dunning gave the order to begin transmission.
"Here goes nothing,"
Tripp said. He pressed a few buttons and turned a dial. The captain's voice could be heard on a tiny speaker built into the transmitter.
"Fleet Command, this is Captain Liza Dunning of the Ryler. ID number 354987520. Transmitting from Leonis B. We reached the Leonis system without incident, but were attacked by a land-based weapon. I repeat, upon entering orbit around Leonis B, we were attacked by a powerful weapon based on the planet. The Ryler was damaged beyond repair. Most of the crew has been lost. Some survivors made it to the planet's surface. I request immediate aid, but advise you to be aware of the planet's defensive weapons. We have very little equipment and are under constant threat of attack. This may be the only chance we have to send information. The Orcasi have a strong presence here on Leonis B."
Tripp turned the volume down once he was certain a message was being sent.
"That's it," he said. "Nothing left to do now but wait." "And pray," Dockery added. "Staff Sergeant,"
Dunning said.
"You have command."
"Thank you, Captain," I said, feeling a little strange. I was used to leading squads of Marines, not ragtag groups of naval personnel. "We'll move to our positions in pairs. Keep your weapons close to hand. Rest if you're able. Remember, we'll hold this position as long as possible. There could be innumerable lives depending on the fleet getting this message."
"You think we have a chance?"
Maud asked. "You're damn right," I said, mustering all the confidence I could. "A good chance. Hopefully the communications buoy is relaying our message right now."
"Wish we could know that for sure,"
Dockery said.
"We could end up fighting for nothing if the message already got through."
"Look, I know this isn't what we were expecting," I said. "You may feel out of sorts down here on the ground. All your training was for space, inside a starship. Whatever you may think, I promise you it applies here as well. You all went through basic, so you've had weapons training. When the time comes, I know you have it in you to take out as many Orcasi as possible before we abandon this position. We have the high ground, the element of surprise, and a solid plan. Follow orders, and we'll get through this." My uniform was hidden under the heavy armor suit, which I hadn't fully taken off since ejecting from the Ryler in the Armory. As such, the group knew my rank, but they couldn't see the orange rocker under the Screaming Eagle emblem that showed me as a TAC team qualified Marine, with 8 combat engagements. "This isn't my first combat op," I said. "I've survived 8, not counting what we've endured since landing on Leonis B. Trust the plan. We'll get through this together." Everyone nodded, and I sent them off to their positions. Trix got Scout 1 charging, while Scout 2 continued to monitor for threats. The stars and moons were bright, and thanks to the low light enhancement of my helmet, I could see a lot from the mountaintop. The desert was even more beautiful at night. The temperature was much more bearable, and most of the creatures that lived on the surface were nocturnal. I couldn't make out the animals, just spots of movement down on the desert floor.
"You planning to sleep at all?"
Trix asked after she saw to the drone. "Maybe," I said. "The energy boost is wearing off."
"I can't even think about napping. Too nervous,"
Trix said. "You have to rest when you get a chance, even if you're scared. This might be the only opportunity we get for a while."
"Wise words, but I still don't think I can," she sighed.
"Settle in," I advised her, sitting down behind the group of boulders that the two of us would share for cover. "You might be surprised." It was a point of pride that TAC team members could sleep any time and anywhere. Normally this held true for me as well, but between my nerves and the pain in my leg and back, sleep wouldn't come. Luckily, we had more of the energy boosters. We wouldn't need them in combat, Nothing produced adrenaline like fighting for your life. If the Orcasi didn't show up as we expected, we might need something to keep us going through the long hours of the day. I was in a fugue between wakefulness and sleep when Scout 2 beeped a warning. I was already stirring when Trix spoke up.
Are they here already?
Before I had a chance to answer, I saw what had set off the drone's alarm. It wasn't the immediate approach of an enemy ship, or even some creature native to Leonis B. Above us, moving toward the northeast, were several bright and unidentifiable streaks of light. Soon, everyone was on their feet, spellbound by the light show in the sky. Chapter 17.
What the hell are those?
Trip asked.
Ships breaking orbit,
Dunning said.
There are so many of them.
McShera breathed.
The Orcasi must have called for backup,
Dunning said. Any chance they'll block our signal? I asked.
It's possible,
the captain replied. We watched the ships enter orbit, their running lights mixed with the friction flames generated by their entry through the atmosphere. They moved in slow blazes across the sky. I tried to count them, but in the darkness, it was difficult. I suspected at least 12 ships. They moved back and forth across each other's trails.
Maybe we should shut this down and head back to the cave,
Mort suggested nervously.
Negative,
Dunning said.
We won't have a better chance to get word to the fleet.
She's right, I said. They're gearing up to fight us, whether we like it or not. The one advantage we have right now is that they need a little time to get their forces organized. We might even get lucky and finish the broadcast before they're ready to come after us. It wasn't true. I knew they would come, probably at first light, if not sooner. The major difference between the attack so far and our current predicament was the transmitter. It would be relatively simple to track the location and find us, even in the dark.
Just a few more hours,
Dunning said.
That's all I ask.
I approached her and spoke quietly so no one else would hear me. This does change the situation, I said.
How so?
She asked. From this position, we can hold out a while, unless they manage to hit us from the air, I pointed out. I think we'll have problems on the ground, though. My guess is that the Orcs that just arrived aren't the lackluster, careless troopers we've seen so far. We won't be able to stop them if they pursue en masse.
What are you saying, Staff Sergeant? You want to retreat early?
Dunning asked. No, Captain. But I wouldn't be offended if you took your sailors and returned to base camp, I said. Having you here might not make much of a difference now.
We talked about this,
she said firmly.
We all fight. If we die giving the transmitter a few more minutes to reach the comms buoy, then so be it.
Understood, Captain, I said, admiring her devotion to the mission. We'll make every minute count. I returned to my place beside Trix at the center of the ledge. To our left were Trip and Mort. To our right, Dunning and Ulska. Dockery and McShera were near the trail that ran around to the back side of the mountain where we hoped to make our escape. Only escape was probably impossible. Each one of the descending ships could hold as many as 50 Orcs. If there were 10 transports with 50 warriors in each, we were doomed. 500 enemy troopers could swarm over and around our position, cut off our escape, overwhelm our paltry defense, and slaughter us all. I didn't mind dying in a fight, especially one that was vital to the fleet. My only regret was that we wouldn't know if we were successful. Even if we managed to hold out until sundown the following day, we wouldn't know if the Orcasi had blocked our signal. There could be an entire armada of ships in orbit. They may have destroyed the communications buoy already, and severed any connection we could hope to have with our fleet. Minutes turned into hours of waiting. I found myself thinking about Jordan and our time spent together on the wreck deck. I hoped she was alive, maybe hiding in one of the canyons. What frightened me was that she might be a captive. Who knows what they were doing to her? If that was the case, I assumed that they were just as brutal in private as they were in combat. The Okasi were the closest to monsters mankind had ever encountered.
The sun is coming up,
Trix said. I glanced up at the sky. It was still dark, but the stars were disappearing, and the blackness of space was being replaced by a dark purple color. We made it through the night, I said. That's 10 hours of transmission. Odds are good that our message made it through.
Petty Officer Malik, please check the battery levels on the transmitters,
Dunning ordered. Tripp got to his feet and moved to the communications console. I decided to get up and move my bad leg while there was still time. The enemy would come with the new day and either blast the mountain top to oblivion or bring hundreds of savage troops eager for our blood. Waiting for battle to begin was the absolute worst kind of torture, almost as bad as battle itself. I sighed to myself. As much as I loved the Marines and being a TAC team member, I hated battle. You simply couldn't prepare for the harsh reality of it. There was no conscious thought other than to kill and escape. When it was over, the sensation lingered like a sickness, an emotional hangover that could haunt a person for years. I knew good Marines who simply couldn't live with the memories of war. The after images were a brutal assault on the mind, as I knew better than most. At this point, I just wanted to get it over with. If the Orcs were coming for us, despite needing every minute we could get to keep the signal transmitting, I wished they would just hurry up. I stood up and began to do my daily therapy on my leg, back and shoulder. It mostly consisted of stretches. After I first got my heart rate up, blood needed to pump into every part of my body and warm the joints up.
Are you afraid?
Trix asked in a quiet voice as she moved beside me. Terrified, I said.
How do you do it? How do you keep putting yourself in combat engagements?
I do it for the people around me, I said. Think of them, not yourself.
Still, I wish we could have run away and hidden in one of the canyons.
To be honest, that sounds pretty good right about now.
Ignorance is bliss. Maybe tucked away somewhere, we could have been happy,
Trix said. I chuckled, maybe for a bit. I don't think it would have lasted very long, though.
Better to die happy than terrified on a mountainside with no hope.
There's always hope, Corporal, I said. We have some advantages.
They have more people,
she countered. Likely, yes, I agreed. We won't know that until they're here. Let's not worry about what hasn't happened yet. It might not be... A warning beep cut me off mid-sentence. We had charged the drones and positioned them in the air near the top of the mountain, scanning for movement. Obviously, they had seen something.
We've got movement,
Trix said tensely. I checked the feed coming from Scout 1. A ship was approaching our position from at least 15,000 meters up. Even with the video zoom and picture amplification, the approaching ship was just a dot.
I don't suppose there's any chance that's one of ours,
Oscar said. None, Dunning said.
Could it be a bomber?
Mort asked. Doubtful, I said. They're too high.
Let's stay cool,
Dunning said.
We have a job to do. Focus on that.
The mission to keep the broadcast going seemed like a complete impossibility. The day was dawning, and already the Okasi were moving against us. We watched the ship, which was never more than a tiny dot in the sky, make its way over to our position. They didn't attack, but that didn't make anyone feel better.
What are they doing?
McShera asked, her voice carrying over the comlink from her heavy armor suit to the others. Recon, I suspect. They're making battle plans, I said.
Are they going to see us?
Trix asked. I hope so, I said. If they know we're just a few people, they might think we're a small, harmless offshoot of a larger group of survivors that have killed their people. There's a chance they won't think we're much of a threat, and will instead focus their attention on looking for the more dangerous operatives. not knowing we're one and the same.
They might realize we're up to something a little more involved when they see our escape route,
Tripp pointed out.
They may come at us from the rear.
If so, it will take them most of the day just to get into position, I said. We picked this spot because there's no good place to set down a transport ship except out there. I pointed down the mountain to the wide valley in front of us. It was the only level ground for at least 10 kilometers. Then I picked up the Nashi sniper rifle and held it up. With these, we can target the pilots of the ships, I said. We have cover weapons and enough power to keep up a fight all day long if we have to.
Yeah, all 8 of us,
Mort said with mocking sarcasm. 8 men and women fighting for our lives, I replied. I guarantee that we're more than they bargained for. Eventually, the spec moved on. We tried to eat, but the food was like ashes in my mouth and felt bitter in my stomach. An hour passed, then another, and another. It was mid-morning when the first ships appeared in earnest, spotted by the scout drones. Unlike the other, which had passed high overhead, the series of gunships came in low. They swung wide, then came straight at us up the valley. Take careful aim, I said. Target the cockpit canopies and fire on my command. I could see the vessels through the digital scope on my sniper rifle. I was leaning on a boulder, with the Nashi resting on the top of the rock. I could see the ships, but not their cockpits. They were still too far away.
This is insane,
Mort muttered under his breath. Steady, I ordered. Once we fire at them, they'll begin evasive maneuvers and be harder to take down.
We can do this, Dunning coaxed. I can see the cockpits now, Trix said. They look like insect eyes.
On my mark, I ordered. 3, 2, 1, mark. I squeezed the trigger and heard the sniper rifles around me fire. The enemy ships were moving in formation, coming straight at our position. 3 of our blasts were direct hits. One of the ships immediately nosedived toward the ground. The other 2 veered suddenly and took out a 4th ship in their path. The last one survived the volley. I fired at it, but the ship was zigzagging to avoid our fire. It shot back, but its plasma blasts fell short of our position and set the rocks below us ablaze. The air rang with the clamor of weapon fire from both sides. The sniper rifles did little to the armored exterior of the Orcasi gunship, but eventually a shot breached the cockpit shielding. In response, the pilot pulled up and around. The ship raced away, never having gotten closer than 5 kilometers from our position. In the valley were the smoking remains of 4 gunships.
Wow, we just did that,
Tripp said.
Good work, everyone,
Dunning said.
Is it always that easy?
Ulsker asked. I have to say, it's been more feasible than I ever expected, I said, shrugging my shoulders. I had no idea the sniper rifles would be effective until our skirmish in the desert.
It won't be that easy next time,
Trix said. No, it won't, I concurred. They'll expect our fire.
That was just a probing mission, Dunning said. They wanted to see how we would respond. Well, now they know, Mort said. Any chance they'll decide we're not worth dying over?
No, Dunning and I said at the same time. They'll be back, I continued. Check your weapons and replace the battery packs. It was another hour before the Orcasi returned. The downed gunships were smoldering ruins, just crumpled metal atop scorched rocks. The smoke rising from the ships obstructed our view. When the Orcasi returned, it wasn't with gunships but with some type of ground transport. Large rolling vehicles that kicked up huge clouds of dust behind them.
What the hell are those?
Tripp asked. I don't know, I replied, staring at the vehicles through the sniper rifle's scope. I've never seen them before.
Great, Mort said. A whole new threat. They look heavily armored,
Ulsker said. We should have mined the valley with explosives, I lamented. There was no time for second-guessing. We watched the armored transports move surprisingly deftly around the desert. My guess was that the vehicles used external cameras to navigate around obstacles. There were gun turrets on top of the vehicles, too far away to be a threat at the moment. 4 of the armored vehicles trundled up the valley. "Target the wheels," I ordered. We leaned on the rocks and took careful aim. The transports had armor covering 90% of their wheels. Only a small gap where the wheel contacted the road was visible. Hitting that from such a distance was incredibly difficult, and we fired shot after shot until the long barrel of my nashi was on the verge of overheating. The transports fired back, elevating the guns on their turrets, but we had the advantage of high ground. Their shots were well short and far below us. Our own laser fire made an impact, and soon the vehicles turned to the side. For a brief moment, I thought they meant to turn tail and run. Instead, they remained with their sides to us.
"What are they doing?"
Trix asked. Looking through my scope, I tried to figure it out. Creating some cover, maybe, I guessed. The vehicles lined up single file close to the base of the mountain. We searched for something to tell us what was happening, to no avail. I could feel anxiety swelling deep inside my mind. Something wasn't right. We were missing some vital piece of information. Then a louder warning sounded from the scout drones.
"More gunships inbound,"
McShare announced. The gunships were coming from behind our position. The mountain itself stood like a shield behind us, so I wasn't afraid of the gunships targeting us from behind. I watched them approach on the video feed on my HUD. The ships, 6 of them, swung around, 3 on each side. They wanted to flank us, but there were other mountains in the way. It was one of the reasons the area was so ideal. Unless they could drop bombs from above, they had to come up the valley to target us. "Concentrate fire on the gunships," I ordered.
"What about those armored vehicles?"
Trix asked. "We'll worry about them later," I said. "The gunships are the immediate threat." I set down my nashi. I'd brought a backup just in case something happened to the first, and the barrel of my first gun was too hot to continue using. I checked the power supply on the second, fully charged and ready for action. The ships turned again, swinging wide beyond the mountains and lining up to come at us straight up the valley. They were flying at top speed and weaving back and forth to make it harder for us to shoot them down. "Don't hold back," I shouted, my finger already pulling the trigger. We fired a steady barrage, and the gunships fired back. Lasers and plasma filled the air with a strange smell and burned in dense blobs around us. 2 of the ships crashed into the valley, shaking the ground beneath our feet. A third made a wide turn to retreat, realizing that its shots had been off the mark. 2 of the remaining ships turned and flew straight up into the air, while the third swung back through the mountains to make another attack run. I tracked the pair moving upward with my nashi and fired 2 shots at one's engine. My weapon beeped its warning that I needed to replace the battery pack. I hit the button to eject the spent battery, just as fumes shot from the tail of the gunship I had hit. The ship careened sideways and, to my delight, exploded in midair. "Incoming!" I shouted, trying to warn the others of the debris that was about to fall around us. The second gunship suddenly stalled in midair and began to fall. As it plunged, the nose swung toward us and the gun opened up, blasting plasma straight down. "Take cover!" I screamed. We didn't have adequate cover from an enemy approaching from above. The plasma was a little wide off the mark, missing the ledge but hitting the side of the mountain. Some splashed up in our direction. Through the roar of fear in my mind, I heard Ulska's blood-curdling scream.
"Get her out of here!"
Dunning shouted.
"Med team, we need you!" "Orcs!"
Tripp called out.
"My God, there are hundreds of them!"
When I looked back over the rock, I could see that the armored vehicles had been troop transports. The Orcs were coming up the mountain, moving like ants in single-file lines, using the wreckage of the gunships for cover. Trix, Mort, target those troopers, I said, trying to track the last 2 gunships, which had joined forces and flown out over the desert before turning to make another run at us. Smoke was billowing up from the plasma blasts. I glanced over to my right and saw Dunning and Dockery holding Ulska still while McShera gave her a shot of morphine. There were several holes in her uniform, scorched and smoking. From the nauseated look on the captain's face, she must have been able to smell the lieutenant's burning flesh. To my left, Trix and Mort began to fire at the approaching Orcs. I glanced down the hill and saw several fall as laser beams from the sniper rifles dropped around them. The Okasi were strong creatures, but they weren't made for climbing. The slope was steep enough to make their charge uphill difficult. Other than their own ships, there was no cover, not even scrub brushes. I turned my focus back to the ships racing toward us. Aiming my rifle, I squeezed off several shots. Luck was once more on my side. I missed the cockpit of the gunship I was aiming for, but the shot made the pilot flinch, and the ship jerked suddenly towards its companion. They didn't crash together, just grazed sides. Clearly, though, it was enough to cause the second pilot to panic. As the second ship lurched sideways in response, its tail smashed into the first ship. Soon both were plummeting toward the ground below. They crashed beyond the row of armored transports, the impact shaking the mountains. Rocks and dirt cascaded down the mountainside. It wasn't an avalanche that could wipe out our enemy, but it slowed them down. I dropped the Nashi and picked up my La. As the dust cleared, I could see that at least 15 troopers were dead or wounded. More were still pushing their way up and getting closer with every step. I flicked the firing adjuster to semi-auto and began shooting. There was a tactical benefit to moving in a line. The person in front could shield the others from enemy fire, for example. For every advantage, there was a tactical disadvantage too. I lined up my rifle and began taking the Orcs down one after another. It felt like I couldn't miss. Some of the troopers wore armor to protect their chests, but the transfer of energy from the laser to the armor knocked them backward. The slope was steep enough that when one Orc was knocked backward, it would take several others with it.
Petty Officer Malik,
Dunning shouted.
check the transmitter. Aye, Captain,
Tripp shouted back. Smoke, screams, and the smell of burning plasma all combined to waft through the air, as if in slow motion. I ejected a power pack and punched another in before rising up over the boulder that afforded me cover. Some of the Orcs had fired at us, only for their shots to fall short. I realized they were built for a different kind of battle. In close quarters, the Orcs were deadly enemies. At a distance, our weapons had a reach advantage. Moreover, we held the high ground, barely visible while they were completely exposed. Growling and barking from their commanders eventually induced the troopers to change their tactics. By then, some were hiding behind piles of bodies, others behind the wreckage of their own gunships. A bellowing roar sent them swarming out from behind cover. They no longer ran in straight rows, but spread out, forcing us to target them one at a time. I shot one and pivoted on my rock to target another. It was a hellish game. The mountainside was littered with dead bodies and blue Orc blood.
How long can we keep this up?
Trix gasped as she slumped to one knee to change out the battery pack in her La. As long as we have to, I snapped. I was making kill shots over and over, but the others weren't as fast or as accurate with their Las as I was. Making a slow, careful shot through a scope was one thing. Firing quickly, while panic made your legs tremble and your hands shake, was a different thing. Even if my team had showed more skill, there were just so many Orcs. It seemed inescapable that we would be overrun. There was no time to look at the clock or wonder if our message had made it through. A few of the more determined Orcs got close enough to shoot back. Mort screamed as plasma slammed into the rock he was leaning over.
I'm hit,
he screamed.
No, you're not,
Tripp shot back.
Get up and keep fighting.
Mort's rifle was smouldering from some of the plasma that splashed up against the barrel. It was a good thing we had brought along extra weapons. He kicked the ruined Lar away, picked up a fresh one, and returned to the fight. Despite his determination, it was obvious to me that the group was on the verge of collapse. Just when it seemed like we were about to pass a point of no return, a sound echoed from the transports below. The Orcs were only too happy to turn and charge back down the hill. We took out a few more as they went, and waited to see what new horror the Okasi would throw at us next.
"How many do you think we killed?"
Trip asked. 50, I said. 60, maybe.
"We held them off, and that's what matters," Dunning said. "We've only got 6 hours to go."
Even just 6 minutes felt like an eternity. 6 hours seemed like certain doom. I sagged against the rock, which was hot from the sun. How we had survived this long was a mystery to me. The desperation of danger had awoken our drive to fight. I supposed humanity had always been a race of fighters. Looking around, I was proud of what we had accomplished, but I doubted whether we could hold out for that much longer. We were exhausted, terrified, and clinging to only a tiny shred of hope. "Check your weapons," I reminded them. "This isn't over." As we watched, the surviving Orcs took cover behind the armored vehicles.
"What do you think they're doing?"
Trix asked. "Preparing something new," I said.
"How's the transmitter?"
Dunning asked.
"Still going strong, Captain,"
Trip said.
"Wish I could say the same,"
Mort grumbled.
"I'm going to check on Lieutenant Olska," Dunning said. "Let me know when they try again."
"Roger that," I said, bending my leg at the knee and trying not to wince. Trix shook her hands.
"My trigger finger's cramping up." "It's really something,"
Trip said.
"Just 8 of us? 6, really. And look what we did. If they keep coming back, we can't stay until dark, can we?"
Trix shot me a worried look. "We'll stay as long as we have to," I said. There was movement at the bottom of the mountain. From behind the armored transports, a huge Orc appeared. I picked up my Nashi and looked through the scope. The Orc was wearing heavy armor and carried a long knife in one hand. "Better get the captain," I told Trix. She hurried toward the trail where McShare and Dockery had taken Olska. I assumed they had put the lieutenant on the skiff, and I couldn't help but wonder if it wasn't wiser for all of us to get to the skiff. As soon as the thought came, I dismissed it. We wouldn't make it far in the daylight. What was more, if we gave up the high ground, the Orcs would destroy the transmitter and chase us down from behind. Running was a last resort.
"That's Tayada,"
Mort said, interrupting my thoughts.
"Jose Tayada, from the maintenance crew."
I looked through my scope and saw a disheveled man stumble from behind the row of armored vehicles toward the huge Orc.
"I remember him,"
Trip said.
"Quiet, hard worker."
I didn't recognize the man, but it was clearly a human in a naval uniform. The rumor about the Orcs taking prisoners appeared to be true.
"What's happening?"
Dunning asked.
"They've got Seaman Tayada,"
Mort said, pointing down the hill.
"What do they want?"
Dunning asked.
"Some type of trade?"
I knew that couldn't have been what they wanted. We didn't have any of their people. A trade was out of the question. As I watched, my own actions came back to haunt me. The big Orc raised its sword and chopped down on the back of Tayada's neck. The poor man's head went flying from his body.
"Bastard,"
snarled Mort, turning green.
"If he thinks I can't shoot his ass from here, he's got another thing coming,"
Trip said as he raised his rifle. "Wait," I said. "It's a distraction. What are we missing?" I searched for anything that might reveal why the Orcs were putting on their gruesome display, besides sheer vengeance.
"Over there,"
Trix said, nodding toward the other end of the row of armored vehicles. A group of 8 Orcs were jogging away just as another human was pushed out. The Orcs were going to flank us, that much was clear. I lifted the sniper rifle to my shoulder and sighted the group.
My God, gasped Dunning. That's Lieutenant Holly.
I swung back around just as she was pushed to her knees in front of the big orc. As the giant alien warrior lifted his big knife, I instantly pulled the trigger, not even bothering to pause to support the rifle. I couldn't take that chance, not with Jordan's life on the line. The weapon jerked in my hands. The shot flew true and hit the big orc in the face. It hit the wide lower jaw and vaporized the thick flesh. The warrior toppled backward. Another rushed out to grab the lieutenant, but she recognized the moment for what it was and bounded to her feet. I threw myself against the rock, steadying the laser rifle and taking out a pursuer.
"What are you doing, Staff Sergeant?"
Dunning said. "Giving her a chance." I fired several more shots at the edge of the armored vehicle as Jordan ran frantically. The Orcs didn't pursue her. They were more interested in getting their wounded leader, the hulking beheader, back to safety.
"What about the flankers?"
Trix asked. I glanced over. They were already out of sight. "We'll have to deal with them later," I said.
"This is exactly what they wanted,"
Dunning said.
"We're playing into their hands."
"I can't sit by and watch them kill innocent people," I snarled, knowing it was a lie. I hadn't done anything when they killed Seaman Tejada.
"We should leave now,"
Mort said,
"before those others can get in behind us. We are holding this position until sundown, and that's an order."
Dunning's tone shut down any further protests. I wasn't listening. I couldn't take my eyes off Jordan as she scrambled up the side of the mountain. "We'll hold it," I said, firing a few more shots at the transport before popping out the spent battery. Beside me, Trix also fired several shots. We had the Orcs pinned down, but my heart was thundering in my chest. I wanted to vault over the boulders and run down to help Jordan, although my vaulting days were long since over. I knew that if I tried to run down the mountainside, I would fall and probably break my neck. Come on, I whispered, watching as she climbed past the bodies of the dead Orcs we had killed.
"We'll have to do something about the Orcs trying to flank us."
Dunning's voice broke through my focus. "Trix, task Scout 2 to find them," I said. "If they become an issue, I'll take them out myself."
"Incredible. I think she's going to make it."
Tripp was watching Jordan as well.
"She's a fighter, all right,"
Dunning said. We didn't have a rope to throw down to her, and the final 10 meters was a rugged climb. Well before she reached us, Jordan looked exhausted. Her skin was drawn, and there were marks on her face. Her uniform was ripped and dirty. Despite the trauma she must have undergone, she kept moving, getting ever closer. I forced myself not to watch her and turned my attention back to the Orcs lurking behind their transports.
"You think they're waiting for the flankers?"
Trix asked. "No," I said. "They wouldn't pin all their hopes on a single squad."
"Then what are they waiting for?"
Maud asked. "Something bigger," I said. Dunning had water waiting for our reunion with Jordan. Tripp held out a hand and pulled her up onto the ledge. She slumped over, wheezing.
"Is she hurt?"
Dunning asked.
"I don't see anything,"
Tripp said. It took all of my restraint not to go to her. As soon as I saw her condition, I knew that we would have to send her away while we stayed and held back the tide of Orcs. It was a painful thought, but if I had to give my life so that Jordan could live, I would gladly make that sacrifice. Chapter 18. Once she caught her breath and had some water, Jordan started talking.
"They have a weapon,"
she gasped.
"Some kind of long-range pulse cannon. They were testing it when we arrived." "What did they do with you?"
Dunning asked.
"Locked us in cages,"
she said.
"How many of our people do they have?" 40 or 50,
Jordan replied.
"I'm not sure." "No wonder they gave up on us,"
Trix said.
They have all the prisoners they could want. Why were they keeping you, do you think? Did they perform experiments on you?
Tripp asked. Jordan shook her head.
No, but they're vicious. I thought they were going to kill me.
They were, Mort pointed out.
Are there more humans in the transports?
Dunning asked. Jordan nodded.
Seaman Olivia Parks, Chief Petty Officer Eugene Green, and Lieutenants Ira Babsworth and Luca Fellis.
Captain, I interjected, I think you should take Lieutenant Holly and the rest of the team back to base camp.
We have a mission to complete, Staff Sergeant,
the captain argued. I deliberately kept my back to Jordan. I didn't know if I could handle seeing her without giving my true feelings away. Maybe I already had. And I'll complete it, I said. But we now have someone who was captured by the Orcasi. What she knows is more valuable than anything else. We can't risk being overrun. Not anymore. I could sense the others looking at our captain, waiting to see what she would say. Before she could make up her mind, the Orcs responded.
They're moving,
Mort said, pointing down the mountain. I turned and looked. The row of 4 armored vehicles was splitting. The 2 on the right moved forward while the 2 on the left reversed, revealing a large cannon on a tripod. "Get down!" I shouted. "Take cover!" Jordan had already been pulled back behind the boulders that Tripp and Mort used for cover. They all ducked low, with Dunning joining them. I dropped to the ground, my leg filled with stabbing pain and my back spasming so severely it was hard to breathe. Trix was right beside me. I reached out and put my free hand on her shoulder. The Orcasi didn't target our ledge. Instead, they fired a quick succession of powerful laser blasts into the mountain above us. The rock blew apart and rained down on us. Some pieces were as small as marbles, others as large as a human head. There was no way to shelter from the barrage. A crack like thunder sounded, followed by an awful roar. I glanced up as the top of the mountain toppled backward. Even above the noise, I heard someone scream. Dust obscured my vision for what felt like hours. By the time the air started to clear, I had felt the impact of enough debris to know that only my heavy armor had kept me safe. In that moment, it felt like it didn't matter. Our path of retreat was gone. One glance also showed that the transmitter was ruined, smashed by falling debris, and now lying in pieces, half covered by dirt and rocks. "Trix?" I asked.
I'm fine, I think,
she replied. I lifted up and looked over to the other group. Tripp had thrown himself over Jordan. They both seemed safe. To my horror, Dunning was unconscious, a horrid bloody gash on the back of her head revealing bits of bone. There was no way to know from where I was, but it appeared as though she could be dead. Mort was hurt too, wailing loudly. "My leg!" he screamed. "McShera?" I asked, using my helmet's comlink. McShera and Tripp had the other 2 heavy armor suits, which allowed the 4 of us to use the short-range communicators built into the helmets, along with a variety of computer functions. It worried me when McShera didn't respond. "Petty Officer Malik," I said, struggling up onto my good knee. "Shut him up."
I'm on it, Staff Sergeant,
Tripp replied, going to his friend. I checked my LA. I had plenty of battery packs to keep the rugged weapon going in the fight. The sniper rifles were more delicate and now lay under a thin layer of rocks and dirt from the laser blast. I didn't even bother to check on them, mentally giving them up for lost. One glance around the boulder I used for cover revealed exactly what I suspected. The Orcs had begun the climb up toward our position. "Trix," I ordered, throwing formalities to the wind. "Go check on McShera and Dockery."
Yes, Staff Sergeant,
she replied, instantly hurrying away from the cover we had sheltered behind, staying low so the Orcs couldn't see her. I checked my HUD and saw that Scout 1 was offline, probably destroyed in the powerful blast that had taken out the top of the mountain. I had to admit, that move had taken me by surprise. In all my previous combat engagements with them, The Orcs had used plasma weapons. I was dismayed by the power of the gun, which had managed to destroy the top 20 meters of the mountain. "Is that what they're testing?" I asked Jordan. She nodded, coughing from the dirt and dust in the air.
"Mort's got a compound fracture," Tripp said. "Looks pretty bad."
"Get a tourniquet on that leg," I said. "Lieutenant, can you check the captain's vitals?" Jordan, still looking stunned, nodded and turned to Dunning, feeling for a pulse.
"Staff Sergeant,"
Trix called over the comlink. "Go."
"I found McShera. She's all right, just a little shaken up. Dockery is unconscious but alive. I don't see any major wounds on her."
"What about the skiff?" I asked, already trying to figure out a way off the mountain.
"It's ruined. Alska's gone too."
I wanted to scream in frustration. With the Orcs approaching and the skiff gone, the only hope was getting off the mountain as quickly as possible on our own feet. I used my helmet to control Scout 2, which had been moving down the mountain, scanning for the Orc squad sent to flank us. I turned it back, giving myself a view of the backside of the mountain. The trail we had climbed was covered in debris. We would have to be very careful climbing down, but it was passable. For the uninjured, there was no way Mort would make it with a compound fracture.
"The captain,"
Jordan said, shaking her head. There was no time to mourn the loss of a great leader, especially one who would want us to carry out our mission. "It's time to move, people," I said. My body was throbbing with pain and fatigue. I was on my good knee, my other leg stretched out behind me, leaning against the rock. I got to my feet.
"Shannon is coming around,"
Trix said. "McShera," I said. "Can you make your way over here with a trauma kit? Mort has a compound fracture."
"Copy that, Staff Sergeant," she said breathlessly. "On my way."
Everyone was shaken and scared, and with good reason. I glanced back over the ledge to see that the Orcs were working on their cannon. From their frantic activity, it seemed that something had gone wrong with the weapon. The Orcassi were different from us in so many ways, yet they were also similar in notable ways. I recognized harried frustration when I saw it. The Orcs moving up the hill were taking their time. Perhaps they assumed we were dead and were simply following through on orders not to take any chances. The joke was on them. I still had some surprises left. "Everyone rally to my position," I ordered. It took a few minutes for Trix to get back with Dockery. To my left, McShera was working on Mort, who was still groaning. I felt sorry for him. I'd been in his shoes and remembered the pain, shock and confusion of being wounded in battle. "Are you all right?" I asked Dockery. She nodded, her eyes slightly glazed, one hand cradling the other. She also had a gash on her forearm. I was relieved that she could walk. We would have to carry Mort, and that would require 2 people. "Here's the plan. Petty Officer Malik, Seaman McShera, you'll carry Mort out of here," I said.
"Staff Sergeant, that isn't possible,"
Trix interrupted.
"The trail is gone. It's been completely covered with loose rock,"
Dockery added. "I'll clear that path," I told them. "Lieutenant Hawley, you help Seaman Dockery. She might be unsteady, and we can't risk anyone else getting hurt. Corporal Finnegan, you lead the way. I'll bring up the rear."
"What about Captain Dunning?"
Tripp asked. "There's nothing more we can do for her."
"We can't just leave her behind,"
Jordan argued. She was staring hard at me but couldn't see my face through the tinted shield of my helmet. "We don't have a choice," I said regretfully. "We're going to have to move quickly and act decisively if we're going to survive. Everyone, check your weapons." Tripp handed Mort's LAR to Jordan, who took it with trembling hands and checked the battery charge. I popped the nearly drained power cell from my own rifle and replaced it with a fresh one. A quick glance back down the mountain still showed the Orcs on the move. "McShera," I asked.
"He's almost ready,"
McShera replied. "You ready, Trix?" She nodded. I stood up. leaned over my boulder, and began firing at the Orcs. They were about halfway up the mountain and almost close enough to fire at us themselves. If the pass had been clear, it might have been better to sneak away, but once I cleared our path down the mountain, they would know we had survived anyway. I kept shooting until McShera had finished splinting Mort's leg.
"He's ready,"
she announced. "Fire in the hole," I said with gusto, triggering the explosives we had planted along the trail upon arriving at the mountain the day before. The charges went off as one. The backside of the mountain was once more shrouded in a dust cloud, but I was confident the loose debris had been blown off the trail. "That should clear your way," I said to Trix. "It won't be perfect, but it should be traversable. Now move."
"Yes, Staff Sergeant,"
Trix said. I leaned back over the boulder. The Orcs had taken cover, not sure what else to expect. Our last advantage was the fear we had managed to instill. The Orc troopers weren't keen on rushing into battle with us, and that might have given us the time we needed to escape. My own fear was focused on the squad of Orcs flanking us, still out of sight. I fired a few more shots at the Orcs I could see, then followed behind Jordan and Dockery. The ground was covered with bits of rocks and a thick layer of dirt. It was rough and uneven, which made my lumbering gait even more pronounced. At one point, hearing me stumble slightly, Jordan looked back, her eyes filling with a mixture of doubt and curiosity. Perhaps she recognized the awkward limp she had come to know on the Ryla. Still, there was no time for questions. I cleared the edge of the relatively flat part of the mountain, where we had been situated, and looked through the miasma of dust. From above, I could see a sketchy semblance of the trail. Trix was making her way down easily enough, but McShera and Tripp, with Mort between them, were moving much more slowly. It was undoubtedly the best vantage point I'd have to wait for the Orcs. Pausing briefly, I fired the controls to send Scout 2 searching along our path for any sign of the flanking squad. It was then that I noticed the tightness in my chest as I struggled to breathe. Even with the purification filters of the heavy armor suit, it seemed as if I was inhaling smoke. There wasn't much time, but I popped the seals on my helmet and pulled it off. The air was gritty and smelled of plasma and dirt. Flicking the top off my last energy booster, I squirted the liquid under my tongue and tossed the vial on the ground. Immediately, the feeling of invincibility hit me, washing away my pain and fatigue. As I lifted my helmet, Jordan glanced over her shoulder. The look of recognition was unmistakable. I wished there was time to say something, to tell her I had risked the entire mission to save her, that I had never stopped thinking about her. There was no time, and it certainly wasn't the right moment. Slipping the helmet back over my head, I flipped the latches. The HUD came to life at almost the same moment a weapon fired. My instincts saved my life. I ducked just in time for the blob of plasma to shoot over my head. I returned fire without any conscious thought. A quick burst of laser fire hit the Orc as it tried to clamber onto the ledge. It squealed as it fell back. More heads were rising up over the short wall of rock that supported our ledge. I activated the explosives Trix and I had planted there, the last of the plastique we had brought along. The charges went off without a hitch, and half of the ledge crumbled down the mountain. I couldn't take the time to inspect the damage, but I hoped it had set the Orcs back significantly. I headed down the hill as quickly as my stiff leg and weak hip would carry me, still managing to catch up with Tripp and McShera as they dragged a half-conscious Mort between them. Dockery and Jordan were close behind the trio, and when I caught up, Jordan fixed me with a hard look.
"Staff Sergeant Van Horn,"
she said, almost like an accusation. "Guilty as charged," I replied.
"I can't believe you made it off the ship,"
she said, turning her attention back to the trail. We were past the mass of loose stone, and a huge chunk of rock that had rolled about halfway down the mountainside gave us some cover. I wished we had some kind of escape vehicle. My frequent glances back toward the ledge showed no pursuers, but I knew they were coming. Scout 2 hadn't discovered the flanking squad yet, which meant they were still out there. The Armory had an emergency ejection protocol, I said. You can't have all that explosive power in the ship if there's a fire or something that might set it off.
So you were in the right place at the right time, she said.
As luck would have it, I replied. Corporal Finnegan was with me. Jordan shook her head.
How did you manage to escape the Orcs?
We hid, I said. The Armory parachutes had camouflaging properties. When the Orcs finally found us, we had plenty of weapons to fight back with.
I'm glad to see you,
she said softly. My heart thudded, unbidden.
Help? Could somebody help?
The plaintive request came from McSherra, who was struggling with Mort's slumped weight. Immediately, Jordan volunteered to trade places with McSherra, cutting short our conversation. Dockery was moving under her own power and only needed a hand to keep her steady from time to time. Everyone was struggling with fatigue. And yet there was an energy in the air, a faint sense of hope like a spark in the darkness. With even just a tiny chance that we might make it, we clung to that hope with all the strength we had.
Staff Sergeant, can you come up here?
Trix requested. On my way, I replied, moving past the others. The portion of the mountains that we were traversing now was less steep and dangerous. We had almost reached the area between the mountains where we had rested the day before. What's wrong? I asked Trix as I came up behind her.
Nothing, exactly, she said. I was just thinking about this spot.
She pointed ahead. The space between two mountains had 3-meter cliffs on either side. It was an ideal spot to hide in and avoid detection from the air. We could see straight through it to the winding ravine between the mountains that led back in the direction of our base camp. What about it? I asked, feeling the hair on the back of my neck starting to rise.
We can't see to the other side, she pointed out. I don't like it.
Good place for an ambush, I agreed. If they hit us when we go through, anyone who survives would have to sprint 30 meters between the cliffs to look for cover.
Easy targets.
Good thinking, Trix. We'll send the drone. Scout 2 had already scanned the area, but that didn't mean the squad of Orcs sent to flank us wasn't hiding there. A movement back up the mountain caught my eye and showed that the Orcs were hard on our trail. We couldn't afford to wait long. As slowly as we were moving, the Orcs would catch us.
I don't see anything,
Trix said. We were both watching the video feed from the drone. There were two options. The faster route would take us between the cliffs, while the other would lead us to climb up and around them. Though speed dictated our actions, I was anxious that we didn't run into a trap. They still might be there, hiding, I said.
What should we do?
Stay here, I told her. I'll go first and make sure it's safe.
Hurry.
Trix turned back to rejoin the others. Hurrying was the one thing I couldn't really do. I pushed myself into a twisted trot. Not quite a run, and extremely painful. The fear of being caught by the Orcs coming down off the mountain pushed me forward. I was 3/4 of the way through the strait when I heard rock grinding under a heavy boot. My training took over, and I hit the deck. Diving to the ground was a savage blow to my already weak and sore left side. The air exploded from my lungs in a vicious chuff, and pain erupted down my back. When I felt the heat from plasma streaking over my head, all of that became secondary. I landed on my belly, my left arm pinned under me. The law held out in my right hand by the pistol grip. I fired without looking, issuing a blind volley. Screams and inhuman howls followed, but I knew that I hadn't killed them all. 8 Orcs had been sent to flank us, and the best I could hope for was that I had taken out 2 of them with my blind shots. So I did the unthinkable. I rolled, every muscle cramped so hard I thought my ribs would snap and my spine would shatter. More plasma scorched the ground where I had fallen. I fired another burst and scooted against a wall of rock, just as my law used the last of its power to fire a final volley. There was a moment of silence as I dropped the laser rifle and reached up for the shotgun that was snug between my outer armor and the insulated inner lining. I pulled the old-fashioned weapon out and flicked off the safety. The rifle had 7 shells loaded and 1 in the breech ready to fire. Each was filled with thick, round pellets of soft lead. 3 orcs approached quickly, just as I knew they would. Their wide mouths revealed pointed teeth as they leveled their plasma rifles toward me. Twisting to face them, I raised my own weapon, determined to fire first. The blast hit the lead orc in the face, snapping its neck back. Fragments of its head ricocheted all over the trooper behind. The recoil from the shotgun was as different from a modern laser rifle as night was from day. The gun jumped in my hand and knocked me backward, saving my life as the third orc fired a blob of plasma that hit the wall where I'd been leaning a moment before. I fired again and hit the orc in the knee. The huge creature dropped with a grunt of pain, its rifle clattering onto the stony ground and sliding away. The second orc, covered in blood and brain matter, leapt onto me. For a second, my vision narrowed to a tiny point, and it seemed that everything was far away from me. Suddenly I was back, smothered by a huge creature twice my weight. The shotgun had been knocked away, and I struggled to breathe with the brute pressing down on me. With a rumbling growl, the orc bit my shoulder. I had witnessed before that Orcasi troopers preferred close combat, using their wide mouths and powerful muscles to tear human limbs off. By rights, the bite should have ripped my left arm from my body. I felt the crushing pressure as the orc bit down, but its pointed teeth didn't penetrate my armor. The synthetic fibers were too strong for the beast to tear through, and the protective plate on the outer part of my shoulder kept its mouth from closing too tightly. It still hurt badly enough that I tried to scream, only there was no air in my lungs. My training wouldn't let me surrender to the pain. While I was blinded by pain and fear, my right hand drew the revolver from my thigh holster. I pressed the gun into the orc's thick body and pulled the trigger. The gun bucked in my hand like a living creature trying to escape my grasp. I gripped it tightly. Something in the back of my mind told me that holding the gun was the only thing keeping me alive. I pressed it into the orc's flesh and fired again, then a third time. The trooper bucked and shuddered, then lay still. It took all my strength to drag in a ragged breath. I didn't have the leverage to roll the brute's heavy body off me, with my left arm pinned underneath me. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise. I was still mostly obscured by the orc when its companions entered the corridor between the mountains. They were barking and growling, their heavy footsteps moving toward me. I kept still as long as I could, struggling to breathe. When my fear got the best of me, I lifted my pistol and fired the last 3 shots. One orc fell, screaming in pain. Startled, the other ran away. I let my hand drop. If it had known how helpless I was, it would have finished me off. It seemed that luck was still with me, even if it didn't feel that way, pinned to the ground with the orc's body pressing me down into the dirt. I wasn't sure how I'd find a way out of this one. Chapter 19.
Staff Sergeant!
I couldn't make out the voice that crackled in my helmet. I didn't have to wait long to find out who it belonged to. From the slight build of the heavily armored person, I could tell it was Trix. She pulled on the orc in vain. I had to help push it off, gritting my teeth against the pain that now racked my entire body. I could still move my right side, but my weak left side was sluggish.
You got them all,
Trix said incredulously. One got away, I said.
He didn't get far,
she replied as I freed myself. I rolled to my knees and pushed myself up. For a moment, the world tilted to one side, and I felt myself falling. I reached out, put my hand on the cliff wall, and held on until the world balanced again.
Are you hurt?
Trix asked. The rest of our group was coming up the corridor as quickly as they could. Tripp and Jordan held Mort between them, his arms pulled over their shoulders. He was hopping along with his broken leg as best as he could. Behind them came Dockery, and McSherra brought up the rear. "No," I lied. "I'm fine."
"Good. The Orcs are coming fast," McSherra said. "They'll be here soon. We'll have to run for it,"
Trick said. "We don't have enough time, and too many of our number are hurt," I replied.
"We can't give up,"
Jordan pressed.
"They'll slaughter us."
"We aren't giving up," I said. "Put Mort down at the edge of the cliff. We'll make our stand here."
"We're going to fight?"
Trix asked. "Damn right," I said. "Help me move these Orcs." We spread out the bodies of the Orcs inside the corridor, then moved to the far end. "We'll take them when they come this way," I said, reloading my pistol with trembling hands. "The bodies will slow them down."
"What if they go around?"
asked Trix. "We only need a couple of guns here," I said, pointing to the corridor between the cliffs. "Seaman Dockery and I will hold it. Trix, you move up on that side with Seaman McSherra. The lieutenant and petty officer Malik can cover the other side. If they try to move around the corridor, let me know and take them out."
"There are too many of them," McSherra said. "At least 50.
"We can outrun them," I said. "Not all of us, but I'll hold them here if you want to try."
"No," Jordan insisted. "We'll stay together."
"Then get into position. Use the mountainside for cover. Stay low," I advised them. "If you have to fight, give them everything you've got." I holstered the revolver, thankful for the power it gave me, then reloaded the tactical shotgun and returned it to the protective sheath at the back of my armor. Moving slightly, I leaned against one side of the cliff, just outside the sight line of the corridor. Across from me, Dockery trembled visibly. Looking pale and weak, the lar she held looked too big for her delicate body. "Are you hurt?" I asked her.
"Not too badly,"
she said, glancing at her arm, which was coated with blood and dirt.
"It hurts, but the cut isn't deep."
"Good. Just breathe. Everything is going to be fine." I was glad that she couldn't see my face, where she would have been able to read the doubt writ large across my features. No matter what I told this group, I wasn't sure about anything. After my close encounter, I felt shocked just to be alive after my dash through the corridor. If the Orcs hadn't been so careless, so overconfident that they had tricked me, I would be dead. Part of me longed for death, simply to put an end to the constant agony and tension of waiting. The much larger part of me refused to give up. I would fight to the bitter end and go down swinging, no matter what the Orcs threw at us.
"How do you do it?"
Dockery asked.
"I can't believe you're still alive."
"I honestly can't believe it either," I admitted. "I think it's because I have something to fight for."
"What?"
"You," I said. "Isla, Trix, Tripp, Jordan, and even Mort." Mort was only half conscious on the ground near Dockery. She gazed at him as she replied.
"We would all be dead if not for you."
"I doubt that," I said. "You got grit, Dockery. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." She nodded just as the sounds of grunts and barks echoed through the corridor. It was tempting to glance through the corridor to get a visual on the approaching Orcs, but I couldn't risk revealing the surprise waiting for them in this exceptional ambush site. I held up a hand, signaling for Dockery to wait, even though I knew the anticipation of battle was excruciating. I wanted the space between the cliffs to be a shooting gallery. Trying to pace my breathing, I waited until I could hear each grunting breath of the Orcs as they neared my position. With one last deep breath, I flicked the indicator on my lar to full auto and leaned toward the corridor. The Orcs widened their piggish eyes in surprise when they saw me. I didn't hesitate to open fire, sweeping my rifle from side to side as powerful laser blasts erupted from my lar. The closest Orcs, Only a few steps away, were killed almost instantly. The laser beams at close range burned through their bodies and those immediately behind them. After my first sweep, I raised my rifle and fired another burst through the corridor. The space between the two cliffs, 30 meters straight and wide enough for 3 orcs to march side by side, became a kill zone. They roared, unable to use even their trademark brute strength to press forward through the volley. Some tried to shoot back in vain, managing in some cases to add to the carnage by killing their own comrades. The battery of my law lasted for 5 sweeps on full auto. When I ducked back to reload, Dockery stepped forward and fired a steady barrage of her own without letting up. Her power ran down after only a few seconds, but it was enough time for me to pop in a fresh battery and continue the massacre. Some of the orcs tried to climb the walls when they couldn't get out fast enough. For all their strength, they didn't have the dexterity to leverage their weight and make the climb. Some fell, while others were shot. I flicked my indicator back to semi-auto and made judicious shots. Most of the orcs that were shot didn't die right away. They were trapped, most horribly wounded. Their dying groans were the most horrible sound I had ever heard. I steeled myself. I had to keep killing and take out as many as I could. Every orc that died was one less threat to our small group of survivors. The slaughter lasted less than a minute, but it felt longer as time itself seemed to slow down. Even after killing dozens of orcs and seeing them flee, I felt like at any second they would realize how weak our small force was. I, the most experienced among them, could have easily been torn limb from limb if they saw the opportunity. As irrational as it was, the thought was inescapable and, to me, very real. When my second battery was depleted, I looked down the corridor. None of the orcs that I could see were still alive. I knew many had escaped back out the far end of the corridor once the killing started, now well out of sight. Scout 2 picked up the remainder of the force, about 30 orcs lumbering back up the mountain as fast as they could move. The warrior in me knew a route when he saw one, and wanted more than anything to run them down and continue the slaughter. After catching sight of the trail of dead bodies, I forced my bloodlust back. The battle was over, and in our favor. I reloaded my law with trembling hands and realized with a shock that I only had 1 fully charged battery left in the slings on my armor.
Is it over?
Dockery asked, stunned. Somehow, it is, I said. It's over.
They're on the run, Tripp said. Hot damn, we did it!
Any sign of movement our way? I asked.
Negative,
Trix said. Then let's head back, before they find their courage and come after us again, I ordered. Night fell quickly after the ambush, which was probably what saved us. I was certain the orcs would have sent scout ships to find us if there had been enough light. We walked through the entire night, making frequent stops to rest, dress wounds, and drink water. I felt as if I would never be quenched again. My legs were leaden, and every part of me ached, not just my bad side. We reached the mountain I now thought of as home just an hour before dawn. It took us the full hour to climb to the crevice that led to our base camp. So spent were we from our recent trials. The group staggered in and almost as one, collapsed on the ground, shedding armor pieces and cradling wounds. I set Scout 2 to monitor the mountain as best it could on its own, and joined the others in an exhausted sleep. If the Orcs had found us, they would have slaughtered us the way I had slaughtered the squad that slept by the oasis near the canyons. After nearly 10 hours of deep, dreamless sleep, the nightmares came. I woke with a start, clinging to my rifle and shaking all over. It took me a moment to realize that we were safe in the cavern. I could tell by the soft glow of the light filtering in that it was late afternoon. I got up off the sandy floor of our cavern and moved to the pool of water. Dunning had set aside a few bowls for washing, which I desperately needed. I pulled off the outer layer of armor and washed my face. The water was cool and refreshing on my skin after so long without washing. I wished I could pull off all my clothes and just dive into the pool without spoiling this key source of drinking water. We had filters, but I was reluctant to spoil one of our vital resources. After the quick scrub, I ate 2 pouches of food, suddenly ravenous. Belly full, I thought about trying to sleep again before I noticed that Scout 2's battery was getting low. I called the drone back inside the cavern and plugged it into the charger. It was time for a human to take over the watch. I went out to the end of the crevice, on the side facing the old hilltop. It was the golden hour, where the sun was low and filtered through the atmosphere in a sleepy, soft haze. A flat stone made a passable bench, and I sat gratefully, stretching my leg out. Looking out toward the old camp, I wondered if the orc heads were still there.
What are you thinking about?
I turned to find Jordan standing just inside the tunnel. She looked beautiful, even in a filthy uniform and her eyes still puffy from sleep. I was thinking about the coffee on the wreck deck, I lied. I found some when the ship came down, but it isn't the same.
The ship came down?
Jordan asked, sitting next to me on the flat rock.
Surely not in one piece.
No, you're right, I clarified. It came apart in orbit, and one of the sections landed about 100 clicks from here. Trix and I were out that way and got lucky enough to see it. That's how we got the parts to make the transmitter.
Is that what you were doing on the mountain? Sending a signal to the communications buoy? She asked. I missed a lot, it seems.
Trying to, I said. We cobbled the system together and got it up on the mountain.
And the Orcasi tracked the signal right to you,
Jordan said.
It'll be worth it if word gets back to the fleet. What a bold move, though. Captain Dunning was courageous.
And smart, I said. Likely at the thought of the captain, and perhaps also as the weight of what she'd undergone hit her. Hesitantly, hardly daring to believe my boldness, I placed a hand on her shoulder. You must have a lot on your mind, Jordan, after what you've been through. She smiled slightly. When I moved to slide that hand across her shoulders and pull her closer, she tensed and drew back slightly.
Van, I'm glad to see you, and I don't want to assume anything. I just feel like I should tell you that I have a boyfriend, she said softly. Back in the Sol system. He's probably moved on already, but we didn't end things before I left on the cruise.
He'd be a fool not to wait for you, I assured her, pretending that I didn't feel wounded by the revelation. I'd had no reason, no real encouragement from her, to let my feelings for Jordan grow into something more than friendship. Inescapably, they had. She'd been my beacon of hope through the dangers I'd faced so far. Although we were safe from trouble at the moment, it felt like that beacon was shining no longer. Without it, I felt lost.
I had big plans, she went on. I still have them. Your friendship was such a welcome interruption to the mundane duties that a second lieutenant on her first cruise has to endure.
I'm glad I could help, I said, trying but failing to keep the bitterness from my voice.
Van, I didn't mean...
She trailed off helplessly. It's fine, Jordan. I get it. There was a pause. Then she asked,
Do you think we'll ever get off this planet?
I don't know, I said. I wish we could have sent word that we have you. The fleet would have come for sure then.
You overestimate the value of a rookie second lieutenant in the fleet navy.
That's not what makes you special, I said, glancing her way. She gave me an appreciative look that pierced me to my core. I could spend the rest of my life trying to earn her favor. Why couldn't we just stay on Leonis B and build a life together? Deep down, I knew the answer. Our desires were utterly at odds. I wanted her love and adoration, while she wanted a ship to command. not to mention the adventure and approbation that came from being a good commander. You are the first person, I went on, to ever be captured by the Orcasi and escape.
I suppose it was you that saved me,
she said.
You were the one who shot the orc with the knife?
I nodded, staring out at the vista around our mountain hideaway. It was beautiful and familiar, but there was still an element of danger lurking out there somewhere, just out of sight.
I owe you everything,
she said softly.
I'm just sorry I can't give you what I think you might want.
The pain of that statement was more than all my war wounds combined. It would have been easier to face my own demise than to face the truth of what she was telling me. Why was it such a shock? I had told myself not to get my hopes up 1,000 times, but until she said it, I still held out a spark of hope, like a smitten teenager. Now that she was out of reach, the feeble spark flickered and died. I must have made Trix feel the same way that I felt now, and I hated myself a little more for it. I never expected you to, I lied. My hand was still on her shoulder, and she relaxed into it slightly, obviously relieved. Before she arrived, I had been enjoying the cool evening air. Now, with her so close, all I could think about was her, and the loss of something I never had to begin with.
Tell me what we do now, she asked. I felt so relieved to see you and Captain Dunning together. With her gone, somehow I'm the ranking officer. What's our next move?
I don't know, I said honestly. I think that depends on the Orcasi.
They'll find us here eventually, she said. I know that's true, as much as I wish it weren't.
That's understandable, I assured her.
A leader has to be strong,
she mused.
We have to find a way to strike proactively, don't you think? We can't just hide here and hope they leave us alone.
At that moment, all I wanted to do was stay there and rest.
The fleet is coming, she continued, especially since I'm assuming your message got through. They can't just swoop in, though, not with that weapon that the Orcs have. It would hamstring our entire military.
That's a strong possibility, I said.
I think we have to stop them,
she said. The fleet?
No, Van, the Orcasi. We have to destroy their weapon.
My mouth suddenly went dry. For a moment, I was stunned with disbelief. Who was this we she was talking about? A few green seamen, an administrator of a lance corporal, and a broken-down marine. In what universe could we possibly make a difference? As much faith as I had in the pluck of the group, I didn't even want to think about it.
We also have to rescue the rest of the crew that's being held,
she said, her voice firm and almost casual, as if she were talking about the most obvious plan of action. You want to infiltrate an Orcasi base, sabotage their new weapon, and rescue dozens of prisoners? I asked. I don't think we could do that with a full TAC team, much less the sorry few we have.
We don't need a full TAC team,
she said, sitting up straight and looking at me.
We have you.
That's insane, I said. I'm hardly a full TAC team. I'm hardly even a single member.
I saw you yesterday, Van. Whatever you say, you were a true warrior, she said, her eyes shining in the fading light. I've never seen such confidence, such bravery in battle.
You clearly haven't been in many battles, I shot back. I almost got killed. In fact, I almost got us all killed more than once.
Yet here we are, alive, she said. You killed more orcs than probably any single person alive.
Alive is how I would like to keep us, I insisted. Fighting orcs is a sure way to get yourself killed. Look at me. Whatever warrior you think you saw doesn't even come close to who I used to be. The Orcs on Xueting C did this.
You survived, Van, Jordan said. Our only way to survive longer is to get rid of the threat immediately. We'll rest a while, sure, After that, we'll find a way to strike back at the Orcasi."
"We know nothing about them," I said. "We don't even know where their camp is."
"It's on the shore of a big lake,"
Jordan explained calmly.
"I was there, remember? I'm not sure I know exactly how to navigate to it, but surely you've made a thorough survey of the landscape?"
"Not really," I said.
"Then we'll find it," she said. "They won't expect us to hit them on their own turf."
"Because it's suicide."
"And they'll never see it coming. Without their new weapon, they'll be vulnerable to a planetary assault."
"How vulnerable could they be? We don't know how many ships they have in the system, or if the fleet even got our message," I said.
"Let's move forward confident in the belief that they did get it and are on their way,"
Jordan said.
"When the fleet comes, they'll realize we turned the tide. We'll be heroes."
I worried that she wasn't thinking clearly or rationally, as bent on glory as she seemed to be. War did that to some people. It made them feel invincible, whereas those around them were terrified, as our group was now. I was afraid that Jordan was going to get us all killed with her rash ideas. Having experienced the fallout of following foolish orders before, I was reluctant to do it again. I had seen good people die for the vain ambitions of officers who would never face the consequences of their actions, and I never wanted to do it again. More to the point, after so many near misses, my courage was completely gone. I didn't want to fight the Orcs, and I was afraid to tell Jordan that she was wrong. She was the ranking officer, even if she was a second lieutenant with no experience in combat. According to fleet regulations, she had the right to make decisions. That, of course, was in the fleet. Leonis B was a far cry from that. I knew exactly what I had to do, and certainly no one would criticize me for refusing to follow her foolish, cavalier plan. I was on the verge of telling her this, when the last of the sunlight reflected on something hanging from a tree limb on the hilltop.
"What is that?"
Jordan asked. I couldn't tell for sure and picked up the Nashi sniper rifle, which was propped up against the rock wall, to look through the digital scope. The sight that met my eye made me tremble all over. My hand shook so badly I nearly dropped the gun.
"What?"
Jordan asked.
"What is it?"
"Captain Dunning," I said. She took the rifle and looked through the scope. Hanging from the tree limb was Dunning's severed head. When the Orcs hadn't found us, they left a message instead. In the beauty of the afternoon, I had nearly missed it. When the light was just right, I could see the pale, bloodless skin. Our captain's lifeless eyes were open and bulging from their sockets. The tongue protruded between cracked, flaking lips. Jordan looked sick.
"Why?"
"Because I did the same thing to them," I said, feeling both enraged and ashamed at the same time.
"You cut off their heads?"
8 of them, I told her. They sent out squads looking for us. I killed them while they slept, then severed their heads to frighten the others. She looked at me differently, although I couldn't tell what she was thinking. I couldn't tear my gaze from hers. I loved her, whether she loved me back or not. Her regard meant everything.
"See," she said, "you're not some broken-down Marine. You're more savage than ever before. And they are afraid of you, Van. They're afraid of all of us. And that's why we'll win."
I thought about her words. I thought about everything that had come before and led to this point, where I sat facing an extraordinary woman who was asking me to sacrifice my life, and many others, on an endeavor that would be homicidal at best. I thought, too, about everything that was to come, and whether it was worth it, whether my own life was worth it. What was the measure of this man? I didn't know for certain in that brief, tense moment. I knew the only way I would was the darkest way forward. "All right," I said. Perhaps her courage was contagious, but as I stared into her eyes, I knew that I couldn't say no to her. And I couldn't say no to a battle.